Fixerbot says. T-4 minutes.
Whew. Back in through the door with 15 seconds battery left. Just got my kids some water. So it's very early for me, and I woke up like half an hour ago at most. So I was thinking not starting Troy Hack Me at once, but to do some note stuff first and eat my breakfast. So got some oatmeal today here, and just about put the lingonberry jam on it, which is not a very sweet jam, but it's very good. So Oh, and I actually got a spoon for this, and I didn't use it. There, so. Yeah, still at the, but it did check through this, and the most problematic thing to remember is to update the stream title. So yeah, I think I even finished this one. Let's fix some notes, right? Maybe we should do Python course, though I really want to study a lot now. So that's my focus. I have lots of random notes there. And this is because we got the other day the magic numbers, that's why this is open. And, well, this is just always open, right? The web one. Because, I added FairExpress the other day, and we have the help here. We learned that it bugs out if you use -r, but that it automatically can find extensions. So, and I guess it does it by let's add that to the notes. So E. And let's make this italics. Auto discover
Browbeats2 says,
extensions.
Holy hell, you are awake early.
Morning.
Good morning, smile, smile.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm awake though, that's pushing it. I've got some oatmeal with lingonberry jam, getting some milk. So, breakfast time. So you're awake too? Because this is my kids have a week off, Easter break. Though they're at home still, but I don't have to go to drive one of them to school today that I usually do Wednesdays. And that's why I end stream when I do these Wednesdays. So that's what kind of why I started this early. So I could have started later today, but I did add the schedule. So I'm trying to follow my schedule. Let's see. Right, yeah, you're on the left screen already. Trying to switch here. What was I actually thinking? Too many things at once there. But if we go to here and go to... I don't want it to start with audio. So let me mute this tab. Come on, Firefox. I wonder if I could do it right click. I think so. It's muted automatically, so there's no audio, so I can't mute it this way. Oh, well, that's okay. I added this. When I watched Alhasra's stream yesterday, or I didn't finish it because I had to go to bed. I haven't slept enough today. Anyway. Like 5 hours, I think. I'm tired. So why did I get up so early? Anyway, I have this schedule since I drive my kid to school Monday, Wednesday usually, and I work mornings Tuesday, Thursday, Friday usually. So, and yesterday I started streaming early because no, I didn't start early. My kid had a dentist appointment in the morning instead there, so and then he didn't manage to go anyway. So, no
Johanna
money for
says.
mommy.
Good morning, Winrathe.
Good morning. So, let's give my tea some milk too.
Browbeats 2 says.
Good morning, Johannes. Smile, smile.
Did you finish that box, Robbie? Let's see. Tea, which is very hot.
Johanna says. Browbeats 2 Winrot beautiful.
So, this is starting to look very good now. I'm not sure you can see this, but this is good. Lingonberry jam, oatmeal. So good.
Browbeats 2 says.
Not yet. I only really stream HTB on weekends. Smile. Currently working on a Discord/Twitch bot, and then I will switch over to actual work in a couple. Smile.
Okay. So, you'll have to show me that too. But let's get started with the notes. But I think this live thingy, since I have a schedule now, because I just had this,
Johanna says.
Quite
Oh,
random.
BTW Sophia, you want to try to do some music with AI and have some fun?
Yeah, maybe. Well, that could be fun. You'll have to send me some links, maybe in the Discord, so that I don't lose them, right? Because I'm kind of tired right now.
Not now, maybe later.
Yeah. So I just swap this around a bit and
I send it in DC.
first. DC, is that Discord? I'm not tired. I'm all awake. What? Oh, hi. You
Discord.
There. Yeah. So, oh look, I look tired, and my hair doesn't look like I'm awake either. Maybe I will quickly wash my hair later. Maybe I will even wake up a bit then. Maybe I should have just done it. Though I did it yesterday, so if I just didn't wash my hair within 4 hours, it looks like I was washed it 5 days ago. Alright, let's keep this up in case we need to do some modding. I realized that it was kind of good. So let's see, what was this? This was a link I got. I started looking at it. Let's skip that. I was trying to...
I'm not tired, just a bit drunk lol.
It will be hard since I've actually not been drunk in my whole life. I don't like the taste of alcohol, so why bother, And also, I'm kind of not the... Some people are like, oh, I don't dare
really?
to dance if
Dang.
I don't drink first. I'm just like, let's be crazy. So, yeah, really. Was just looking through. Yeah, we'll probably finish this then, because this is where I'm at on my... So, this is the path, Complete beginner's path on Track Me. So I want to finish it. I've been doing other things, which is good too, but maybe this is... I know this is kind of a challenge, because... I guess this is the web bit, and I feel the web bit is the most challenging of all the things in security. So, we started and
Browbeats 2
found
says.
this one.
Web hacking is actually the easiest to me. Smile, smile.
Well, if you're a web developer, you kind of have a good
I
starts
find
there,
reverse
right?
engineering and the likes the hardest.
Yeah, but I haven't done much of that yet, so I don't know. Hmm. It's mostly that I don't know all the things yet to try. So if I just have a web page, I'm like, where should I start? And I've heard much more about what can I start with if I'm in Linux or if I'm in, and usually that's the way you get into a machine. There's been like SQL starts that's not web related, but you're actually just sending
Okay.
some
I see.
command.
Smile,
So it's the
smile.
start, So many ways to what to look for in a web page.
Johanna says. What a contrast. And I'm an alcoholic. But sober now since 13 years, 6 months and 2 days, not that I'm counting. Smile, smile.
Congratulations, Johannes, I know. And congratulations again. That's a great job of you. I know you say for me it's hard to, since I haven't been there, it's hard to
Browbeats
see
2
exactly.
says.
Yeah.
Congrats, Johannes. Smile.
Yeah, and we have OBS up here, so let me move that over here so we can have a VM on that side. And I did close it down yesterday, so it could be good to have it for the notes too. I should really practice different things. Let's look at my notes, and you can see why. Use URL. I don't think I need to write that. I won't forget that. But it's very easy to find, shells and things like that. But and I think I have tiny bit here. Yeah, it's just screenshots because I have the SQL one.
Johanna says.
Here.
Oh, Sophia, have you heard about Tangia? The TTS. There I made my own TTS. Is that possible to use as a TTS for my voice here?
No, you can
Sorry
just
for all
use
the spontaneous
Google
questions.
ones. No, that's so good. That's why I have this TTS and everything, so that I can just hear it at once. If I wanted not to be bothered, I would not have a TTS, right? Yeah, I think. Have you made your own voice? You could probably use it in some way for that, of course, but I think that
Yes.
with this one, it just works with Google TTS now, and you can't add your own voice to Google that I know of. But you could use it if you want to, but not here, unfortunately. Security Live says he'll add different TTS things, like you could use Microsoft instead of Google, but I don't think you can just make all your own voices, and you still have to have it on the cloud, and all the other stuff. The speed of this is amazing, We can just talk real time, and the TTS is almost instant that it makes a voice for you from the text. So the capability to...
I think I have the code.
To make it sound good. Yeah, I would love to hear you TTSing your own voice. I do think Nutty did that, so maybe
Browbeats 2
we should
says.
look at what he did.
So my steps with web exploitation are usually 1. Check for an X powered by header. 2. Godbuster direbusting. 3. Figure out otherwise what kind of programming language or framework is in the background by checking the source code of the website or the file ending, etc.
Good stuff. I found out about the X powered by header 2 days ago, I think. So we're slowly getting there. I'm just going to open the TTS on that screen, and then let's have there. So let's copy your. Yeah, so I do GoBuster, but 3. Well, let's just copy your whole thing there. And oh my, I have one of the shells stuck on the back of my tongue. Oh, so annoying. We'll see. We'll probably.
And then you basically start checking for REST endpoints or get /post parameters to exploit smile.
That's simple. I'm like, oh, is that Greek or is it maybe Egyptian or something? No, I know the words.
Ha ha D.
Translated from Tagalog.
So this is great. Asking the web guy about the web way. That's perfect. Let's look. Do I have a for Linux? I just made this start here with what to do. Yeah. So I'm going to make a start here for web now. And merge my notes into. I will make this for all of them, but this was very good starting here for start here. And let's just paste your thing. So, so this is also finding out, but you can also find out by just looking at the page and, as you said here, source code. But sometimes it's just there, you know, powered by. And the funny thing, when I was looking for this, and I have added it here. I can see how many days ago, I guess, from looking when I added this. I lost my. I'm not awake already. I'm not awake. So this is one thing to do. How did I format it? Let's be kind of consistent here. So with the start here, I just okay. So header and parts. So, so the thing here that we want to know. We can also get from the nmap information. So about what's running. So I don't think I used a tab here. Did I? No, I just used. So did I do this? Oh my god, I'm not awake. Yeah, it's actually a tab. I think it's actually a tab here. Yeah, it's a tab. It's just odd how it does it. If I would delete when I'm here, it deletes that character. So it's just so check nmap, because we usually see like this running Apache or Nginx or whatever, though I haven't seen that. And then we have the okay, that's kind of new. So how come that happened? Why don't they line up? This is just so interesting. So, since this is text that's copied in here, let's just get rid of it all, and I'm pasting it in Notepad, which can't do any formatting. So this is a classic for me to just VAX. And we should have it without formatting. So this is still here. So it was a space at the start of this one. So that's what changed the formatting. So the space actually made it okay. It's just hard to see when it keeps jumping back here. So check the nmap. Check for, we don't need that. Check xpower by header, so that I'm not confused and think that the header bit is a part of it. And of course GoBuster, which I'm not really counting as web though. It is for the web, but it's done at the prompt, so. And I just maybe I should say like directory. Oh no. What's the file structure? And then we have this. Oh. Oh, let's just. This is so funny. When I type a letter here, it pops up over there. That's what I don't like. Right with these tabs. I feel my brain saying, "Why don't you eat your breakfast?"
Check source code.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to type. Just look at the page. Look at web page, and then look, or just add source code. Let's do view instead, cause and look in burp, which is already here, you know. So first we have nmap.
And look at file ending smile smile.
Yeah.
Johanna says, I'd better get to work, but I'll be here lurk work.
Okay. Thank you, Johannes, and have a great day at work. So, everybody have a great day. And thank you for liking. So, how many times have I said so? It's a sign of how tired I am, right? What was I doing? Yeah, I was kind of sorting this, because this is a later step, because it's down here, actually. And there, because we'll see this in burp. We won't see this before, you know? So this is actually... no, it didn't do that, so... How did I format it in my other one? I just tabbed another time to have sub ones. So just tabbing for indentation and structure.
Fixerbot says, new follower Go Pro Slow
Welcome
Yo.
in,
Less
Go
than
Pro
3.
Yo. So I'm a bit tired. I just woke up. It's early morning. It's 8 now. Any tips are welcome. We're just making notes, so this will be easier. Maybe eating oatmeal, fiber oatmeal.
Brumbo
on
says.
stream is not the best.
Fixit 42 wave.
Welcome in, Brumbo. So, notes. Just woke up. That's like what I'm doing.
Not Richie says.
Hey, Brumbeo.
Not Richie says. Well, you can set your name in the TTS too. So.
Brumbo says.
Not Richie's Yo Pro Slow Go.
Yeah, almost. Are you streaming?
Browbeats2 says.
No, I was thinking
Wait.
the other.
Not Richie? Are you not rich enough not Richies? X.
Not Richie says.
2 new streamers tonight. Nice.
Oh, tonight for you. Yeah, for me it's morning. I'm trying to wake up. And I had a hard time not watching the end of Al's stream, so I slept like too little.
For me,
Yeah,
at least.
yeah,
Low.
right.
I'm morning. You're in the future.
Yeah, I'm in the
Browbeats2 says.
future.
Okay, no,
Wednesday.
I guess tongue.
So, yeah, so the check was running. We can, of course, see all the stuff from Nmap, look at the web page, review source code, and then, if it's like, what do you call it, a system? We don't have to do that first. We can just do, I guess we don't need a header at once. I can organize more like. So, one of the first things I learned, I can't spell Google even. So, Google, thingy, exploit. That's one of the first things I learned from Gar, I think, on the Discord events. That just Google whatever it is, says this is this system or something, and there's probably something if you just Google this. You don't have to do anything else, right? Well, of course you'll have to do something else too, but you know what I mean. It's kind of
Instead of
useful.
Googling for exploit, you might get better results by Googling for CVE.
More like POC, right? But this is the first thing. So let's actually make this. Yeah, it removes automatically, and then we can do POC. So, and we could do CVE, but I've never done that. But I guess it's a good tip to do that too. So let's add it to the list. Because what you want is really the POC, right? You don't want, like, there's this. But that's usually what you get with exploit. So if you have a better name for thingy, well, technology, maybe. Let's do that. It doesn't sound right, web-ish, what do they call it? Like a system? Then of course, I didn't mean that here, but there's always what we get here too.
The first thing you want to know is whether there is a vuln. If you know that, you can then start Googling for post-CS or exploits using that CVE equals. That's at least how I do it.
Yeah,
Technology is fine.
yeah. Thank you. Technology is good, and you're a web expert, so. Because technology can mean all the things. Both what we find at this and what we just find when looking at the page. If it says this system is, well, WordPress, you know, or whatever. So let's, if you don't have any, do you have any more things I should
Yeah,
add?
exactly.
Like
And
just
we want to exploit all the things. 3.
Yeah. Oh, good morning or good evening, Duckluck. So, any more suggestions on what to add?
Ducklock17 says.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, but just a little tired because it's morning and I'm crazy enough to start streaming at 7:30. Maybe I should do 8, but I have to leave, so I can't do it very long, you know. But today it's Easter break for the kids, so I don't have to drive one of them to school, which is what I usually do with my time there. And then I usually do the short IRL stream while I'm waiting for him to be at school for an hour. So
Browbeats2 says.
Checking for REST endpoints in the information we collected, source code or directory busting.
right.
Ducklock17 says.
You added more stuff.
This lets me catch you easier because it's 11 p.m. for me, lol.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good. So maybe these hours are kind of good. Because it's somebody's night and somebody's morning and someone else, I guess it's middle of the day too. Maybe if you're Australian, I don't know. You should have like all the time zones clock. I guess it's somewhere on the web. I'm not just searching for it. So Brobit, I'm going to go up to your the old comment there. It was long ago. And you basically start checking for REST endpoints and get post parameters to exploit. So let's copy this bit too and paste it here. And then did I have anything more I need to copy? Let's copy this one to the latest. So, then, how do you check for REST endpoints? This is the question, because I don't know. And the
Browbeats2
parameters.
says.
You see them in the source code or in the dir busting.
Yeah, but so the endpoints is actually just the directories, right? In the system. So yeah, right. I was going to check to what do they call the?
As soon as there is a form or anything like that, Ajax call, etc.
Form. So are there forms? Let's put these in the right order, because this is details from this of the forms, because we have this already. And Ajax. And how do you see Ajax? Can you always see it says Ajax in there? Because I had that the other day here, and I could see it. So I've seen it once so far. But this is what I mean, that the web is the problem for me, because I don't really know where to start, so that's why we're focusing on this now.
In the JavaScript, it either says Ajax if it's jQuery or fetch if it's plain JavaScript.
Okay, thank you. So, I need to learn jQuery too, and the Q is important to be big apparently. So let's do this query, and then not a tab there. It's normal hopping about. And so dot fetch.
Also might be some library like Axios or something.
Oh my god, so if I type a dot there, it appears here. That's my problem. My brain doesn't get that yet. So you say, does it always say Ajax so it's always called like this? Let's look at the source code of the one where I had it. So was it the Mnemonic one?
Yes, it should.
Was it the Iron Core one? I don't remember. It was at least on a web page. Oh my goodness, I don't even know where to look.
You can also use the forms we find on the web page. Open the Network tab in the DevTools of the browser, send off the form, see where the connection goes to in the Network tab, smile.
Oh my. I'm just curious to see where... Oh, this was this one. Okay. But I don't remember where maybe I shouldn't look for it. Okay, I just got something. Oh, whatever. Sometimes probably should, since I'm not paying for Hack the Box, I should do the machines while they are not retired, right? Because then you can't see them when they're retired if you don't pay. Is that it? I'm going to add that and think about it. I just need a bit of food.
Yee, only some retired machines are free without paying. Skeptical.
So that's why I couldn't do the cozy hosting anymore, because it was probably just because I had been looking at it, but I couldn't finish it. This is from one of the... So let's go to this one again. Why do I have several to-dos here? Because this is... Okay, pin. Maybe I should call this web start here, so I can see it in the tab. There. But we don't get the dash doesn't do any, isn't any use there, so web. I know. Since we have several, let's just say that. There. So you can also use the forms we find on the web page. Yeah. Open network tab. Oh, that looks so much harder than looking in Burp to me. But I guess I should try all the ways, because sometimes something might not work, right? So, oh, it's a smiley. It's a smiley. Okay, let's just delete it. It's a HTTP link. Oh, what? What's it thinking is what here? So sending a form and looking at the network tab. Yeah, we have to open it first and then we send it. So I still think that Burp must be so much easier. Am I wrong? I know that you didn't use Burp a lot, so maybe it's like a workaround for not having Burp then?
I think Burp is clunky and the normal browsers are easier.
Yeah, that's so backward from what I think. we all
Different
have
tastes,
our,
I guess.
yeah,
D.
our own opinions. Sorry for eating a lot. I should bring the jam and milk down too, but let's finish it first. Maybe I want more milk, that's why I brought it up. Let's also start looking at the other notes and merge it into one. I have like these things I put together from different we have magic numbers here too. We don't need this one. We have magic numbers on file. It's down. I mean, if I can't find it, then it's a problem and I need to change. File. Magic numbers. So I was just, the numbers, I was resorting them. So I'll change the numbers to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we can do numbers again. Because these are not actually connected. It's just me sorting. And maybe SQL, I'm thinking maybe it should be like after web. Because it's usually at the web level, but it's also not always there. So maybe SQL for web and SQL for just SQL. But I'm thinking maybe we should rename this to like 2.5 instead. Let's do that, because that's where usually, most of the time. So that's because I'm sorting them, they have such odd numbers. It's just for them to be sorted in a nice order.
I guess the normal
the
SQL
numbers.
could contain normal SQL commands and stuff, and the SQL for web could contain how to do injection smile.
You have to read it third time. Yeah, to sort it. But I'm thinking maybe I don't need so much about the normal SQL things, so it can be in the same one. I could just have one called SQLi and one SQL. And we call it SQL in Swedish, so I'll stay with the people saying that's the way how you're supposed to pronounce it, and I don't have any problems. Because I was like trying to remember to say SQL, and then I think I almost got there, and then there were people saying, you know, that's the wrong thing to do, and I'm like, oh nice, I don't have to.
We pronounce it the same way in German tongue.
So then it's easier just to say SQL. Or in Swedish, an SQL. Yeah, I guess if you type something in German and put the SQL in there, it will say it in a German way. Letters. No, because it will just translate it. But he's about to add like a do not translate, I think.
Let's try it out with SQL.
Yeah.
Translated from German.
Because it just translated it. So if I would paste this bit from what you actually wrote, let's copy this and let's open and translate. And if we do the text language and
Lasst es uns probieren mit SQL.
yeah, so you say
Lasst es uns probieren mit SQL.
SQL, and we say SQL, and English SQL. So, yep, good. Now I know how it sounds in German. And I think that's the reason why I had problems with this one, because I don't know where to start, you know. So let's do this one later, but let's get the notes sorted first. And this is like the last bit. I think we just came from there, right? The list. If we do view path, we can see here that I've been doing these. And I did all the burps, and then I had to redo them. I haven't done all of them again. Because they just cleared everything out, though I had already done with a new burp. Because burp, I asked them then, when I did it, to update the rooms, and then they just removed it. So I want them still to be done, you know? Still, I had to redo this one for that. And this juice shop, I was actually thinking to do much more, because there was much more in there, and I think this is a very tiny limit, you know, for time. So I was thinking of doing all of it myself. And this was at least half a year ago, so I haven't been doing this at all. And this one we just finished. So maybe that's where I found... Yeah, let's look at the note for that. I made notes, though I usually don't do for the rooms. I also did a few notes. I did a few notes for this one too, actually. So, and yeah, I should say that is done in my notes. Yeah, here. So this is probably what I was looking for before. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Yeah, look here. Here we have it. This bit. So we can see the dot Ajax here. So I'm supposed to look for this, and then I know a bit more about it. And we could also see that it gets all those other files. jQuery, I guess, files.
jQuery is mostly about manipulating the DOM smile.
Yeah, and I'm like, DOM, right? I think I've heard of that. You know, all the webby thingies. Yeah, so
Document
I know
Object
it's
Model, the HTML structure basically.
yeah. So I kind of have a feeling what it is from old times, but it's not like I have it, the letters spelled out in my head at once. I guess you don't either. You just know what it is. So, but I do have like acronyms here. Let's add this just for, why not? Because sometime I might need. So let's type it. It's not that much. And then the other day we had this with Windows permissions instead. And then I know, I've been administrating Windows for I don't know how many years. So I have the other side of it to know exactly how to. If you're the owner, you can make yourself give yourself permissions very easy. So those things are easier. Though there might be new stuff I don't have. Well, should we do like each? Yeah. Let's do this. And I have like other bits in my head that I can't put into words. So for that. Yeah, and I've used Linux as. No, I used Unix and like 94 from 94. And then I think it was NetBSD on my Amiga. And so some of those things are very easy and some of those I've just forgotten because I haven't used it very much. But I've used it now and then through life, So the web bit, I think I used JavaScript in like 2000, and then I've used I rebuilt my PHP web shop in like 2008, and then I haven't looked at the web stuff at all until trying to make my current web page, which is actually on my. Well, we can look at the browser, because I'm having problems with this with the CSS, and it's not responsive, and I don't want to add some framework or something. I just want to know what on earth should I do with my CSS. So it is.
Oh, CSS is always great fun, QQ.
Yeah, so I have these thingies, to do this, but what it's not working is this. So I need to change it to work with resizing. Yeah, and I was also trying to add more things.
You need media queries for that.
Media queries. No, I don't want anything but CSS and HTML. That's it. And I know that you can do it with CSS too. So, but also this structure is kind of odd.
Media queries are CSS.
Okay. Good. So teach me if you know how to do it easily. So, and this is kind of ugly too. I just used this button and changed it a bit because I got lazy. But there is another one. What could it be? Like index 2, maybe.
Okay. First lesson, it's not easy X.
Yeah, so here we have also the Twitch stream. So this was a test. And right now it kind of looks okay. Could there be a test 3 too? No. Maybe a test. Oh, whatever. So. Oh, whatever. So, yeah, let's mute myself. But this was kind of a problem too, to get this started first. Right, so this button and this button, it's kind of the same. Because I was just, But at first, just getting this image to stay in here. This is SVG. And whatever. I think this is just for one. And I made several lines. I will redo everything anyway. I don't know when I did this, but as you can see, it's not very finished.
Considering you are not deep in web dev, your web page looks very neat though equals.
Okay, thank you. I like purple. But this is kind of ugly and not readable if you're on a different size, So I need to fix that. So let's see, what did you say there? Media queries. Yeah. So I should Google media queries then. Well, let's just do that and then leave the topic.
Smile.
And I can, obviously I've been there, so maybe I was like, oh my god, this looks tough. We'll do it another day. So anyway, I'm looking forward to continuing here, so we'll finish that. But first, let's fix these notes. Or finish them, we won't, but we could do some more. That's Linux. Then we have SQLer now. And then we have this one, which I actually could pin for now. So we can easily go back here. I'm thinking, well, I have you here. Do you have any other suggestions what to add here? And did I do something odd? This was like if not burp thing. So in browser, if I wouldn't have burp, I could do this. And now it changed. This is so odd. Why? You didn't do it for these? Was it that I clicked 2 tabs at once? No. No idea. No idea. Sometimes the logic is not logical. It's like when I do this, and do a header, and if you do like, did you see there 2, it jumps down, and if I do 3, I think, but if I do it like this, it makes a line of it. So if there's text there, it doesn't do a line, but it was so many details in the formatting that I'm not really comfortable with yet. Obsidian or Martin Doll. Oh my goodness! But this is much better than having it all in Google Docs. because that's what I had before. And in Google Docs, well, first of all, it's not on your machine, and maybe you don't want to put anything in there. Well, this is cold now, of course, but still.
I can't really think of anything right now other than just running all kind of command injections and SQL injections against the parameters of the endpoint skeptical.
Yeah,
I
so
think you got the most important stuff for exploration.
so injections. So we have SQL. I guess then, which is kind of redundant there, but and then like yeah, command. And depending on operating system, which we probably know, right? Oh. It's just those details that you take for granted, but I don't have a clue
Also,
about.
you can sometimes inject commands of the programming language.
Commands OS and commands pro. Whatever.
Fixerbot says. New follower VR Mechatronics. Less than 3.
Good morning and welcome in VR Mechatronics. Yeah, and we don't just do these kinds of things here too. We also have these kinds of things and stuff. Whatever's fun. Oh, I have to switch how I sit, or I will have been sitting the same way for 6 hours suddenly. So we're at 8:39. So probably my hobbies were waking up and going to work.
Browbeats 2 says.
Oh man, I so would love to go live now and do some hack the box after talking with you so much about this topic X, but I need to start work in 20 minutes. D.
Oh. So any last tips before you disappear into work land? So trying to make this structured and not just like, oh my god, where should I start? Is there anything else that you think that might be obvious for you, but for me, it wouldn't be? Because this is like find where you could make injections. Where would you look? Of course, with this, but I'm thinking like forms is where I look. But you could also do it like in the URL. So where? So forms?
Forms just send it to the endpoints anyways.
Yeah. Of course. So if we already have the form, like what I did yesterday there, with this one. So we just modify this. But first, to get the authenticity token, let's see, do I have the page? No, I don't have any screenshots, I think, of the page. And I was thinking maybe I'll just get the screenshots from the video, because I closed my browser down, and then I can not open the box instead again. So I'll do that later. But we had to first send it. And we got it from here. Because otherwise you have to still talk to the server before, to have that authenticity token. And this was they had a cut down version. And the funny thing here was that here we have right there on the page was the flag value. So you didn't even have to start it to see all the answers. That was a bit funny, I think. So I'm new at just thinking endpoints. I guess I'll have to do that. But how common is it that you can't just actually type things in like burp or whatever? You'll actually have to have authenticity tokens or some other kind of cookies or whatever, Or Linux, so oh my goodness, I added SQL here, so now I'm getting confused to where I am. So let's minimize those and go back to this one. Nah, I wanted to go from there. Shouldn't it jump back to it if it's already open? That should be added to Obsidian. So right, what to add?
Another thing you could write up, test different parameter inputs, not just injections.
Okay, so
also things like /item /13 less than, change the 13 to 1 or 0.
Yeah. So just parameters. Try changing ID, like for example, also ID 1 to 2, and let's copy your one there too. So and that's where I was going to add here, but I don't know, maybe parameters is what I was looking for. That's a word, because not just forms, but just changing the parameters in URL there. And also, I always, should I say URL? Should I say URI?
URI is a unique identifier of an object. URL is a location.
Yeah. So URI still doesn't tell me what. Sometimes in text they just say that instead.
I am not sure about the exact difference either though. Always have to look it up myself, X.
Yeah. Let's just always go with URL and everybody understands anyway, right? So even if it's someone who never heard of URI, everybody understands then what you kind of mean. So we're starting to get somewhere. I can order this about. Maybe something is twice. Like sorting, not. Maybe it should be injections and parameters, and these be one. Things like that. Because it's, changing this
Probably.
to something else that's actually an SQL attempt instead. It's not this big stretch there. So maybe I'll just do that at once. Oh, and now we got this, because there's a line between. Now. Okay, so now we know why it changes to this different font. It's because there's a clear line. And those things are so not logical to me. So these are explicit suggestions, while these are more like... So let's instead do parameters and injections, because it's logical to start with a simple thing and go on to more complicated. So here we would instead
Imagine writing a note-taking app with fuzzy logic obsidian. Hold my beer. Tongue.
And then, instead of this, we might just try like that or something, So it's too connected to have separate menus. Headers. It's starting to make sense, the notes, right? Then I have this image. I don't really know what did I mean by taking this screenshot. Well, this is a very old screenshot. Let's see. Can we see the time? Oh, we can do this. No, I've changed it so it's from January now. Do you see anything interesting in this? I was like, what? I don't know what I did here. Maybe I should just remove it since I don't have any idea why. So let's yeah, and that's good to know. This was just cause the installation. And we have the curl help that I usually minimize. Let's help things. But I want to know more about curl and learn more here simply. So let's do and get rid of that. Yeah, and these notes are not finished because this is where that's the last. I didn't make my own notes. But I guess this is good enough for now. And then I learned this term on Iron Core, that this is called HTTP Basic Authentication. And I think I might have heard it like 20 years ago, but it's not there in the memory. And then I found this link when I searched this, so it was nice, with all the headers listed and explained. Then, this is an interesting one. This should almost be like a dash, right? Because this we want up here at the top. And we're going to make lots of stuff in this file. list of command injections, SQLi, and different types of things. And I have more to add here also. And that file upload, we've looked at that. JavaScript. Yeah, so I realized this thingy. Is this correct? If you're still there, Brobbeat? Yeah, this I realized there. This was someone typing in chat, I think. Yeah, and I googled one of these, so these are from the same place. And then it's when I researched get and post and request and just put it together. And then I made this too lately now with that one. So these are actually the same then. So jQuery and Ajax are not two different things, they're the same thing. Because Ajax is what you type to do, like... Huh? It sounded like this. So, because then I should do this instead. Yeah.
Ajax is a function in jQuery.
And Ajax might be what I heard about before. I've never heard about jQuery. So let's do this. Because
Ajax is also a technology/architecture.
So it's a different thing too. So
Asynchronous JavaScript in XMLS.
So it's really that Ajax, jQuery is like an implementation of Ajax, and it also has a function called Ajax. Is that right? That's how I understand it, Dan? So then we really would have...
They just called their fetch API Ajax.
Yeah, it's also... So, what other things have a fetch function? Because I've never heard of a fetch function.
N3, is what correct? I was busy just a second ago, booting up my work laptop and stuff since I need to start work in 6 minutes time.
Okay, yeah, sure. I think you just answered. So Ajax is... jQuery is like an implementation of Ajax then, right? Is that correct? That was my question. Let's see what you call there. Synchronous. Nah, not. This is like also a... let's put it in the acronyms one here. Don't I have them like this? And I don't have the separate ones. Okay, so that's more advanced ones.
jQuery is a library for DOM manipulation, but they have functions for doing Ajax smile.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So let's... there, of course. No, that's not where I was. That was my what to learn. It was the lot to learn. So, so this is the connection. I've started learning here. It's not just a list saying Ajax and jQuery.
Also, it's just XML. I accidentally typed XMLS.
Oh, here. And I didn't read it that carefully. So let's remove it there too. So, to continue down the list, yeah, and have a great work day, Brobit. Thank you very much for all the help and for being here. Oh, right, so this is my old what to do list, kinda. Yeah.
No problem, smile. Hashtag support your local Fix-It Smile. D.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So. Well, I have more notes to check through. And things are kind of messed up. But let's make some unmessed up things from this. Oops.
I would be quite interested in some of your notes as well if you are willing to share them. Smile, smile.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that I should do. Split my notes into public and not public bits. Because some parts of my Obsidian is not public, you know. It's currently not a public repo. But I also have... I have other GitHub in this. Which is kind of a mess, I guess. Because Git doesn't handle it well. And I managed to get one to sync to both. And I think that's almost supposed to be impossible, but I managed it for one, and then I made like a note how to do it, and then it didn't work for the next one. So I'm going to make a public one and a private one, because you know I have my kids here and others. There are other people's public notes, and I don't want to put that up there on GitHub as my notes.
Yeah, I only would be interested in the hacking stuff. Your kids can stay your kids' tongue.
I don't think there's much in here, but I'm not opening it right now. So, and this is also my company, my web shop. So, this is the infosec bit, but the programming bit is also like public.
I gotta get to work now. We'll lurk here.
Okay, thanks and bye. I'm just about to go down with my food things. I still have my tea. But let's get the milk down. And lingonberry jam and plate. So I'll be right back. Just getting this downstairs. If I can open the door. Jag börjar knacka på, nu vill jag ska komma ut. Oh, so my 13-year-old is waking up. He was still in his bed, saying hi when I went past the room. Open the door a bit because that's kind of get, the air. So, 1.5 hours, and we have started a kind of good start for the notes. But we have some things that we did not add, which is
VR Mechatronics says.
Good morning. Are you from England?
good morning, I'm from Sweden. So, Swedish time is what Central European time is what's on screen there. So, where are you from? So let's add robots.txt to here, and maybe we should cut it. Yeah, and this is the word I was looking for earlier, virtual hosts, because we haven't added virtual hosts here. So file structure, and here we're going to add virtual hosts, and then we have the details on how to do this. And maybe this is not a part of the file structure, but it's separate. Point there. Let's just do this, and we'll make the structure better later. But what's running, a part of it is starting with the basic thing to check the robots.txt, because you can find lots of information in there. It may say, don't look at this and this, Robots are not allowed to go to this and this, which is our important things. Though we don't want search engines to know about. GoBuster. We have the link to GoBuster here. So let's add this too. To here, directory busting.
I was supposed to go to work in Karlskrona one day, but I went to Denmark, and I went from the other side of the Baltic Sea to Gdansk.
Okay. Karlskrona one day. That sounds like not finding your way really where you were supposed to go then. So we're going for fair. I don't really like that I do have other notes in the same one, because I only want, when I search, I only wanted to search my notes. And that's another big reason to change this, because I kinda like my notes, And if I get lots of hits on something and they're other people's, that's annoying. Because if I don't find anything, so far I don't think I've used anything from the other people's here. So I should probably just move it out of the Obsidian. I have it so, it doesn't sync it to GitHub, but I don't want it to search it either, unless I tell it to. So I'll have to split my Obsidian into several. And since it's just a directory, it's very easy. And just move the directory. So if, in case someone doesn't know, so if we right click this that we're at here, and we go to System Explorer, we have our file, which is a normal file, and we can just open it in wherever we want, We don't have, I wonder if we do edit, do we get Notepad? Yeah. So we got Notepad. So this is the simple file. It's just text, nothing else. It's just called .md, and then it uses these things, understands what I mean. And we don't get the white, bright light. But we could just move. If we go to Obsidian, we could just move this others directory here out of this. So it's kind of easy. And it's already in the gitignore file. So nothing will really change even. But there's other things too here. So that's not for now. We're going to work on the nodes themselves. So let's look here. What else? Don't miss virtual hosts. And what is this image? This is actually not a good place to have this note, I think. So this is good information, it's just not in the right place. And I think this is from some room. So this is using host and curl. I'm thinking where to add it. And then we have host and curl and fuff. Oh yeah, HH. So this is hooking hub vhost basics. That's what this is. I just pulled some things out of there. So this is not supposed to be a part of the start here. This is more like host and curl, because we can't really split it up, and I am tired. Oh, let's just leave the rest of it there. Let's just Google, because yeah, Google is in Google in your browser. I'm not tired at all. Download files. Okay, so it can use both HTTP and FTP. So maybe we better look at this place. And let's copy this in here. So, anything else we want to add? This is interesting. Finally, wildcards. Yeah, that's why I had it in there. Supports practicing cookies. I should just take a 1 hour nap. Oh, I hope they don't change the name of it. I'm so annoyed at all the NG commands. You have to type more. Sorry. So this is okay, we can have it here. This is XSS. So yeah, and this is from, and my brain just says Ben, which is correct, but I was looking for brain. Remember the other name. Oh well. So this is good. But should I put any of this in the file? Would you start here? And I know that he's made like a new series of all the basic things to know. And I just started looking at the first video. So I will definitely look at more. He had this 5-week program, you know. I think it's time someone redeems some jumps or something. I need to move. Movement is better than coffee. To wake up, right? So we also have the folders. So in frameworks, we have Jenkins. Fuzzing, we have Ollie. That's probably the word I was looking for before. Yeah, let's do that. Arduku, thank
Fixerbot
you.
says.
Thank you.
Time to move it, move it. Hence
You were
watch
there
redeem.
lurking. So let's just. I was looking for the word framework before, so let's add it here. Technology. So let's do technology/framework. Cause framework, if I can spell it, framework, was what I was looking for before.
Arduku says.
Yeah, lurking for a while. D.
Good morning. Good morning. And I also realized I had one more Red Bull, but I've drunk them 2 days in a row, and I really don't want to do it that often, so. Let's do some squats. Of course, I can just, have like a timer too. Maybe I should have a timer that makes these things. So, you're going for power or speed? And my phone still has the alarm clock up. Low light. After hours of being awake. So, at 3 o'clock in the morning, people start streaming, and I get the notifications in the morning or a day afterwards. And we have snow outside. There was like a snowstorm yesterday. And that's not normal, because the law says you should remove your winter tires about now, you know? So it's illegal if it's not snow now, meaning it's not normal to have snow now. In Stockholm, that is. So north of Sweden will have different things. Okay. So, a bit of movement. Am I feeling enough awake? I'll have you two, Arduki, to save me from falling asleep on stream. So it's just 146 stream duration. So let's go. So we have all the fuzzing thingies. I don't have much notes on most of them. Some notes have more notes. And this is like the help, right? Now it's from a web page, I think. What was that popped up on my screen? Well, we could take a news break too. I'm just clicking something. So, so Ferrix Buster, we just learned that the other day. And then we have more notes for Fluff. Go Buster, that I've used the most, doesn't have a lot of notes, which is kind of typical, right? What you have already on your command line, this is just images. And this might be interesting. Okay, so oh my god. These are recent notes. So I think no, it's not recent notes. I just did this the other day too. And then we have Pearl, which I just added. I've never tried this, I think, because I had this. And yeah, and if you have a web shell, what one the real one, better one? This isn't easy to read. I can see my information in there. So that was a bad note, because it's not obvious. Let's see if it's obvious from this link. So it's from Ravshells, which I have added to my start here of mine. So obviously it's reverse shell PHP. Okay, so I get it. So if we have reverse shell PHP on the machine, so let's type something. If we have a web shell on the machine, but want a reverse shell, I guess. Though I feel my notes are redundant, right? Because we had web shells and we had reverse shells. But this kind of was, I still didn't find this in my notes the other day, so I added it. Yeah. So this is actually, this should be a part of the main thing. So this is why we're here looking at the notes now, to see which parts needs to be added here. This one we can close. Acronyms might be good to have there. Maybe we'll even pin it, but we can't have a million pins, so let's add this as a point here, because it's a part of this. It's even maybe the last part, because why do something else afterwards, right? So we can also, that's a nice note, use what the system is built on. PHP, Python, Django, Perl might also work. And this is straight from TryHackMe. And I'm feeling this note is kind of superfluous now. We can just remove it. Or should I still keep it here? It's kind of obvious, you know? Let's delete it. Because we moved it here. This is a bit of a long text, but we have other long texts here, so whatever. We can fix this better later. Sorry. Maybe I should get some stuff up on the attic. That's actually in the way here for my thread mill. But I've been thinking about having the thread mill and seeing how noisy it is. It's a tiny one. I have a bigger one too. That's electronics are broken, I think, in it, so we'll have to fix it, and then we can like connect it to stream. But the simple one, tiny one, maybe I should try walking while doing this when I'm tired. Maybe that'll keep me awake. Let's do this. Let's add a redeem. That's called wake up. So it's in platforms, right? And then it's a move it, definitely, right? So why? So wake up. And what I'm thinking, oh sorry, I wanted a new line. Can't I do new lines there? Okay. All the movies, you know. I'm thinking, how do I spell it when I type incorrectly on purpose? Should I do like this? Duh, that's better, right? All the movies. It's not really any correct grammar here. Background color, like red. I think I have. This is to know. Maybe I shouldn't have per user, but it could be kind of fun to know how many times, Arduku, you sent me squats. Right? Oh, you only sent once.
I only
What?
sent once.
You'll have to send this, or I have to send it to myself, because I need to wake up more. So global countdown, we had 300, so let's do like 900, because I'm thinking this should be 15 minutes. So if I fall asleep again within 15 minutes. And we also have to have, let's copy this. And we go to actions and we copy one of these. And wake up. Wake up. And we change this one. No, maybe I can double click it, right? Do wake up instead. And the message. Oh my. Oh. So. 10 squats. 5 table push-ups. 5 high jumps. I didn't do a capital letter on S. Squats there. Jumps and yeah, it's a sit-ups, and this one says 5. I think I had 3 actually, and let's do 5 from now on because I think it works. I don't want to fall off the chair. Sit-ups. I did like one word. We'll see. And we're going to look at this. And these are both 5, but this is 3, right? Yeah. So we'll have to change this to 5 too, or it'll be kind of funny. You redeem 3 and what you get is 5. And I think I've actually been doing 3. So we'll have to make someone make a test redeem here of this, or I'll have to test redeem it myself. While we see if we get a redeem, I'm going to look at see if I can Google. I wonder if this is on
Which
YouTube.
one?
It's called I just added it. Wake up. Wake up.
Fixerbot says.
Thank
Time
you.
to move it, move it. Wake up, all them move it's you know. 10 squats, 5 table push-ups, 5 high jumps and 5 chair sit-ups redeemed.
Nice. I'll just Google this. And maybe we can listen to this while I do it all. Because this is kind of short. No views. We're the first. So we need to subscribe to this, of course. Yeah. So I guess it's just listening. Because this is a podcast, right?
Hello and welcome to the Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024 edition of the SANS and Storm Center's Stormcast. My name is Johannes Ulrich and I'm recording from Jacksonville, Florida. Yesterday I promised a presentation by Bojan about some of his reverse engineering efforts with the XCUtils backdoor. This is now scheduled to be broadcast on Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern. There will be links in the show notes, also links on the Internet Storm Center website. They may at first link to his blog post until we got all the locations such worked out for the actual presentation. It will be part of the Wait Just an InfoSec podcast that Stephen Hart publishes for SANS. And if you're a user of Google Chrome, you may be interested in some of the details that came to light about Google's Chrome's incognito mode. There was this lawsuit that was just settled with Google, and essentially the way I sort of think Google thinks about privacy is that as incognito mode is protecting your privacy, it's really protecting you from websites you are visiting. It's not protecting you from Google itself. So even in incognito mode, the browser, Google Chrome here, did still report back to Google what websites you were visiting, was reporting back content you were looking at, and that data was collected by Google. Earlier this year, they actually introduced a banner as you enable incognito mode that explains a little bit what's going on here. Data collected before the banner was implemented is apparently now being deleted as part of the settlement. I'll link to an article by Wired that explains a little bit more in detail what exactly happened here. And let's stick with Google here, and the next story is about Google Gmail, and I think that's an issue that I have talked about in the past, but a good reminder about it here because things are changing now in April with Gmail. The ultimate problem here is that, of course, companies like Google with Gmail are trying to reject spam, and one of the simple ways to reject some spam is to ensure that any email that you are receiving is complying with standards like SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. Google has started requiring some compliance here already, but so far they only sent back temporary errors. This will switch to permanent errors, and the problem will also be that so far they just sort of flagged a.
What do you think? Is it okay to look at these things? Because you have to go to this page. There was no views. Well, it's 31 now, people. We'll have to send the link in chat. And the other day, we'll do the other one.
Web link.
So let's
portion of the email, and now they're basically increasing that percentage until all non-compliant traffic is rejected, and that rejection will start this month. From personal experience, dealing with email, sending email has been quite painful, and certainly something that does require some attention. So double check your logs, make sure that your email is accepted, and double check all of your SPF, DKIM, and DMARC records. Currently, this applies in particular for anybody who is sending more than 5,000 messages per day, which are probably most larger to medium-sized companies. I'll also link to Google's latest requirements in the show notes. Then we got a couple of vulnerabilities and patches to talk about. Cisco did release updates that fixed some denial of service, but also some privilege escalation of vulnerabilities in, for example, the Cisco iOS XE devices. These privilege escalation vulnerabilities could actually also be used to bypass Cisco Secure Boot on some of their access points. Cisco also released some tips to harden your VPNs, in particular to protect them from password spray attacks. And if you're using Apache Pulsar to send and receive messages, there's an update for you. It's a privilege escalation flaw, but I still mention it because the only privilege it requires is the ability to send and receive messages, which you may assign to many, many users. And these users, due to this flaw, can now become an administrator of your Apache
Hello and
Pulsar
welcome
service.
to the Monday.
And if you're using the Progress Flowmon tool in order to monitor your network traffic, there is a critical vulnerability for you, CVSS score of 10.0. This vulnerability does allow arbitrary code execution to an unauthenticated attacker. The attacker does need to have access to the web interface, and as so often, it's an API command that then provides a full access.
I think I'll
Thanks for
have
listening,
to
and
listen
talk to you
this without moving too. But this, if you're not listening to this, I think this was the best explanation of the XC thing.
April 1st, 2024 edition of
But
the
he's kind of
SANS and Storm Center's
slow talker.
Stormcast. My name is Johannes Ulrich, and I'm recording from Jacksonville, Florida. Well, I'll do something a little bit different today, and that's covering only one individual topic. On Friday, Andres Freund did publish a mailing list post to the open source security mailing list, and in this post, Andres Freund did explain his work in discovering a backdoor in the popular XCutil package. XCutils includes a popular compression library and utilities to use this library. The backdoor itself was actually in the compression library,
Web
and then, of
link.
course, potentially by running the tools, you could start the backdoor, but that's not actually how it works. This backdoor specifically targets System D. System D is used to launch various daemons, and the way the backdoor works is that essentially it waits for connections to the SSH daemon. And no, it's not one of those simple, hey, you connect with the right key and you are logged in. It's a bit more complex in that it looks for the right key, but then actually executes code that is being sent by the user, so the user actually never logs in. So again, version 5.6.0 and 5.6.1 are affected. Luckily, these versions were released relatively recently. So for the few versions that are affected, like for example, Arch Linux and Kali Linux, they're only affected if you update it within approximately the last week. You're also not affected if you are running on a processor other than x86 64, so all your Raspberry Pi users are not affected. And in Mac OS, if you are using Homebrew to install packages, you may have received the backdoor version last week, but this particular backdoor was actually not included based on how this particular version was created. And with that, let's talk a little bit about the history and sort of what we currently know about what exactly happened. And of course, this is still a very much developing story. The reason Andres Freund actually discovered the backdoor was that he noted that the connections to his SSH daemon on a system just took a long time to log in, and that's sort of one side effect. There were also error messages that occasionally showed up. The 5.6.0 version had some problems that were then actually addressed by the attacker in 5.6.1. This is a sophisticated attack, and I'm not usually a person who uses this term sort of lightheartedly, and actually often complain when people use the term, but this was planned sort of for quite a while. The accounts that were created in order to then deliver and send a pull request with the backdoor were created in 2021. In 2022, the particular account here, Jai Tan, if I pronounce this correctly, started committing changes to the XC project. There were, for example, initially some changes made to disable some tests that later helped to prevent the backdoor from being discovered. Also, after the backdoor was actually then committed and accepted by the XC project, several other accounts that are likely related to the original committer did, for example, post to Debian mailing lists in order to convince them to upgrade the version that is delivered with Debian. That luckily never quite happened. Some of the development versions had it included, but the actual stable version of Debian never included this backdoor version. To activate the backdoor, the attacker will need a specific key. This key is currently not known and likely will not be known unless the attacker sort of publishes it. So there is a little risk right now for random people abusing this particular backdoor. On the other hand, this also makes it difficult to just scan your network and figure out if your version of SSHD uses the backdoored library. To check if you're vulnerable, you have to make sure that you do not have liblcma 5.6 installed. So 5.6.0, 5.6.1 are the two versions that have been released. The actual GitHub repository is no longer reachable, so no real chance that additional installs are happening right now. And if you are vulnerable, it's probably because you upgraded the last couple weeks. So check your favorite package manager to see what version of the liblcma5 package you have installed. It's not usually the XCutils package that installs this library, even though they should be in sync. They should use the same version number. As an additional check, maybe double check to make sure that you don't have any odd software that installed its own copy of liblcma5. But on the other hand, given the short time frame, don't really think that's a huge concern. In a tweet, I suggested just running xz space -V. That'll give you the version of the XC binary as well as the LCMA library that it's loaded. A couple people commented, and probably rightfully so, that you probably shouldn't just run a known backdoor tool like this.
You
But
should
remember, this
listen to
actually
this
doesn't
when
trigger
I,
the backdoor.
like,
It's only
wake
triggered
up
if
or
it's
fall
then being
asleep.
loaded into SSH via systemd. So
Meaning
quite
I'm
complex
not
malware here,
by the
but definitely
computer.
checking the packages certainly makes a lot more sense. You'll find a couple of simple shell scripts that people have published to check if you're vulnerable. So that's certainly an option, but I think that's obvious given the context here. Make sure what you're running when you're running these shell scripts. Well, that's it for today. I will try to add
I'm
many of the
looking for
resources
his
to the show notes. I'm considering a
Twitter.
webcast maybe on Tuesday, Wednesday, but haven't quite figured out if
Isn't
that's
how
necessary
I
or not.
hear.
Let me know if you're interested, in particular, depending on how Boyan's reverse analysis goes. That may be something interesting to walk through, because there are a bunch of real neat and sophisticated anti-reversing tricks that are being used by this particular backdoor. Thanks for listening, and talk to you again tomorrow. Bye.
So that's a very quick one compared to the other one, which is hours probably, every week. The Security Now one. There are some others that I listen to too. I just clicked, on my podcast app. But that one was very good, I think. From also 2 days ago. I wonder what time he makes them though. Because this one was today's. And it was several hours ago. Let's open not this tab, but this. Oh my goodness, there was another one too. So let's close these and see what time this was uploaded. Which is today, 7 hours ago. And he's in the US, meaning since it's 9 for it was when he recorded it was not the 3rd. But today's news, so let's continue. This is for later. I'm thinking, am I awake now? I'm a tiny bit sweaty actually, but I'm not sure I'm totally awake. Let's leave this for now. We have a good start on the notes. I don't want to, in my tired state, dig through this and try to optimize it or improve it. So let's just use it, and we'll update it as we go. And what are we going to use it on is the TryHackMe pickle rig, which is my next part one. And not, well, kind of a box, I guess. It's a bit different. This Rick and Morty themed challenge, and I don't know Rick and Morty, it requires you to exploit a web server and find 3 ingredients to help Rick make his potion and transform himself back into a human from a pickle. I don't think I have notes on this, and I removed everything. I had to close my burp and everything. Oh, well, let's start it. And I don't remember. Let's make sure we have notes, because I don't think I have them. So let's just copy the... I know that this was not easy for me. It was not easy, though it's maybe supposed to be an easy one, because it's for noobs. Notes. Let's go up to... let's close that one too. And... please say that I made notes, cause otherwise I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I made notes, cause this was too complicated not to. So I have this. Let's add the new IP when we get it. 19 seconds. We have the Nmap scan, so we don't have to start from scratch here. And then we had this in the robots.txt. So good, I looked. Wait a sec here. This is in the wrong place. This is the web, not the robots.txt. This is the web. Apparently I wasn't really thinking what I was doing, so let's copy all of this and put it here. I'll just remove this. And then the IP change, we don't change the notes, we just add them in a list so we know what we were doing here. So these are the same really. That was all we could see from the web. And then we tried to log in with this, and it worked, I think. No? Let's see. No, it didn't. We tried at least, because SSH was open. So, yeah, so we found... I'm trying to look again. we had the robots.txt. We have a clue.txt. Yeah. So we went back and looked at these. Yeah, right. There was a login PHP. Login PHP had this in there. And if you do several decodes, you get rabbit hole. But that was quick to do, so the clue: look around the file system for the other ingredient, and we didn't find one yet. So I was like, ugh. And then we had got a lot of these denied, and we had this command panel. We'll have to go into this again, and there we could also see we could LSLA. So when I used cat, we didn't get anything. And when, after trying a million things, and I think I gave up and looked like carefully not to see too much on a walkthrough, and then I saw, oh, less works. And we got this one. So this was very hard for me to get this far. It wouldn't have been very hard if I would have thought of less, which I should have. Yeah. So we have one of the flags, which is that. That's the first flag. So we need 2 more ingredients, and I have no clue where to continue. So we'll go back to the page and see if I can get any more, information here. And we need to log into the VPN. And I'm still tired. I'll have to move it more. But you don't have to redeem it. I don't think it will help right now. Maybe I should give up and drink my last Red Bull. I'm not sure that works even. Oh gosh, why do I have that audio on? Talking in the middle of typing a password is not the best thing to do. Unless it's a very easy password, maybe. Oh, so let's get started. Yeah, I usually have on the 4th desktop. I think I clicked, yeah. So let's just VPN. So, and let's go to number 1. And we want a new terminal. We want Firefox. And why don't I have burp here? What is this? Oh, I never use this. I will never use it. Can I add new items? And I want burp here. No. Is it like case sensitive? No. So actually, let's read application menu. I guess I will have to Google how to add other stuff there. So if I click add here.
R2-959 says.
To add burp, I think you should check over the bar, right mouse on it, and I don't remember in English how to continue.
Okay. So if we go to burp here. We have add to panel. Is this it, maybe?
Add to panel.
Yeah, okay. So let's remove this one. Well, let's look at panel preferences too.
And now you have on the right, press right of the mouse.
I'm just going to remove
On the
this
bottom
one.
right.
Right, press right on the bottom right.
Arduku says.
Arta 959, you should be able to write in your own language, and the TTS will translate in English.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Arduku. And R2 959.
Arta 959 says.
Welcome in.
Okay, I will
This
try.
was your first chat. So, I'm thinking we'll see what this says. It's interesting though. I know I moved it down here because I have VMware's saying up here, so it's kind of annoying to get both. So I moved Kali down. If there's a way to move VMware down, maybe I should do that instead.
So you have Burp Suite in the lower right part of the screen. If you press with the right button on Burp Suite, there should be something to be able to move it.
Translated from Italian.
I don't have... Oh, here. So it popped up over here. I'm thinking, let's try dragging
Yes.
it. I didn't notice it popping up. So move. Okay. Thank you. We did it. We made it.
Correct.
So it pops up here because this is all like open and configurable then. Very nice. Thank you. I don't know how many times I've clicked this button and clicked here, and I should probably remove this one too, because I installed the latest version to test something, and now this updated, so it's the same. So let's just see if there was anything else there. Let's just... Dark mode. What? Don't we have dark mode? I guess it's automatically dark mode, from me having this theme, whatever it's called. So, is there something else? I use these. These are like the programs I use. Then I have also installed Kaido. I made this shortcut. And this and this. But I realized I only added this because when I tried the command line it didn't work. And then this didn't work for the same thing. Because someone said, oh, try this instead. And it's just a GUI for the same thing. Oh, and I could even see when I started from the command line, you can even see the same output. So it was kind of... If you could do it on the command line, why use a GUI? It was the same. It was easier, I mean. Because it's not logical. This is not very easy, It's easier to have it on the command line. You can just arrow up to stuff and it will auto fill in what you wanted, So I didn't save the last one I had there. So we have these. So let's start Burp 2. Woohoo! It works! There. Though I'm starting to get used to having the the IP and the line down here, because I can't have both up here. I think I tried to see if we can move it. It's VM settings. It's not graphical settings for the program. So, what was our next step? Of course, we need to remember this IP, the new one. And let's go to this page just to see that it's there. So, okay, so this was the page, and I didn't save this anywhere. Maybe we should. Because when I was looking at my notes now, I was a bit confused. I thought there were not anything there. So let's just screenshot this. So I'm just doing print screen, and I'm pasting. You can see there's my OBS. And let's just copy this bit so that we just see how the page looks. Not that it matters, but that's funny. Here's the IP and there's another IP. Well, I wouldn't care about it. So if we I turned into pickle again. I need your help. I need to burp. Oh, this is a hint. My log on my computer. I didn't read this, I think. Possibly. Lost the 3 secret ingredients to finish. I have no idea what the burp. Well, anyway, this is probably, this is where I got this from. So, let's add to the notes as this is in VO code. We could look at this in burp, but, you know. And then I looked at robots. Let's go back to the right screen. So this was like the whole page. I don't remember if I tried anything. So we could of course look here too. And we would see the same thing. And then, since I had what looked like a username and password, I tested to just do SSH, but it didn't work. So, then I did GoBuster. So, well, let's do this again. Or should we try FerrexBuster again that I used yesterday? Trying to learn new things. And have more, different tools. Let's do this again. So if I do this, and this was buggy with R, so we can't follow redirects, but we can do on the IP here. 10 dot. I have to look at the info one again. Opening it in another tab here. And it is, let's see. Actually, what I did was I dragged it up. So I opened this, middle click, and pulled it up. Because I realized that this happens sometimes when you change it. So we can just have the IP up here all alone and not forgotten. This is the IP. Do you think this will help me? 10.10.184.993. And in a bit I'm going to, oh my god. We're actually going to right, I can like history. Do we just type history? Yeah, and grep, and we want Ferox. Cause no, I spelled it wrong. And now I've just used it with the 3 letters. No, because it has an automatic list. Ah, remembering. And still I didn't have it. So let's do fair exposure. And it had an automatic list, so we just removed this. That's how it was. I remember now. And we don't have a reason to look for JPEGs. And instead we had E for automatic discovery of extensions. And this is the wrong one. So you can see I've only used this once for the dual one. I learned it just now. So if we paste the IP, and I hope I did manage to copy it. I'm right-click copying here now. Copy. And paste. There. So I think this is so it's supposed to be. We have a backlash in one of them. Yeah, I noticed that. But the R's bugged out.
Arduku says.
If you use the terminal, you can set the
Yeah.
IP as a var like
Yeah,
IP
but I prefer
equals
to have the
10.10.10.10, and when
IPs
you use it, just use $IP. Be aware it is case sensitive and will work only in the tab /
Yeah,
window you
I
set
know.
the variable.
I prefer not to use it. I prefer to add the IP. I don't know why. It looks better, but also that sometimes it might not work and there might be bugs in it. So I prefer typing the IP. And I usually learn it at once, so it's not a problem. Depending on how tired I am. So I should really like 184, 193. Yeah. But thank you for the tip. Thank you. I want lots of tips like that. It's great. Well, and I don't really trust FerrexBuster or GoBuster because lately they have not found all things. And I have had to run it again and again, and oh, there's new directory suddenly. How funny. I think if it's my network connection or if it's try hack me, that's just not as good as usual. Okay.
I use as a variable just because it sometimes changes, because I run out of time.
Okay. Oh yeah, if you're thinking time and like doing OSCP or something, then I realize, yeah, but I'm thinking like for learning, it's better to do it, all. And also, did I have HTTP in that variable? Did I not? Did I have /? Did I just have the IP? You know what I mean? You still have to add the other things. So you could have a setup where you have automatic adding HTTP variable name and do lots of complicated things. I want the commands I use to work on most, even if I'm like going into a machine. I don't want to have to add a variable there too, So I want to just be able to type the same thing and learn to do it quickly instead. That's the thought I have.
You can always check, just echo $IP.
Yeah. But if I'm like, oh, now we're in the machine, we SSH to something. Oh, I didn't have that and that and that.
But I
want
understand.
to have it, all of the things there and just have it in my memory instead. So, and this was one trick to make it like, and I shouldn't copy it. I should never copy it. I should always type it because that's how you remember things.
Fixerbot
So the
says.
IP.
New follower R2-959. Less than 3.
Thank you, R2. Thank you. Is it okay that I call you R2, or should I say the numbers 2? And I have to just scroll up here and see, because you did type something, in Italian. Yeah, because I didn't look what language it was. So cool. Welcome in, my Italian friend. So, let's continue. We have the search done, and we found... this time it shows us a lot of 404s. This is apparently a nice feature of Ferox Buster that it decides sometimes to filter things and sometimes not. And now we actually have 2 lines of this. Though I expect... oh, it's 403 too. 404 like responses. So it's deciding itself what to filter. And that's great if it can filter things we don't want. But if it sometimes doesn't filter it, and sometimes it does, and sometimes you just get a million lines, and you have to filter manually anyway, maybe that's not very nice. So let's just do the same one, but with the GoBuster. I wish I did here too. Should I to learn type the path, or am I lazier? And this is also learning. And as you can see, I've not used this once. It's more I'm kinda surprised that it's not more. So, but still, let's type, let's open up the last commands. We have the IP there. Let's just type everything this time. So, GoBuster for learning here, and it's there, which is easy to forget if you don't, type it. And then I have used R, which is nice. R is nice and works with GoBuster. And now we have all the things, and it would be so easy to just click, but let's type u http:// and then we have our IP, which is 10.10.84. And I remembered wrong here, 93. And we can do, I don't know if this matters or not, but let's add it. And then our word list is USR SHWO, and then we have used DI herb U DI USR share word lists. I should remember that. I don't yet. USR share word lists. Yeah. Oh. I forgot the Y. Is this half cheating, not typing it all anyway? And then I've decreased my threads. Maybe we should do like T30 because of the problems recently. I used to have 64, and then I've been decreasing and decreasing. So if we scroll up, it's 64, So recently I've been decreasing them. And I still didn't find everything, and I still got a lot of errors. I don't think we have any, right, because this is GoBuster. Let's go up to the Ferox Buster. We should also copy this. And it's JS. So this, for detecting file names, that's definitely a Ferox Buster thing. Definitely. So, if we go to the notes, and I'm going to add this to the web notes too. So let's add just a new file. We have to click here. So let's do 4.5 here. Ferox Buster. No. What happened? Oh, it's up there. Okay, this is too annoying. I can't have that. Can't have two. I was like, what? Am I still am I changing my GoBuster one? What? So, there. And apparently, Buster, all this graphics here in the start messes up the nice output we usually get from command line. So it's time to learn how to remove this bit, because I don't want to see this. But let's finish with GoBuster first. So we have our new GoBuster, and this is what we got last time. And then we use TXT and PHP. And now we have information here that this is actually JS, JPEG, GIF. So we can make a better one. We can make a better GoBuster one. So let's make a new one. That's, well, it's just because I have a 5 on there. 4.6. And this is GoBuster again. So this is just a quick bathroom break. Quick bathroom break. And why doesn't my phone work as it should? I'm getting the reconnect. Now it connected again. So that's interesting, because I use that a lot. It's probably because I'm still using the old app, so I need to update Sammy and I need to update to the new app on the phone. But not now. Bathroom break.
Time to do some lock picking. I heard you. So, I'm a noob. I got my first lockpicking stuff the 22nd. So we'll do that. Let's just paste what we had in the memory and things like that. I think we pasted this and we realized the file extensions. So I'm going just to complete the command that we were typing. And then I'll have to set up the camera, because it's not... Rather, the battery wouldn't work forever. We can start this and then we can lockpick while it's going. Christy says.
Morning there.
Good morning, Christy. Good morning. Welcome in. I think I might be starting to wake up. Let's see. And also yesterday I learned I shouldn't use comma between these. I should use space.
How it goes?
We're doing the Pickle Rick, which is in the very beginnerish learning path. I don't remember the name of it.
So we can look. Cause it's right here. So
Very
this
good.
one. Great. So we're doing this, and it's kinda, I remember it being very hard to find this one. And we just looked back at that, so
I loved the hat box.
oh, yeah, you loved it. Yeah, it's really digging. So we have the output from Ferox Buster. So let's use that now. Because I'm thinking maybe I should do both. Because this automatically detects the extensions. Now we know that we have JS, and I don't trust it to find everything. That's the problem. We have JS, we have, and then not doing that. Because if you do comma space, it searches, it doesn't find it, you know? So JS and GIF space JPEG. I'm just looking if there were any more. Nothing more. No, nothing more. And that's in the assets directory. Am I stupid to think there should be some HTML files, but they're just on the path? Sorry for looking at something you can't see. Let's run this one, and did we just add JS? No, it didn't work. The person telling me that this was the way to do it seemed to have been wrong. Because if we do comma here, it should work. Yeah, now we have all three. Right? Because this only had JS. Meaning we need the comma.
Comma with no space.
Yeah, comma with no space for GoBuster. And for Ferox Buster, space. No comma. But I think comma worked there too. I don't remember. Anyway, while this runs now, since we had the redeem, I'll just start this phone. That's up here. It's already started, so we don't have to start it, just have to open the app. There.
Just check the help always.
Yeah. But I
Or
don't
the
wanna.
man. Always.
At least if you want to. You could also look at your notes where you have the help saved.
Manual.
Yeah, I don't like man pages. I don't do. Personal opinion. It's probably that I don't like reading infinite text. So they could be good sometimes, unless if there's no help. Just getting some pliers out of the way here. And camera is on. Let's see if we have the actual app running too. No, so let's start. I don't start it at start of stream since the battery runs out and the phone goes crazy hot, so that's why. It looks kind of straight. So let's see if we switch to...
Well, Man Bash was a struggle for me, Man grep as well, but I did it many times. I can't say I remember all, but I got the Linux fundamentals from there.
Okay. Well, I used Man, but that was like 1984 or something. 1994 probably. Yeah. Because I was using DOS first.
And then there were, you had to use man.
Yay, but there is a reason is still their tongue.
Yeah, but only if you really want to dig into something. And I usually don't like that. It's, the helps files are so, or the helps are so good now. Should we just do, you can decide the lock. Let's see.
Amit C9 Dare says.
So R2.
Not using man and using Google is called working smart sometimes.
Zombie says.
Yeah.
Lock
Yeah,
picking.
Google, right? That's the thing. Because when Google didn't have all these things, then man was useful. Now it's not as useful. So that's exactly the thing. Before Google, man. Now Google. So if the help doesn't help, you Google.
Good morning.
My first thing is not good morning. Morning, zombie. Yeah, we got to
Christy
redeem
says.
for luck picking.
Ye Amit C9 Dare nowadays. D.
Yeah. So, we have a few locks.
Arta959 says.
I apologize, I accidentally pressed about lockpicking before. However, if something simple were possible, I'm not very practical in lockpicking.
Translated from Italian. Zombie says.
Oh, it's
Before
okay.
Google, man. Now, woman Courtney giggle.
Christy says.
A lot of people here don't know what to Google.
Zombie. A lot of people don't know what to Google, but you just type the command, usually. So, we have these locks. Or is this the key
Amit
for this
C9
one?
Dare says.
Eyes for them.
No. Oh my god, it almost didn't go. Oh, this is the other odd key. This is the key for this one. Yeah? So these locks, just select one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or should we do more than one? So we have these.
Christy says.
I'm thinking, is this actually a bit bent or is
Okay,
it
I'm a be on
shaped?
mobile.
Arta959
Okay.
says.
The number 4.
Number 4. Okay, this is the one with the plastic here. That's the newest one, I think. So then we will need the microscope too, because we can see then better. I'm just connecting the power. The blue light is on. And we could go to... Yeah, we could keep this scene, but just add the microscope up here. So this is the microscope. But then I'll have to preview this on my left screen because it's kind of tiny and behind everything. So going to there. So now I can see two. I can see. We actually aimed it at that lock. So this one, let's first just lock it. And we have kind of blurry. Let's focus this. So, and this is a lock that's meant for learning. And I'm a noob. You can count the days from the 22nd then. So this is like my 5th time doing, or 6th maybe, we're like that now. Maybe I should just have the one that's thicker separately, because maybe it's that one that's the thickest. Maybe it's this one. I think this one. So these are also bent, so this side is easier. If I put this in the lock like this, and it fits, let's see. Will it fit here? It's kind of tight. Oh my goodness. It's a bit tight. Maybe we'll do this one then. Where did I put that one? Here? Let's just take any of them. You see, this is very much more space. So that's why I was looking for the one that was kind of perfect for this. So I think this is good. So I broke the perfect paperclip by using it. I don't like this angle. I prefer when it's this way. So we'll have to, maybe I should bend them all, right? So that you can use, then I can hold it like this, and I can put all my fingers on here. Maybe I can use it like this too. There. Yeah? Because now I'm using the power. Like this. Anyway, we should be able to see here those pins in the lock and how a lock works. Let's see if we turn the light off. Nah, we need some light. Let's see if we lower the light a bit. Why am I messing with the light?
To Fantastic says.
Fix it 42 wave.
Hi, to Fantastic. Good morning. I don't know your time zone, I think. So when I push in the lock here, we can see that this moves. So, and I'm very new at
Zombie
this.
says.
Hello, Tevin.
I think I want it as a side, so let's refocus a bit there. So when I push these, we can see, oh, this is the first time I noticed something being tough to push up.
To Fantastic says.
Zombie Fix It 42 loves.
Lots of love. We want lots of love in here. So when I push these, I actually for the first time ever noticed it being a bit stuck. It's the first time. And maybe it's good to actually hold it in this crazy way, because I want you to see the clear plastic bit. I'm thinking I just need to turn more now, because I think it's kind of unlocked already. We'll see. Yeah, so maybe this lock is just a bit broken. Maybe I just need to turn this. We'll see. It's kind of lock turned now. I remember that this lock was a bit different from the other clear one. So this is the one the furthest in, and I can feel these much better. Okay. So apparently I didn't have a good grip with that one. It fell out.
Zombie says.
Did you manage to pick this lock before?
Yeah. It's very easy. So this one doesn't work because it
To
just
Fantastic
bends.
says.
Amin said GMT +2.
Translated from French.
Yeah. So you're the same time zone, right? Time is correct for you there. I was just crazy early. So this one is the one that was tight. So let's see. Yeah. So let's see if I can do this without hiding things. No, it's. I feel like I'm breaking the lock. Maybe I am. Yeah, the metal there. Can you see it? It's all squished. So let's try something else. This is a very... maybe I should just do my paper clip. The trusty paper clip, you know? I think if only it doesn't... if this works now, you know, it's kind of funny that you buy all these very expensive things for like $2 from Amazon, and then you use a paperclip and it's better.
Very
Zombie
expensive
says.
$2 things.
Good old Clippy.
Yeah, and I heard the click there. Maybe this is broken. We'll see, because it's very easy to open it. But I think it's supposed to like go pop out there by itself. I don't. Maybe yeah, I could reach that one. So this one, this one, this one, this one, and this is the one that's plastic inside. And I actually think that this is supposed to be open now. And the paperclip is like this now. So I'm thinking let's try the key. It's supposed to be here somewhere. Maybe this or maybe this. Yeah, so it unlocks if you just do the right thing. That's good. Because I tried turning this and things, so I was thinking maybe I broke it. Maybe I broke it. So we don't manage to have a good turning force, and the metal is bent here and here. So what should we try next? I know that I've tried one of these, the cheapest ones. I know that you can also do like down here and try. So maybe we should like try putting one of these like really in the lock, like this. And see, maybe this one is too thin. It's very bendy. And this one doesn't even work because but this one is wider. Will I even have room to like try to get the pick in there too? I think so. Let's try with this one. There instead. Cause up here seems a bit broken. See if I can fit this inside here. Yeah, and this is new to me. I've just put them on the top before. And this is much slower than I expected it to be. Cause this is just opened click every time. So let's try again to see if I can find where they are. There, I'm in the right place. So yeah, this is this the furthest one in? No, they're supposed to be further in. So there's those, that one, and we have these two, and now it's open. So now we could turn it better with this one. That's a good learning. So I used this kind of wide thing, and since it's still so thin, I still had a lot of space there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Archa 959 says.
Nice.
Zombie says.
The arm clap too.
Let's just try this one too. Yeah.
Fantastic says.
Fix it 42 like.
So this is the other one that has metal here. And I think that this one is even easier than that one. Let's see. If I'm not used to it being in the way there. So if we just... Yeah, you see, I just had to push 4 of them and then it opened. So that's even easier. So see if we can do with this one on this too.
Fix it 42 thug life. Smile, smile.
Oh, so that's what I'm supposed to add. So now I don't have to care about you seeing the side, which is kind of nice. So we can see if I can hold it differently. So now we just feel instead. Now this is more in the way, because this is a tinier one, right?
so not much to see. But I do feel stuff. We could also look there at the pin at this end here. That's what they look like inside. So if I try to move this with us looking in there, I'll have to hold more like this, I think. Come on, you're supposed to fit there. I managed to get the lockpick in there just a bit ago, so there.
I hope none of the people going to the same public pool as me watches this.
Okay. Oh, my fingers are getting tired, and I felt how it released all of the tension. So I'm holding it like this again, which is, I guess, is okay. So I have to restart from the beginning of this one again, because I released that tension there. And my fingers are tired, so I should have a kind of long time redeem on this.
Perhaps I should invest in a better padlock for the locker.
Because this is from the food store, right? So sometimes if you just... I don't think I've ever been this slow opening this one. So this is... we'll switch, because I can't reach... even the first time I opened it, it was like, what? It opened as easily as that one. So this is the normal Swedish food store lock. For $8. And you can't see a thing in the microscope. Maybe I should remove it. My hands are going too tired. Maybe I should give up because my hand's not working, but I don't like giving up. But I'm really tired. My fingers are really tired. So the lock of it's nice and listen to me, and that my fingers need a rest. So I think maybe I'll even turn off.
Translated from Swedish.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I'm turning off the lock picking because my hands are dead. We've had some physical exercise, hand exercise now. That's what lockpicking actually is. I don't know people who just push on the locks hard. I could never do that. I guess I need to train more. So let's go back here. No? Alright. This is actually switched to left screen only. I'm previewing. So we need to close. And I did drink a bit. Just a little of this, but I still need to go pee at once. That's one reason not to buy these. What on earth makes you... What does your body want to get rid of that much that you have to go pee at once a million times? So, better drink some more of it. Or throw it out. Yeah, so microscope, it's in the way. The mic,
there's
we
probably a certain technique to use so you can be more relaxed in the hands while picking locks.
No, but you have to put the tension on there. That's the whole thing that you're doing. And I must say that our timing is kind of great, though.
it only found assets. So did I do a typo? Or what happened? Yeah, quick bathroom break, really quick this time.
Great timing indeed.
Oh, there. A few kilos lighter, it feels like. So, let's see. If we compare this GoBuster scan, which is very tiny, and we compare it to our previous scan. So let's look here. It found these files. And then we have lots of 404s too, so if we just look at this, we did have... I'm thinking I should look at the GoBuster help, but I've used this command a few times, so I should kind of know how it works. But the only directory is assets, so that's correct. But it didn't find any files, so this is not for, since we already had the old scan. Yeah, by the way, let's compare to GoBuster itself. This is the old GoBuster scan with TXT and PHP. I didn't do TXT now. And FerrexBuster didn't find any PHP files. So I guess we should have done TXT PHP instead. So if we go back, sorry for switching all around, and actually do this old scan.
R2-959 says,
What you have got on login.php and portal.php.
Let's see here. Copy. What I based the search on, let's see if I didn't actually read what I was looking at, is this. That it found... I'm thinking, since we added JS, it should find the JS files, right? We added GIF, so it should find the GIF file. And we added JPEG. We didn't add JPG. So these files should be found even if they're not important, And this did not find the PHP files. Because we set the E option, which is find automatically the extensions, and didn't find PHP files. So we would have to tell FerrexBuster what we're looking for it to find it. And that's kind of, if we going to use the find that files automatically option, and it's, it doesn't find the files we want to find. So let's just compare these two commands. We have, of course, a new IP, which is 184, 193. Oh.
I've done that so many times. Cause so well, I guess I pressed insert by mistake, which could give you very funny results there. So it's only the T50 here. Let's use 30 instead. Maybe we should just try 64 and see what happens. Maybe we have internet has a good day today. No errors yet. Comparing to the old one. So now we have found login and portal. And then we have the denied PHP. You'll find. Let's start looking so we don't have to spend all day on nothing. So let's look first at login .php. So here we have a login page. So if we look at the portal one, what? Oh, it's not loaded yet. So portal. And we will automatically see the denied one, I think. No, we're sent to the login one. So when we log in, because we do have information, you know, if you remember from this page, we found in the comments of the web page this exists here, and then we've had this, which kind of looks like a hinted password, ugly style here. And I have tested this before. So since this is the second, I didn't finish it. So let's finish it today. And I'm not typing wabba labba dub dub. Is this some kind of reference to this program? Is it a TV show? What is it? I don't know. So now we get this. This is this. This is this. Then we have only the real Rick can view this page. And this is where I think I left this one. So we can only do commands. No, we should be able to do commands. It's just slow. There. So we could do LSLA here. And it remembers the commands. That's interesting. There. So now we can see we have a text file there. Oh my god, let's cut that, right? So I don't have to actually. Oh, and I've pasted it first. So if we execute this, command disable to make it hard for future Pickle Rick. So if we LSLA again, then I kind of know then, because I did this, that if we do less, this, we get our first thing, but it's very slow. But we're also doing the scan right, so still 46%. So we have the first, this is the first one. I guess that we would have to try different commands here, and that this is what we should continue with. Only I kind of feel not fresh on this and not knowledgeable. But if we just make sure that we're up to, this is what we have notes on. Oh, right. If we right click here, we find this on the login page.
You can
This
try to
number.
take the username if it work with /etc/password.
Yeah, we could try that. Let's do that. So anyway, I have this documented already. So let's continue here. What we'll do next, and let's make notes at the same time, so I don't like lose stuff or anything, because I've done that before. Like a script cleaning out doing a clear, just doing a clear, and all the things disappeared. I also tried this thingy for some reason. I think I tried that. Oh, and what? Yeah, I did try some stuff. Or is that me, really? I don't have any memory. And how did it suddenly pop up things? Was it because I typed something in? This is just a space. Okay. I did try something. But yeah, why did I type that? Suck. This can't be right? So I need to update my notes and learn these things to just know them. So we have this here now, web 1, but we don't have other things I might want to know, like the shell information. But we can still have this open, so it does automatically open a new one. So let's close that. And if we look at this, alright, this was just to get spaces. Why do I have this here? Because I was going to, this was what I was doing another day, and then I stopped. Well, we could just look in the browser. And these, we do have PHP too, right? So if we could upload this, or we would have to upload something. We could try to upload something. That could be a thing to try. But I'm thinking that this is webbish, that everything's connected.
Fixerbot says. New follower Sayok. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Sayok. Welcome in. So I'm going to look. Do I have like here maybe something even? Nah. Let's just go to the browser and look at this. Cause we can, we can ls. So I was just thinking, what was I doing there? That was very odd to put that on the line. Let's just remove it and let's just try this. So if we just copy this first, we'll try yours thing too. So let's also add this to the notes. I'm just adding it to the notes. So I just added that line there, and then we paste it in here and see what happens. Right, we didn't get an output, which is okay, but we didn't have anything listening. Oh, right, this is done. So let's compare it to the notes, the old notes. GoBuster, comparing. Clue, server status, denied, fee, Rovos portal. So we got exactly the same result. We don't have to add this to our notes, since it's already there. Here, but let's go up, and the second GoBuster, we can just delete this. So, and then we have the web one, where we're going to add stuff here. Let's go back here, and I like to, keep the stuff there. Now we have notes on it, but still, it could be nice to look back on. We have it in the notes. Maybe we should just continue the same one. But let's just start this. Otherwise, it's kind of useless trying to connect to it. So when I press space, I get like a list of things. So yeah, which one was actually the one we did now? It's the I one. And this one, what? Yeah, okay. Well, let's just do this one then. And I don't think this worked. I'm very new at this, so you're allowed to help me very much if I'm stuck, but not just tell me stuff otherwise. So let's add password, just because we have that suggestion. So we can use less, we know that. So we can look at its password, and I'm not thinking this is like a brute force thing or anything. So, but let's maybe I shouldn't assume anything. That's what one of my kids keep telling me. Don't assume that I know things. So I should ask him instead of assuming. That is a nice. So did I type it right? Less. Yeah, but we didn't get an error message. So I'm just Control-Xing that and doing LSA to make sure we still get output. We do. So what if we LSLA assets? So we can do assets too, and we can see those files. So if we LSL again to remember what on earth the files were, and I think I had tried also to do less on one of the PHP files. Maybe I need to do this. So let's do portal.php.
R2959 says,
I am sorry we cannot see it.
So now we have a very funny output, but oh, that's nice, eh? So if we look at the source for this, or we could look in burp.
So here we have the PHP. Let's look in burp instead, and we have the same that string that was the rabbit hole. It turns into rabbit hole after like 5 or 6 decodings. Commands array, look. Can't use cat. This is interesting, but I don't like the format of this, so let's just copy it all. And let's go to our left screen. And so we're looking at Portal PHP in Portal PHP, which is kind of messed up. So what are we at? 6 portal.php, and we want this to be PHP, and we're pasting it, and it's inside itself, you know. So the HTML here would be the end, and then we should look for the other pre tag, right? So if we search for pre, we have the start. So everything above this will delete there, and we can more easily read this. Just the HTML first. Contains. String from SSDRA. Okay, so it's just a function to see if something contains something, and this is just it doing its best to understand characters and making them look funny. And then we have this can't use cat thing, an array cat, head, more, tail, none of them. You can see why it couldn't even do head or tail. So I tried lots of things before less worked. If isset post command. Okay. If contains, yeah, and this is where it checks through them. If it's in this list, and I scrolled too much up, it was just here. I'll have to search for this one in Google, not in this. So, find the numeric position of the first occurrence. Okay, so it's looking through all the string. That's what I was looking for. So if we had a file called something with cat, we wouldn't do that, couldn't do that either. So no files called cat in this one. Or head, or more, or having vi in them even. Command disabled. Yeah, so this is a command disabling. Now we know what commands we can't use, and this is really just these. There are no other limitations there. Then it just shall exec this. Post command. Oh my.
I was just thinking we might as well look here. We have all the commands there, so we could just send it like this instead, and don't have to mess about with this thing, right? Though the PHP server side will still have to avoid the things. Or we can take one of these and send to the repeater and play with it here. The command. Maybe it's easier though to just type it in the browser. I know that someone who's experienced would just see, oh, we have the amazing possibility of shell exec. I know exactly what to do. For me, it's like, oh my god, now I should know this. What was it? What should I do? What can I do? What possibilities do I have? What could possibly work here? So, what possibilities do we have when we know we can do shell exec? Should we upload a file? Upload a reverse shell? I don't see any limitations for that. So if we do search for shell, Google shell exec and well, I wouldn't need to write, would I? I had this right here. I'm trying to switch programs, but it doesn't wanna. So let's tab. So we had this note just a tiny bit ago, right? We kind of already have a web shell. We didn't need to upload it. It did it for us. So we should just be able to run what on earth this is. And we have a link to the rev shells. So, my god. So if we just put this, now I'll have to decode this, but oh, I got an ad on my Liorum Board 2 app on the phone. You just get one when it starts, and it didn't come until now. So that was kind of funny. So if we just replace this thing, just we could send this there, and we have the output here, and this works. So if we make the change to use this instead, and before I do this, I'm going to just decode this to look at it and then encode it again. Yeah, it's just doing TCP this SHI. So I think I tried this. I think. Let's just look back at the browser's own history here. If I press space, I can see it. And we did this, you know. But this is just doing sh instead of doing bin bash. So let's try this. And also let's do it in burp. But this is the same thing I tried. So maybe I wasn't all, you know, lost last time. Now it's back to encoded. I just undid what I did. Undid the thing I did. And we send this. And we didn't get anything as the output. And we don't have anything here.
So just to restart it. So now let's do the Googling. Do I have... yeah, I have that now. So what I wanted is the... my god. I'm just looking for the file. I'll have to scroll. So let's minimize that one because I'm getting confuzzled. Then we open this one so we can go back to it easily. And what I wanted to see was shell exec in PHP. So if we have shell exec and PHP, should I just do the classic there? So command injection, examples and prevention. We want examples, thank you. And we don't do exec, it's shell exec, so well, I guess we should just try downloading a file. But this kind of annoys me that maybe I'm not reading it. So if we just search for shell exec, it's not actually there. No, it's underscore exec. Let's look again. Yeah. And I copy pasted it, right? Oh my. I typed in my netcat. Apparently. Oh, but people, you have to tell me if I was on the wrong screen. I was Googling here and you said nothing. You didn't say a thing. We were Googling and I was looking at this page and I didn't find anything. So I was thinking, let's try and find whatever I was looking for. And it's not on the page. So why did Google send us this one? Because it can't do the underscore, maybe? No, we didn't get that hit, so now we have hack tricks. That's nice. Yeah, so what's the difference between exec and shell exec would be kind of interesting too. And we also get the output back. So we have a very, very nice, like a web shell with a tiny, tiny limitation of cat. Nothing else is limited. And I still don't know what to do. P open, reads write pipeline. Oh my, have I been streaming long enough for my ear to go low battery? Apparently, we'll charge it. Time for other ear. Oh my god, it's 11 already. Well, I
was very tired at start. This is one of the things that I would expect myself to already know. But here we have again okay, so this is some kind of old version. In the shell lexic we could just do anything. So I'm just not good at web things. My brain just breaks down from it being web. And I kind of panic. Though I think I kind of have.
Ang31D says.
Hi. Good morning.
We are live.
I get this lunch now. I have this very, very nice thing here. And I can't remember a good thing to do. So let's see here. We have this very nice command. It's giving us a web shell. And the only limitation is that it's not cat head more tail nano. That's the only limitation. So I'm like, I should be able to do this easily.
R2-959 says.
Can I suggest something if it could work just to try it?
Yeah. Suggest it. Because oh look, my
Christy
phone
says.
is loading again.
A wild angel came hello.
Welcome in, angel. So
Ang31D says.
Hee.
Translated from Tagalog.
So Artu, just suggest stuff. And I should try to pronounce it with an Italian accent, but I'm not good at Italian accent. Though when I worked at Combat Support in Ireland, I was next to the Italians. Oh, what was it they kept saying? I don't remember, but they keep repeating one word all of the time. In Italian. So that was long ago. That was 1995.
Christy says.
Glad to see you smile and working, so we'll be lurking around. Smile.
Thank you for the lurk, Christy. Anyway, let's continue digging. And if you have suggestions,
R2-959 says.
Create a file on your computer with the
I
reverse
was
shell the one in
thinking
Bash.
downloading a
Then
file.
open a Python server on your PC and try to curl the file.
Yeah,
Translated from Italian.
exactly. That's what is meant by we should download a file. Only I'm thinking we should be able to just. Why doesn't this work? Because I had my web shell to
Looks like all banned words are about editors or file out. Try tag, cat in reverse. It will do as cat but output in reverse smile.
R2-959 says.
Yeah, but we did less work, so we can output files.
/ your
That's
IP
how we
greater
got the
than
PHP.
/ file bash.
Yeah. Right. Okay, we could do that. Thank you. But why now we have Angel who hopefully could help me why this doesn't work. This is this.
Ang31D says.
Shouldn't this work?
I think
and
you
we
should
also
lower
tried,
the chat audio volume a bit.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's just my audio volume. Okay. I think I have it usually at 50%. So now it's at 50%. So try TTS.
Not you, but the chat.
Yeah. That's a bit loud, right? So how is this? Let's try now. You say something again.
Test.
What do you think? since it goes through this, and it's then goes to OBS. I could change desktop's volume, but I haven't done that ever, and I don't think I've had a low volume, so I'm thinking it's this.
Maybe. Depends if you are talking at the same time.
Yeah, and that's the TTS is supposed to mute, when I'm talking. So I have the settings. Let's see. I know that if I do pause TTS when speaking,
translated from German.
And I have this checked. I think that should be enough. I tried just checking everything and it still doesn't pause. So it's supposed to, we have to start voice recognition. I haven't bothered because, and then it's supposed to, let's see if it connects, enabled. And then when I speak, it's supposed to stop being enabled, So this feature doesn't work right now. And also I can't use the TTS ban and ban buttons. So though Security Live suggested I use the dev TTS, we could try the not dev version too, but I think it's might be even more things there. Do you think we should try switching in the middle of stream, or should we focus on the actual knowledge learning? Let's just continue. As long as you can hear the TTS, because that's important. I know how annoying it is, and if you can't hear, or maybe there's music so you can't hear the TTS at all. So
whatever rocks your boat, D.
So anyway, this was something I used for another box, and this worked. Where I had uploaded something, I think, the reverse. And this was called reverse shell, though it's a web shell, so it's kind of bad naming. But then we got... so let's... Did I copy it? No? We had the Google of that there. So let's...
R2 959
this is actually
says,
this. Oh my god.
Did you try also to put -C -I?
Let's just copy and I'll see. So the one that we had there was this one, and we also tried. Damn it! I usually switch. Oh, now it popped back up, but it keeps disconnecting for some reason. Annoying. So my right screen, you should see my right screen now. I'm just going to have OBS on top there so I can see where I am at. And I was going for the web page, Firefox, and I have that down there because we have VMware's line up there. So this is when we got the PHP here, and we have done these bin bash, and we have tried. I think there were others too. Well. So I guess why would I try that? Whatever. I'd even tried this because I didn't know what to do. But we could try Python and do a more complicated Python thing too. But I'm thinking downloading a file. But why doesn't this work? Because we don't have any limitations. We could the thing we had was just this, was just sh. But so C instead of I. Yeah. So adding it in another level.
Ang31D says,
It could be due to the browser trying to be smart and encode the input.
Yeah.
R2 959 says,
that's why we started
Payload, you can try to
this.
pick up the /bin/bash that you have in the command suggestions and add at the beginning, -C.
translated from Italian.
Let's see. You can try to pick up bin bash I. Too many messages. So I'm thinking let's just add to this one. Let's do bash instead of sh. So let's do bash here, and let's add these there,
And let's do bash C for this. I think that's it, right? And then we could also try encoding it all and decoding it. That could be the way. But let's just try this first. And I just put the character at the wrong place. Sorry. There. So if we encode this just URL
Your
encoding.
IP ported would be bash c bash I greater than n slash dev slash tcp slash 0 greater than n1.
Translated from Italian.
Oh, I love the translation. I hope it doesn't mangle things, though.
Ang31D says.
You'll need to encode
Yeah.
and.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might need to encode it, so I had a page on that up just a bit ago. Did I make any notes? Because usually when I stream I close things down. Maybe I save the links though, usually, to some curious number called tab thingy. So let's do the normal encoding. That was what I was just about to do. Let's do them all in characters. Will that be seriously bad?
Arduku says.
Key characters?
Control plus U, I think is URL encode.
Yeah. I was only thinking there's U is the key characters, and last time I used all characters because I was trying to get the angle brackets and stuff, and it didn't do them. So, Control U. I need to learn that too for the normal one. So let's send this and see what happens. That's a good sign. So.
R2-959
Nice.
says.
It
So
works.
it worked. We didn't have to do I was thinking basics before encoding it. We didn't have to.
Ang31D says.
We're in.
Yeah. I'll have to make a redeem for that, right? So you can click redeem. So let's just add this to the notes. And I just pasted what I had, and that was this. That's funny. I'm going back to the burp view here, and I'm actually copying the command here, and let's paste it here. So why did I only get this bit? Whatever. Yeah, this is the same thing. So I'm going to actually undo the encoding, so I can also copy it in clear text and put this here. And let's do URL. You can see the right screen, right? URL encoded. There. And let's also do these so we don't get any messy character thingies. So notes are important, or I won't remember what I'm doing, right? Yeah, so now we can explore the machine. So let's add a node there, up here. Let's add a new node, which is 7. Whatever. Should I call it whatever? So, well, shell. And go back to the netcat. So now we're in here. So I assume that we will have more stuff. So some people complain that I just do LSLA all the time, but I do. And we even have a nice looking front. We don't have to bother. We can just hope not to press Ctrl C. Backups. Okay. That's kind of big. if we would cat this, we would get like did I spell this right? We'll see. Yeah, long file. Should have grabbed for something, I guess. So, extended states. I guess this is not useful, but we can see like some information here. This is new to me. I've never seen this file. Apache. Lots of PHP. CPV. Sorry if I'm boring reading this. PHP 7 Gs. Lots of PHP. Fake root. So, we read that. Anyone who thought that was interesting? Just let's make sure there were no other files there. So, let's... or was there... So, should I look like here? I don't know these directories. So, and we didn't even know my. Yeah, well, I guess it's jumping to from web. But this is just what we need from this. It's just to get 2 ingredients. But I guess the ingredients could
FixerBot
be like...
says. New follower Tallreese. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Tallreese. Welcome in. So I'm kind of thinking that... let's look at what this looks like. And this is supposed to be like web things, I believe. Alright. That was good timing, right? We've been kind of repeating our old steps, testing Ferox Buster, comparing it to Go Buster and stuff. So time passes quickly. We're looking for 2 ingredients. And I guess these are like flags we just don't know where they are. And this one was a text file. Contents of a text file called whatever it was. Let's go back to the I think it was there's a second web. We had a clue. Look around the file system, so that's kind of what we're doing then. So we had this clue. We should look around the file system, right? But this is how we found the first ingredient. So it was one of the files that we could see here, and we could, after a million attempts, manage to do less on it, and we found a way to see it. But I guess we could have just also gone to the box, but I thought everything would be in the web. So That's what I thought back then, in the ancient times. So I'm sorry, but drinking energy drinks make me have to go to the bathroom and pee again. So I'm so sorry for a quick break again.
New follower Will Pierce. Less than 3.
I just realized I just put this in the note for just everything, you know. I didn't put it in the
Arduku
box
says.
notes.
Since the hint was look around, I would also check in /home to see what users are on the box, and maybe you have read permissions.
Yeah, let's look there and let's do all the... a few days ago, I made this... You know, we were building at the start of stream a what to do for searching web. And I did the same thing for checking around in the shell for Linux, exploring. So let's just follow that one. But first, I'll just take a screenshot of the burp, so that I don't close burp and have to redo stuff to get an image. So just quickly open... Yeah, we just took the screenshot too before. So I'm just going to print screen, paste, and S, and this is what we sent. Let's just copy that to the notes. So now we have the way here, and it's kind of obvious, right, that we sent this. Send this to burp. And then we did what we just added to our other notes. Do we still have it up? We'll have to scroll down again. Was it this one I added it to, right? So this, just added it to these notes. So web shell to real shell kind of thing. And I was thinking about deleting this note. So this is where I want it to be. Paste it. And this is the screenshot. So we have the way how we ended up in the shell. And then we can just explore more. I just want to be up to date, so it's so annoying to lose where you're at because like something crashes or whatever. Or as I mentioned before, that I run a script that cleared the screen and I had like the big history. I don't think there's anything really useful here since we haven't found any good files yet. But I would like to be able to, you know, paste some of this maybe into the... Let's look. Home is a very good suggestion. Also, let's open the notes I was talking about. So if I'm going to make these better, yeah, we should probably use them. So let's just go through this. And we have checking home here somewhere. I think it's actually
find users. Yeah, and also check permissions on other users' directories, because sometimes you have permissions there and there's something interesting. So let's follow this to-do list. We don't have to do HMI, we already did that. But we didn't like check what the machine really is. We could. I was thinking about doing, you know, Unime on the web. Let's do it on the web, right? So if we uname just -a here. Oh, we're logged out. Okay, whatever. Let's not do it that way then. This is just for learning, you know. I'm not doing these for the machines, or for these things themselves. We're doing this only for the reason of learning. So let's just forget about burp, forget about this, and focus on this, and let's do it the easiest way. I was just curious. It should work, you know, everything. So now we know we have Ubuntu, which is not really anything we need to know, I guess, because probably in the file system. So my next list point here is to LSLA in home, and we did that. We don't have a home, right? So let's look at home. Typing on the wrong screen. Where am I? I have to double click on the VM. I didn't do. So yeah, let's LSLA. Does this user have a home? Let's just see if it has it. Just to see. And it's this, right? So let's see if other users then. So let's go to home. And look here. And we have rec and we have Ubuntu. So rec. Let's look at rec. And I'm kind of thinking we will have stuff here. Second ingredient, yeah. So let's cat second ingredient. Okay. Let's copy.
You need to escape the space.
Alright, of course, that's why. I'm so used to just tabbing and the name is just poofed, you know? So so I did actually type it right then. So let's see and right, so we can do just
or put the file
this.
name in or.
Yeah, but not a directory. It's not a directory. Oh my god, I was catting. I wasn't seeding.
Or you can just cat second.
Will Pierce says.
You proceed to space with many ways
Yeah,
low.
yeah. So I was thinking, let's do always, and arrow up, of course, doesn't work. So let's cat. I'll have to type it this time. Second, and then just \space ingredient. I think it's right. Yeah. So anyway, let's put this into the page. So let's go to here, paste. Oh, and we got a 3-day streak. I should do something on this specifically every day, I guess, to get the streak up again. Though I don't like the time zone problem. It shouldn't be local time zone, not like doesn't
Fixerbot
work.
says.
Oh,
thank
New
you. Thanks
follower
for the
Ang31D.
follow.
Less than 3.
Angel. Thank you. So, I'm thinking, of course, I've done this before, you know, with the backslash, but should I add it to my notes? I was thinking I can do backslash, but what should I add more? And then it's just a space. So like have some kind of tricks. So I do have the Linux bit up here somewhere. Linux, and this is more like just normal stuff, you know. So we could have like escaping here. Typing on the command line.
New follower Workspend. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Workspend. Typing on the command line. Because you can't forget these things, right? So, space in, let's do file name. So, with space, and then do with backslash space, and we will have to go this, or it won't show that unless we make 2, and that will be kind of not good, right, when we're trying to tell ourselves how we're supposed to fix it. So we need to use something, and of course, should I do singles 1, 2? 1 with singles. And I don't know, there is some kind of difference between single and double quotes in Linux. Maybe I should restart that later, not now at least. So we have this at least in our notes now, and it would be probably easier to Google. But this kind of thing could be like, how do you Google on a space? What I was doing though.
Ang31D says.
Yeah.
Double quote will resolve variables. Single quote not.
Good. So, let's add that after here. Will resolve variables, meaning that sometimes
any special
you want
character
one.
can mess up in double quote.
Yeah, so special characters. That's good. And if we use like this, will not. I'm thinking also when we're sending stuff, you know, and we want different levels of passing through different things, we can use these things to make the right thing get the information and not the wrong thing we want, and so on. And I guess the only way to really learn it is practice. So let's continue. So we still have no notes here, but we have this now. I'm thinking let's put this like this maybe, and let's put this in the notes so that I don't have to read those stuff.
Workspend says. String interpolation? Or just bars? Does it eval expression like this, $1 + 2? Thanks.
Try it. We can try it at once. Should we try it on our or on the its? Huh? So, sorry, arrows.
So let's open a new tab here, and we can try it.
Ang31D says.
If you are used to tab completion, then why not practice on the Python T spawn to get a proper shell smile smile?
I'm just lazy, because I don't remember it in my head, but I should practice it. Yeah. Because it's kind of nice. But usually I think these are so quick, so it's not worth the time. But for practice, you're completely right. You're completely right. But just let's do this test for work spend here. So will it eval expressions? So let's actually just do this. And this is like a programmer habit to do both of them at the same time, and then go back. And all the new editors breaks this for me, unless they're even better and gets that that's already there. So, and just hops to the right, String interpolation, I'm meaning StreamerBot. I'm annoyed at StreamerBot. I get 3 of them all the time. String interpolation or just vars?
Arduku
Will this
says.
work?
You can test it with echo path, $path versus echo path, $path.
Okay. Let's copy and let's paste this. So now we have, that's a good example. We have using a variable we already have. And this is not a test of the actual thing we were testing, though. This is just a test of this, right? Because this we already know the answer on. That the first one will and the second one won't. So what was I typing? Echo. 1 plus 2. We will have to have something doing that. We can just do it anyway and see for learning purposes what this does. And I should have added that first. I'm just thinking, what key do I press? Alt GR4. And I should know that from typing it already. So we don't have any we don't have anything, there's no variable. So what could we test this with? Your question. Maybe this is more like a question for the more knowledgeable people. So if we do here instead, I don't know how these parentheses that I call måsvingar in Swedish, bird wings, the bird wings, how these will work, will it just do this as a strings? Because this is just strings. But now we were talking variables, so will this use on the variable PA and PH? So if we do path plus path here, that's probably a better test, alright? So also case sensitivity, I assume. And also actually typing the right words. Path. Yeah, so that's what we got. Did I do it right? Because if we do echo path plus path, we will get the path plus the path there. And if we do echo path, and then we do a parenthesis normal, this will probably, yeah, what are you doing? So how do the bird wings work in the Linux prompt? I don't know. And we can't really look it up here. And if you just look for, yeah, okay, learning pause here. We need to explore this. So let's just ask the question. And I'm thinking this is a word question, so let's ChatGPT it. and we say how, because Googling,
Ang31D
once there.
says.
Echo text dollar command, in this case dollar, will have preceding and happen before the echo text, the same as backticks.
Oh, work. I think it understood my spelling wrong. Okay, text command, in this case, will have preceding and append. Yeah, because this is order parenthesis. So it's the order of things. So let's just look at this, what it says. They're used for several purposes in Bash. Grouping commands. So this is a list of commands when you use semicolon. Useful when you want to apply an operation to a group of commands. Well, this is not really an example, but this will execute command if they are part of a single command. So I guess if you would want to run these, I don't have a good example. Brace expansion. Curly braces can be used for brace expansion, where a specific pattern within the braces is expanded into a comma-separated list. So we get 1, 2, 3 here. Yeah, good. And parameter expansion. Instead, double quote, curly braces can be used for parameter expansions to explicitly specify the boundaries of variables. For example, this is, it shows that the variable is clearly separated from the surrounding text. So if we remove the parentheses here, they would still be the same, because it's still double quotes. I don't see the difference. So let's do this as a test, because we don't trust 100% either. And also we are not using Bash, which is also interesting, because I was trying something the other day that didn't work. Oh, we have copied the new line. I'm just copying more carefully. And failing to paste again there. So now we can change this to path. And we do the same without these. And do that. And it works exactly the same. So in this case I don't see the reason why we would use it. That's what I would assume. I don't want to have a discussion with ChatGPT about this, so I'm not going to ask anymore. Curly braces can be used for indirect variable deferring. For example, okay, let's actually read. var1 is value, var2 is var1. Okay, I get it. Versatile and used to grouping commands. So 4.5 hours already. And let's now look at your text angel. Echo text command, in this case, will have preceding and happen before the echo text, same as the backticks. Oh, yeah, that was a parenthesis.
Kitty says.
Nori, not
24-hour stream like Wolo.
Well, you said the same thing yesterday. I'm not going to do a 24-hour stream because I have kids, so that's kind of the reason. I will still have kids tomorrow. So, or should I say because I have a life, and also because this time tomorrow I will have been working for 4 hours.
Arduku says.
If you at the last 2 or 3 streams, yes, smiles.
Yeah, add the streams together. Because you can tend to be going along. The kids have a break now, so if this wasn't Easter break, I would have been stopping streaming now, and I would have been making lunch for my kids, and then I would have been driving one of them to school, waiting for an hour, and possibly doing a test IRL stream then, and then I would have been going back home and just like lazy studying or something, and spending some more time with the kids. So they have Easter break and they get less of their mommy. Well, I don't know.
Workspan says.
Echo $1 + 2. So here it is. It seems that is how the eval expression works in Bash.
Okay. So, but what do you mean of 1 + 2 and double parentheses, right? Because what are you trying to get? Just evaluate 1 + 2. Just doing simple maths? Is that the purpose? Yeah, that's probably what you want, right? I was thinking, why the dollar?
Yep.
So,
Ang 31D says.
Let's go and
Double
paste
parent
this.
are used for math.
Okay, so if we do this, we get 3. Okay, so what if we just do this? We get the text. Okay, great. So let's add this too. And we need this to be realizing it needs to think here. Just a thing to learn. There's no real logic except that this is how it's done. So let's add this also to the Linux notes that are in between here. Linux, and then we had my... Can't I find my just recently created thingy? I didn't name it well. Didn't I create it here? Did I do something crazy? And what did I do? So if we're back, yeah, it's here. Linux, typing on the command line. So if we close this down. Oh, so we have lots of other things here. That's why. I thought this was the only one here. So that's why. So it's down here. Okie dokie. Yeah. So, okay, that was a very good paste.
Will be useful during Bash scripting to X +1 to a variable in A for loop. You can have an example in my CRTSH script at web link.
Nice. Yeah, I was about to ask you if you had a GitHub too. There we have it.
argidx equals $argidx +1.
Translated from Vietnamese.
Oh, you speak Vietnamese too. That's nice to know. I think it's kind of funny. The TTS. Yeah, so of course we can't just echo it. Of course we can put it in a
LOL
variable.
assume I do.
Yeah, I assume you know everything by now, right? You know everything. Will be useful during bash scripting, right? Yeah. So, you know, once upon a time, we used to make autoexec bat files and config.sys files. You know all of that. And then I also made scripts for bash, like in 1994, 1995. I had NetBSD on my Amiga at some time there, looking at the Linux source code back then, and then I haven't been using it much, and it's just like, yeah, what was the command for that? And now I noticed also, I'm going to add another note to here that I added down here somewhere yesterday. It's probably in the web bit with, was it here? Yeah. So this is a space. So this is very connected to what we're doing. So this was just my test to see if it was actually working.
And this doesn't work on CSH. It works only on Bash, because I tried it. I have my VSH Ubuntu here, you know, and there it works. And also if you switch in Kali to Bash, it works. So these things are also annoying. Annoying. So let's add this too. And also I'll have to look into IFS more, how it works, because I was also helping someone the other day, and we were setting, then we were doing like this IFS equals to square bracket. Where on earth do I have the square bracket? There. And then we did other things, and we couldn't use, you know, so whatever, wrong character, command, requiring spaces, and this was in a web thing, so yeah, it was like this, I think. And I think I'm right there. I think so. Let's do I remember right? So, let's add your stuff now. Yeah, let's add it to the notes, cause examples are good and memories are bad. So Myvar is a very good name, right? There. So what did I oh, right, you had some okay. +1. Is this from a script you have? It will be useful during bash scripting, for example, +set to variable for loop. You can have example here. And I think I clicked the link. Yeah. Okay, recon tools. Cool. I will read this. Not right now, right? Yeah, very cool, very cool. I need to relearn and learn things. And I will probably forget things that are language specific syntax when programming. I always have to re-Google. How on earth did you convert in C# a string to
Read and remember, there will be a
int,
quiz tongue.
Yeah, okay. Was it you that told me the same a bit ago? Or was it someone else saying it yesterday? I don't know. I got the same. I'm motivated to learn. I am hoping for there not being quiz, right? So this one we're kind of done with. Let's clean up a bit. This one we're still working on, but it's
The only way to
still
learn
here.
is molding and doing.
Yeah, exactly. So learning by doing, that's the thing. And the machine should not have timed that because we added an hour. So let's just check. We have 33 minutes, so I'm adding another hour. We spent 45 minutes there on stuff since we got the prompt. Stuff is good. We learn from stuff. And I'm starting to get hungry actually. It's lunchtime. So let's continue a bit. But to stop me from getting some of
Christy
the Easter
says.
candy, I bought too much for
Or-
the kids. Or is that my tummy? I can hear it.
Fixerbot says.
Okay,
Time to
now
move
it's
it, move it.
5. We increase
5
it
chair
from
sit-ups
3 to
redeemed.
5. Okay, let's do some sit-ups. So, turning my chair. Should we give you the big cam here? Okay, so
Christy says.
let's do the
Colon D.
4. A few more, I think. Whew. Yeah, keep the brain running. It runs on not staying still, falling asleep in your chair, being boring. So, back.
Now she will remember for sure. D.
Okay, but I had to read the script to remember it. I don't know what I'm supposed to remember, you know?
Ange 31D. Add more pain to the pain.
Seriously, I'm hungry. I'm thinking, what could I do that's quick, you know? I could just get some sandwiches. I could boil some eggs. That's really quick and lots of energy. What would my kids want? I think that one of them just ate one of these Thai
Ang
cubes.
31D says.
You don't have to remember, just remember where to find code and remember from that.
Yeah, and I find the code from Google, right? For the code.
Kitty says.
And I did the
I would like sush pizza, please.
ChatGPT, because I'm thinking Googling for parentheses might not be the easiest way to Google for. Easiest way to find information. And it won't
Christy
find
says.
up things, I think,
True.
about such a basic thing. We tried and tested. I'm just kind of reading at the same time here. Cause the TTS is not pausing when I speak, which it usually does. So I'm not used really to having to. Oh, I was talking. Should I be quiet now? Yeah. So, we explored this big, very good parenthesis here to everything. Was I actually doing something? Yeah, this was just an arrow up, I guess. And this is kind of nice, right? So, in reality, we should actually check if it's the same in Bash. But I assume since we got this knowledge from you and from ChatGPT saying it was Bash, it should be the same. So let's go back to our machine, which is hopefully still here. Hello there, you still there? Yeah. And let's follow Angel's suggestion to actually stabilize the shell a bit. Maybe I should have that in my what to do when you get terminal. And I'm like, how on earth do I switch to this screen? Then maybe it's lunchtime. Let's see. I'm thinking I'll keep streaming for a bit. I want to finish this one too. Before at least. So this is not a web I'm looking for. We could actually. So in the start here one, which let's rename it to Linux. So we have the start here for web, we have the start here for Linux, and when I have them open like this, I can see it, and I could pin them also if I want to. Let's close these. We have this one here. The acronyms we can close. We can close this. We have gotten all we needed there from this. And we've continued on. This one, yeah, it was just to show that. Let's close it too. I believe we can just X them. It's just for it doesn't open anything else in that tab. Doesn't reuse it. So in here, we should probably have stabilized shell. Why not? You know?
And I have notes for this. Did I spell it oddly? I think that is kind of odd to me. So do I have that in here somewhere? Might have it somewhere else, you know. But since I'm lazy, we're going back here, and I'm just going to, if I do history, and and I do Python, just to see if I have it in here, because I'm thinking I might have typed it in here even if I didn't really use it here, of course. Nah. So should we try and just remember it from memory, or should I like look it up? Because if I search in my notes, that's why I need to change it. If I search in my notes, I will get everybody else's. I have an others directory, and since this is a problem I keep running into, let's fix it at once, so we never have the problem again. I don't want hits on other people's notes, so I will move the file. So in my Obsidian, here, I have others. There. And it's excluded in my Git. So let's just move this very Windowsy and drag it up here. There. So now we don't have this problem anymore. Let's just make sure where it ended up. I don't think I've ever dragged it something. There, it's sorted with O. For some reason. Yeah, it's just one dash, no space, that's why. So it's generally the space for it sorting. So now we don't have others here. And all of this is my notes. So if we search now in the notes, we should actually get my hits on my notes. There. So what do I have?
Arduku says, instead of history grep, you can also Control+R and type what you are looking for.
Okay. Now let's try it at once. So, right. History grep, you can also do Control+R. So if you do Control+R, okay, book I search and type. So let's do Python in, and we have the same result now. Oh, so it did history grep. Control+R. Let's see, whatever has -C. Okay, so it goes through all the things that has this in it. So if we import that thing and then do Control+R again, suggestions, everything with a space in it. It's just going to show everything with a space in it. Yes. So everything in a space in it. And if I do Control+R again, I will get to type something else on the same line because it's not connected. So let's say, did I do 1, 2, 3 in anything? No, we use the port.
Control+R and search for Steve.
I don't think I have anything. Let's do stty. Failing. Yeah. Told ya. So this is not the place, but that's good. The question is where I would add it to my notes, because we have to add it to the notes. Otherwise, why, you know? Because
Control R. It seemed very useful instead of grepping, because grepping is much more limited, and we just get. Though it could be easy to see a list like this.
Ang31D says.
Linux, greater than console tricks.
Yeah, console tricks. I think I have that right already. So let's go back to folders and go to Linux. And let's you see I have these things too. Basics. Find stuff. This is find stuff. Shell tips. Look. I never heard of this before. Is that kind of shameful to actually have what you're going to add to your notes in your notes? But we found it. That's a sign that we did put it in the good place. It's logical. History. Grep. Let's add this too. History grep, whatever. There. So, because I thought I had one of these. And I did. A console shell terminal, whatever you I think I'll get what I mean. So this was more like the file structure. It should be there instead. I think I moved these that's moved from my Google Docs. Well, it could also be here if we wanted it to. And this is more the text we want to type. What we're actually looking for now is for stabilizing. So let's go for stabilize our shell. No, I don't think I have anything useful here. So I have not got this in my notes, though I'm sure I do. Okay, let's. Maybe I've just Googled every time because I don't remember the exact command, and maybe I have actually remembered it, which would be embarrassing. Python stabilize shell. Okay. This was interesting. Why do you want to ask me things? Oh. Law changes again? So now you have my Google, but it's been there before, so... Yeah, I think something else asked me this too. For the same thing. Another Google thingy. Do I want to link it? Is it allowed to connect the dots? So, apparently this is not the first time I've Googled this. And then I just... Instead now, let's actually put this... I'm sure I have it in my notes. I'm sure. And maybe I just didn't remember it this time. But I remembered it before, so I didn't think I needed to put it in my notes. But now we're going to put it in the notes. And we're going to put it in the right notes, which is start here and stabilize shell. And let's just add this. Apparently I didn't copy what I thought I was copying, or what? So the annoying thing with these is I want the coloring, but it takes extra lines. I wish we could do one of these with
like this, I could do like SH, and we could get nice colors, you know? But you can't do this on one line. It requires 3 lines. And I don't want that. So there. And let's take the other ones too. Should I add Control Z? As you noticed, yeah, look, it really
says,
does everything.
Do not forget about the Control plus Z part.
Yeah, I'm trying to, always when I make notes, I'm thinking for other people too, you know? But this time I was really like, I know that. CTRL dot Z, and then we'll need to copy this because it kind of flipped out. So there. Oh my. And I usually don't bother because I usually don't. I know it's good to do it, and even the export term things. Should we actually read this too? Okay. Use STTY. And you could see I had not used STTY, because... No! I've used this, I think, sometimes, but I usually don't do that bit. I'm thinking, will it not be in history at all? Because it was not in history at all. And when I reinstalled my Kali machine, I did copy the history, because I wanted to have all the old stuff. But this is not the only machine that I've used. So, well, let's do it, and let's copy these. Should I explain them in the notes? I kind of answer my own question there, right? So don't be lazy. Look, I know what the problem is. It's just to keep backspacing those, removing this one and these, and we have it as we want it. And I already have this line. That's the only problem now. So I forgot to copy the new one. I copied that one. I was copying this one. So since this is already in one of the 3-liners, we get the 3-line thingy here. And that's why it kind of breaks. There. So let's do that instead. Sorry, I have to move a bit. And my tummy forgot that it's hungry. I think yeah, I'm just trying to get why I don't have it in my history. That's the problem. Well, this is not any useful notes anyway. Oh, they have an explanation too. Sorry, not reading loudly. So this is the thing I was thinking about, because I don't remember exactly.
History file has a limit. Maybe that's why.
Okay, maybe. I would have to increase that limit though, because I don't want it ever to limit. This is another thing to learn. How can I change the history limit? I don't want it to disappear for all time, ever. So, no limit. That would be very annoying for things to disappear from history. Because I want it there. Oh, I'm just getting a message. Can I see what it is? And I almost typed in English. My brain, although I read. You know, reading and writing, writing in Swedish, well, speaking English, that's hard. So, yeah, by the way, let's see, I slept for 5 hours, yeah. I should get more sleep. But Alice Red was streaming. Didn't want to miss it, but I had to go to sleep. So I'll have to watch that. So where were I? Yeah, history limit. So remove history limit colleague. Okay. Okay, I'll do this later. It's not that critical that if we, oh my god, I will lose another line in my history file. But kinda almost like that. And also we were actually reading something here. So, I have notes on this. This is annoying, because I remember formulating this in a good way, you know? So I know it's there. Let's search for TTY in Obsidian. Well, now we found it here. Okay, let's search for STTY. And it's in my history. Look. So my old history that I have in here, I have it. Meaning it's deleted stuff. That's annoying. Oh, I'll have to fix that. So, nowhere else in my notes, because this is a box. Okay. So, that one keeps popping up. So, let's go back here.
In Kali to set the history limit, since you use ZSH not bash set it in.
I know.
ZSHRC not bashik.
Yeah, I know, but thank you very much to Ardoko. I don't know, should I say Doko or Ardoko? Well, I'm kind of comfy with Ardoko, if that's okay. But you decide. I'll have to try to train my brain to do the right thing, yeah? So, let's continue. Do I want any comments on this? Let's do like a parenthesis here. like just CTRL plus C. I guess it's all the keys, you know, all the control keys. Special characters. Yeah. Yeah, and the minus echo. This looks like a ChatGPT output. Because it's not structured as really human way, you know? We would not type STT raw after typing STTY, you know? This feels ChatGPT. I wonder what the date is of this. The export external command sets the terminal emulator. Yeah. Yeah, and I had problems with that once. Remember? Nothing working, and I had to Google it. So, so, and some people also do the size. Oh yeah. So this. Am I stupid to feel that this is ChatGPT? This is pre-ChatGPT, right? Whatever. I got the feeling. So I looked at this one too. Nice coloring. And the only parts you need stick out very easily. I like this. So because of this, I'm going to click and see what else is on this page. And I will be reading these. Someone's notes. Because the formatting is wonderful. This is how I want web pages to be like clear, and I don't have to read stuff that I don't want, you know? And if I want, I can just quick read the bits, and we have the commands easily visible. Did I even copy the terminal? Yeah, I did. And they do this before they Control C too, which is of course doesn't matter. Raw. Yeah, exactly. Special keys, including arrows. And I could disable that go. And FG to return. Once you're done with your Netcat shell, reset to undo changes. Yeah. Maybe it's that I haven't used this so much. I don't think I've done that. Anyway, liking the blue and clear text. And we have to try, of course, to turn off. Yeah, so it's dark mode. Maybe this is even better. This is darker blue. So let's just dig into this a bit more. So I I know there are the setting the size ones too, and I have not got them in my notes, so. More details here. Okay, thank you for lurking, Arduku. And I have to lurk myself for a bit to get some food and check on my kids. I think one of them is sleeping because he was awake all night and he fell asleep, hopefully. So I didn't want to disturb him too more. So this is so
Ang31D says.
Happy food time.
Yeah, but I want to finish this first. So this
Kitty
is not what I
says.
want. I should
Bring me snacks also.
Yeah, okay, sure. I think I've got some banana chips. Is that good? Or do you want what do you call them? Like salty pins? I'll have to bring those actually, so you can see what they're called. Like breadstick with salt on them, tiny ones. Oh right, now we're at what I was thinking of. Yeah, because I had to use this once. I think I had to use this. I'm just reading from the bottom up and all over the place. So let's actually look at what it was. Upgrading from Netcat with magic.
Ang31D says.
The term type depends on what the host supports.
Yeah. Since the machine was not very high level, it was very limited what worked. I tried several things for it to work. That's what you say. Though I guess those reasons are why I don't bother. Really, I don't bother. If I can just.
Usually do's term and most time type color just comes along by default.
Okay. Oh right, yeah. So, was this the one I was at? No, this one. So, you just do X term, and then everything just works. So yeah, good. Thank you. Yes, gubben, kom in. Jag kommer annars. Kids knocking on door. So I'll be right back, and I'll finish this. Yes, gubben. Var det du?
yeah, so I'm going to pour him some yogurt, and I'm thinking, why not make a sandwich for myself at the same time? So since it's at the same place, the kitchen. So I'm activating the mic in this thing, so you should have double audio.
and then I'm muting this one. Though maybe I should remove that. Should I just remove the muted one completely? Or check through all mics if someone is on? We'll see here. I'm just going to my here in OBS. I have cameras and stuff, and then just not show that one. So I think I actually have a message there, BRB, but I also have the actual lunch message here. Just getting some lunch. I'll be right back, and this is like 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll see. Right. You can hear me? I think you can hear me still. So you can still talk to me. You can use the TTS. I will hear you, and you can hear me.
Yes. Translated from French.
So teach me something while I prepare my lunch, which will be sandwiches only. And get some yogurt for my kid. So what do I need to know about shells in Linux? That could be useful when you connect to one of these kind of simple machines. Something else, whatever. Yeah, I should get the yogurt too, because that's what I'm doing. So, bowl yogurt. Pouring the yogurt. Oh, we just have one. He eats it every day, this yogurt. Oh, that goes upside down. It's almost out. I have to order some food later. Right, and get some snacks for Nori, right? So,
Kitty says.
Yes, snacks.
yeah, so what snacks do you want? I'm thinking boiling egg takes some time. Making something else takes some time. Sandwiches is like super quick. Do I have anything fun to put on that though? Jag tror vi är nästan slut på skinka, va, Linus? Vi är nästan slut på skinkan. Oh, he went to the bathroom. And he heard me speaking English, so he knows this. And he doesn't want to be in it, I think. Oh, right, I have one of the tiny yogurts too, the blueberry ones. Then I can take some bread and dip in there. Then I don't need ham or butter or cheese. So it'll be even quicker. Put in this bag. Oh, the cheese looks tasty though.
Will Pierce says.
I'm hungry.
We Paris.
I'll have to look in chat. I shouldn't hear. Sorry. few bits of cheese. Maybe I'll make some soup later with cheese in it. Well, then cottage cheese is the best. 15. So, what kind of bread? I have thin bread. And this is not even open, is it? And this will automatically just bring it up. Let's take 2 of these and dip it in the yolk. Hey, Gav. Du behöver beställa mackaben. Du vill nästan släppa skinkan.
Look. Look at my pants.
Oh, du ska tvätta den?
Yeah, I did it right at the spoon.
Oh.
I'm very wet.
Du skrattar på mig också.
I didn't even mean to do that.
Men det kunde han menat. Kolla, här är hamburgare också. Vi har hamburgare.
Can I have some?
Ska vi göra hamburgare om en liten stund?
Okay, sure.
Vi gör det sen. Så. I know we just ate that Thai cube. Though maybe it was a few hours ago now. I'm just heating the bread up a bit because it's like frozen ice crystals on it. And let's get a spoon for my yogurt. Let's get tiny ones. He wants a tiny one. So just refill his water. He can almost do this himself, my 16-year-old, but he's just because it's got to clean the thingy. So he washes a lot of things. So I'm going to bring this to him. And we'll see if it's a bit long for the Bluetooth to go in there, so we'll see if we disconnect. The bathroom is in between. Så Bubben, nu kommer din yoghurt. Nej, varsågod. Så får du se om du kan sova sen eller om du ska vara vaken. Hur känns det gumman? Är du jättetrött? Food spaghetti. Fruit spaghetti. Oh. Okay. Jag ska också äta lite. Bacon läckerbun. He has not slept. He slept like an hour now between 11 and 12. So I was trying to leave him alone so he could probably fall asleep easier. But yeah, the bread is very, very dry in one end and the other end is a bit wet, but that's okay. So I'm going upstairs. And I'll have to order some food and more stuff. Because, yeah, I do have more yogurt, so. But the ham sandwich was out and some other things. So we have like 3 milks. Oh, right, I could have. I should make like a better pausing button to have like a lunch button. So let's activate the actual mic again and disable the second mic. And as always, when I leave, we have a drop in the viewers, I see. Which is not very odd at all, because there's nothing to watch. So, alright, the message. I'm not here. I'm actually here. So, these yogurts, blueberry. I'm sorry I forgot the snacks.
You can have one of my throat medicine. Nori.
Ang31D says.
A solid lunch, D.
Yeah. Bread to dip. I had this other bread, I don't know what it's called. Liba bread, I think. And it's very thin and very great to dip in your yogurt. So, I guess I've been eating that a lot of lunches now, because it's easy to just bring to the stream too. And this yogurt isn't mixed, and Angel, you know probably, right? So you have to shake it a bit. There. So it's very nice. It's blueberries, and then you have the white yogurt. And it's not very sweet. I don't like it when it's too sweet. I guess I'll be getting blueberry all over now, because I'll be dipping that bread.
Hope it's not Kvarg, Jucky.
It's blueberry berry. Mm. And this is hot from the toaster, so it's also a bit dry, but yum. So I'm just going to take a few bites and then we'll continue. Why? That was good. I use it as a spoon. There. Alright, purple food, right? I do like purple, even, but this is just by mistake, you know, even this is purple. No, my water is not purple, really. It's not actually, I like other colors too. These are for soldering. I bought these actually from AliExpress. Kinda nice. It's just you can catch things when you're desoldering something. So let's continue. So yeah, so the size here, that's what I was thinking about. So yeah, right, I had STTYA in my history there. It's just automated messages. So I'm thinking, why is it movement in chat? 5.5 hours. Ooh. Oops. So from our machine, let's see how could we do this in the notes, because this is a simple thing. But I still thinking lines is useful, and we have how much down scrolling we want. So I'm kind of thinking like the other people did. Maybe we shouldn't have the term at the end. But maybe it's good if we want to make more settings. So, just let's scroll down and what they actually do. So they set STTY rows here to what they found. And this is really what I'm looking for, you know, to add. That's what I was looking for to add. And they have cheat sheet for it. So I've also been looking at this oral wrap, but I haven't tried yet, but I see several people using it. So I was kind of thinking of doing that too. So this is the line there. And they also do shell, export shell. Well, I'm thinking, I don't even use this usually, so, and I'm thinking about the alternative. So let's just do this, actually. And we haven't done it yet. We've just been making notes. So let's see if we have Python. We don't know if we have Python. Well, let's just type the whole thing. And it was kind of in my memory. I had the C, but then I was like, oh my god, what is it? It's pty semicolon pty dot spawn.
Which Python 3? Which Python?
Yeah,
Which Python 2?
Yeah. But we'll notice if we have this. Right, we don't have the arrows yet, so but we can copy stuff. So if I can't find the parentheses on my own keyboard, there's a yogurt in the way, that's the reason. Okay. Interesting. Let's
Type a single quote.
Yeah, I forgot. Okay. So just a single quote, it will work. I think so. So let's do it again, and let's do the CDY. Oh, I guess I should keep practicing typing this so that I just do it in 2 seconds. You know? Oops, sorry for hitting you. Term export term, or I'll use oral wrap like everybody else. Have you used it, Angel? Xterm. So
Use
let's
what?
see. We don't have the echo, which is good. That's kind of the only difference. Let's see if we can do arrow up and down. I think I clicked something else. Yeah, we can do arrow up now. So let me show you what I mean. I think it's GitHub, yeah. So this tool, you just put it before your command. So for
Isn't
example,
that only for Windows?
no, since this is the NC, it's a netcat, you know. So it's just makes this thing for you a bit. So I don't think it's just for Windows. Maybe I'm wrong. We could try. Relay wrapper.
You know, it's handling the keyboard inputs, cause it's in between. I haven't tried it yet, you know, so I'll have to try it and see what it works with and what doesn't. Yeah, and you don't get these.
On most Unix flavors.
Yeah. So
I use it seldom.
okay. I haven't tried it yet, so I'll have to, since I noticed lots of people using it and they don't have to fix their shells. You know?
Like 3 times in my lifetime.
Yeah, and I was 0, so you'll have the experience still. Let's hop back first to the notes and then to the right screen. So let's just calmly. I'm kind of don't remember. How to click. Have to click to actually switch where I'm inputting. So how am I? We did this already, and we did Udemy too. We did look at the users, right? And we're in rec. So let's see if I can. No, my God! I was on the Windows again. So yeah, we typed this one with candidates. So then we have the Ubuntu, which we don't. We can't write there. We can read there. Okay. So okay. So let's look at the notes here, and I'm kind of thinking that these are for in case we don't find anything, you know? So maybe I should move them later. And I noticed the history file is only read-write for Ubuntu. So, but maybe I should move to another file system later, because I want to do this first, you know? And I didn't think there would be these things. I was thinking we would just be in the browser on this one. Since it's... Well, I guess we learned more than I thought. That's good. And I am here too and can type. Okay. All no password all. So help me here. Can we just run anything? Or am I blind somehow? Because if we can run anything, we can just run anything. That can't be it, right?
LOL.
Okay, okay. So I'm not wrong?
It's the it.
Mm-hmm. I'm expecting this to be like easy, but because it's not really a box, you know? Really? So just run anything and just exit out of it with prompting and you root. So we can just choose whatever we want. Sudo anything.
Sudo
yeah.
anything.
So let's sudo bash. We don't even have to do anything more.
Fixerbot says.
I
New
didn't
follower
believe my
spoilers.
eyes.
Less than 3.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I didn't expect that, you know. So let's guess that we have maybe we should like ls root and la, and I can use my arrows. That's kind of nice. And we have the third, so let's get third, and no tab completion still. So third.txt. Oh. What did I do? No, I didn't switch directory. I always switch directories. So let's cd to root. I was like, what did I do? I didn't switch directories. So third ingredients, we have it here, and this was all of this thing. But we could always explore more too. And I will have to put that in my notes. But I was like, all no password all. What? I have to be wrong? That can't be it. That can't be it. So let's go back to these notes, and it's kind of. Oh right, let's put it in the page first. So, wrong page. Well, it's kind of not the wrong page. There.
Time to move it, move it. 5 chair sit-ups redeemed.
Thank you, Goku, for redeeming some sit-ups. Everybody likes sit-ups now. I don't even have to stand up if I'm not standing up. Or I should add some kind of win redeem. I should do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. 5, and then extra. I had to put this back in. That's what I started with. I'm going to return these because they're not a good fit for my ears. But then I went sick in times, and I was okay, I'll try them now because the streaming, and they worked better than some other ones. But now this one started clicking, and I haven't used them very many times, just for a few streams. And I think it's a Swedish company, so I can just mail them or call them. So let's go back to the notes. Because this is not the end. This is the beginning of the exploration, right? No. I guess we won't do very much more. So in home, we found Rick. And we found the second ingredient. And we typed it wrong. Let's just remove that bit. There. Because we don't need longer notes. You can just do that. Then let's before we had this, we had a okay. Let me. You don't have to look at all. I don't have to switch screen for everything, right? So I forgot to copy the R in root. So we can have CD root, because that's kind of good to know. No, I didn't copy it. So did I do Control C without even noticing? We'll see. And it's I'm just putting the notes up here. So right. I'm actually changing it a bit, because I'm putting the ls after the CD, so it's easier to read. And this was kind of interesting, so we don't need the rest of it, because there. So whatever, it's obvious that we looked at the Ubuntu directory too there. This is kinda... oh, I didn't really believe my eyes. So we don't really need to put stuff in here. It's already done there. We have the web screenshots, we have this, we have the shell lexic thing here. I did not look at the other pages, but I would assume that this is the interesting one anyway. And then when we got here, we did these things. I think we finished this bit. Then we had the bit with the funny results from Ferox Buster. It couldn't really E here. And the main files here they are PHP. It's a PHP. And it didn't find any PHP files. And it didn't look for TXT files because there are no links to them. But why not the PHP files at least? So I'm kind of disappointed in Ferox Buster. This is my second day trying it. GoBuster just, though, with a hint. But since Ferox Buster has the E auto detect thing, I was thinking, well, let's see if it can do it. And it couldn't. So we would have to give it an X and also give it the file types. And then we also had from the web, we could do LSLA here. And we got the password from first a comment on this page and then the robots.txt. So that was all of that. What do you think? Should we try something else on this? We do have arrow up, arrow down. We don't have tab completion though. Or do we? So if I would do cat 3 tab. Yeah, I was just in the wrong directory. So it has tab completion now. It was just me being stupid because I didn't CD and I always CD. So
should we just exit this, or is there something more we can learn here? Suggestions? Sit-ups. Let me eat while I wait for your thoughts. Then we'll just continue the learning. I'll stream for a bit more, and then I'll get something new started, things. The next room. And then I'm going to make hamburgers for my 7-year-old. But he ate late breakfast, so... Maybe I should do some like stream maintenance too. Like, should we add a win? Maybe that's good. I'll have to do a TTS test. Because the right one
Fix
is
it says.
clicking. Yeah.
Test.
So it's just clicking, but I can still hear through it. But it's kind of annoying. It just click all the time. These haven't... They fall more out of my ears. But I'm thinking... Since we have Levenstein, I have to try something else.
Testing.
Yeah, so I can hear it, no clicks. Nice. And I should have 3 of these on their way from China. Amazon bought. But it's been months and months. I think, yeah, long ago. So these are connected to my phone, so they're great, but they're connected to my phone. I don't think I have any button on these. Yeah, they're like touch. Maybe I just disconnected it now. I have to try again.
Again.
Yeah, I can still hear it. Because I know that I just happened to touch it, and it does something strange. These ones, they have one button here, and it's on, play stop. It's perfect. So if I'm at work listening to something and I'm starting talking to someone, I just click, and then I talk, and then I can click and start, So I don't want too advanced stuff, though. These are kind of great too. These are Swedish, but there's a joystick here, so you can time to microscope. So that's a yogurt. So if we look at this one doesn't have a button. It's a button that says play, pause, but it's a joystick, so I can say anything. Like forward, backward, volume up, volume down. This is just... The only problem with these is they're so hard on the ears that I get... My ears go red and I get actually sore if I keep them on for hours. So... yeah. That's the only bad thing. So I would like to find these joystick ones that are not as hard. And these are my old ones. Very used. The same ones, but these are soft. And also, the plastic that falls off, it's... 1, it falls off. 2,
it also isolates from the outside, and I want to hear. That's why I like the ones you just, like the black ones. I'm all over the place here. So these ones, the tiny ones, you just put them in, hang them in the air, and there's no isolation. So you can hear everything around you. So it's great. So if you happen to know the right headphones for me, should we get the next one started then? So let's make sure we have all the notes, and we already did, really, right? But we can just close these. Yeah, this was just research. This is still connected to the box. Six hours. So, let's just close this one. And here we were testing variables. We can close that one too. We can open a new one. I'm thinking we'll close burp too. I have this screenshot. So you have fresh stuff. And we can close those. Prepare for a new one. Start burp again. With a new button. And I'll start. Well, I didn't close Firefox, but started terminal. And we'll see if we'll need that when we go to the next one. So, if we go to my dashboard now, we should have new stuff. Yeah, so apparently I started this one. I think I was actually looking for information about hashing. So, this looks fun and like something I might already know, but maybe it's learning at the start. If we look at the path, because this is the complete beginner path, and we just finished the web hacking fundamentals here with the Pickle Rick one, and now we have the cryptography, and then Windows. Yeah. Blue. I thought no, the one I did was red, right? This is not blue, it's in the color, it's a color. So, yeah, and I've started these too. And when we have, so let's see how far we can get today with this. And I might do this off stream too, because I want to do mostly boxes, you know, and I think this is learning rooms. And I will tear my throat out from reading all of it. 30 minutes, but not if you read it aloud. Yeah, I know. I have eating to do. And we can do TTS on this.
Before we start, we need to get some jargon out of the way. Read these, and take in as much as you can. We'll expand on some of them later in the room. Plain text, data before encryption or hashing, often text but not always, as it could be a photograph or other file instead. Encoding, this is not a form of encryption, just a form of data representation like base 64 or hexadecimal. Immediately reversible. Hash, a hash is the output of a hash function. Hashing can also be used as a verb, to hash, meaning to produce the hash value of some data. Brute force, attacking cryptography by trying every different password or every different key. Cryptanalysis, attacking cryptography by finding a weakness in the underlying maths. This room will likely involve some research. Get good at using search engines, it's crucial to InfoSec.
So, the upload vaults room was so out of this place. It shouldn't have been like this early in the path. Should have been like the last one. The challenge there was, well, you would have to like know all this already, right? No, maybe not. So there was a question if base64 is encoding or hashing, right? So let's just repeat this.
What's a hash function? Hash functions are quite different from encryption. There is no key, and it's meant to be impossible, or very very difficult, to go from the output back to the input. A hash function takes some input data of any size, and creates a summary or digest of that data. The output is a fixed size. It's hard to predict what the output will be for any input and vice versa. Good hashing algorithms will be, relatively, fast to compute, and slow to reverse, go from output and determine input. Any small change in the input data, even a single bit, should cause a large change in the output. The output of a hash function is normally raw bytes, which are then encoded. Common encodings for this are base64 or hexadecimal. Decoding these won't give you anything useful. Why should I care? Hashing is used very often in cybersecurity. When you logged into TryHackMe, that used hashing to verify your password. When you logged into your computer, that also used hashing to verify your password. You interact indirectly with hashing more than you would think, mostly in the context of passwords. What's a hash collision? A hash collision is when two different inputs give the same output. Hash functions are designed to avoid this as best as they can, especially being able to engineer, create intentionally, a collision. Due to the pigeonhole effect, collisions are not avoidable. The pigeonhole effect is basically, there are a set number of different output values for the hash function, but you can give it any size input. As there are more inputs than outputs, some of the inputs must give the same output. If you have 128 pigeons and 96 pigeonholes, some of the pigeons are going to have to share. MD5 and SHA-1 have been attacked, and made technically insecure due to engineering hash collisions. However, no attack has yet given a collision in both algorithms at the same time, so if you use the MD5 hash and the SHA-1 hash to compare, you will see they're different. The MD5 collision example is available from HTTP URL. And details of the SHA-1 collision are available from HTTP URL. Due to these, you shouldn't trust either algorithm for hashing passwords or data.
Okay. And this is so cute. Instead of, yes, no, they do yay, nay. And not yay, but yeah. They have the same length. So let's quickly check these two. There. Oh right, we googled that before. Let's remove a few Googles. Let's leave this one. No. So there's one more that I've already read and like stuff, whatever. So let's just start with
What can we do
bit.
with hashing? Hashing is used for two main purposes in cybersecurity. To
Ready,
verify
so
integrity of data, more on that later, or for verifying passwords. Hashing for password verification. Most web apps need to verify a user's password at some point. Storing these passwords in plain text would be bad. You've probably seen news stories about companies that have had their database leaked. Knowing some people, they use the same password for everything including their banking, so leaking these would be really bad. Quite a few data breaches have leaked plain text passwords. You're probably familiar with Rockio.txt on Kali as a password word list. This came from a company that made widgets for MySpace. They stored their passwords in plain text and the company had a data breach. The text file contains over 14 million passwords, although some are unlikely to have been user passwords. Sort by length if you want to see what I mean. Adobe had a notable data breach that was slightly different. The passwords were encrypted, rather than hashed, and the encryption that was used was not secure. This meant that the plain text could be relatively quickly retrieved. If you want to read more about this breach, this post from Sophos is excellent, http URL. LinkedIn also had a data breach. LinkedIn used SHA-1 for password verification, which is quite quick to compute using GPUs. You can't encrypt the passwords, as the key has to be stored somewhere. If someone gets the key, they can just decrypt the passwords. This is where hashing comes in. What if, instead of storing the password, you just stored the hash of the password? This means you never have to store the user's password, and if your database was leaked, then an attacker would have to crack each password to find out what the password was. That sounds fairly useful. There's just one problem with this. What if two users have the same password? As a hash function will always turn the same input into the same output, you will store the same password hash for each user. That means if someone cracks that hash, they get into more than one account. It also means that someone can create a rainbow table to break the hashes. A rainbow table is a lookup table of hashes to plain texts, so you can quickly find out what password a user had just from the hash. A rainbow table trades time taken to crack a hash for hard disk space, but they do take time to create. Here's a quick example so you can try and understand what they're like.
So let's see. Was it not there anymore? So that link. I don't care enough to Google. Yeah, so this password of this password of this, and so on. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say CrackStation. Yeah.
Websites like CrackStation internally use huge rainbow tables to provide fast password cracking for hashes without salts. Doing a lookup in a sorted list of hashes is really quite fast, much faster than trying to crack the hash. Protecting against rainbow tables. To protect against rainbow tables, we add a salt to the passwords. The salt is randomly generated and stored in the database, unique to each user. In theory, you could use the same salt for all users, but that means that duplicate passwords would still have the same hash, and a rainbow table could still be created specific passwords with that salt. The salt is added to either the start or the end of the password before it's hashed, and this means that every user will have a different password hash even if they have the same password. Hash functions like BCRYPT and SHA-512 crypt handle this automatically. Salts don't need to be kept private.
So correct that hash. So it's in here somewhere. And we type basketball, so I guess it was this one. Online tools. Should you encrypt passwords? Nay. So now we're kind of up to where I was then, I guess. So, because this is kind of a good thing to know when you start, so why have it after the one upload that I didn't do for like 6 months and it crashed several times, and that's very much harder than all of these things.
Automated hash recognition tools such as HTTP URL exist, but they are unreliable for many formats. For hashes that have a prefix, the tools are reliable. Use a healthy combination of context and tools. If you found a hash in a web application database, it's more likely to be MD5 than NTLM. Automated hash recognition tools often get these hash types mixed up, which highlights the importance of learning yourself. Unix-style password hashes are very easy to recognize, as they have a prefix. The prefix tells you the hashing algorithm used to generate the hash. The standard format is $format $rounds $solve $hash. Windows passwords are hashed using NTLM, which is a variant of MD4. They're visually identical to MD4 and MD5 hashes, so it's very important to use context to work out the hash type. On Linux, password hashes are stored in /etc/shadow. This file is normally only readable by root. They used to be stored in /etc/password, and were readable by everyone. On Windows, password hashes are stored in the SAM. Windows tries to prevent normal users from dumping them, but tools like Mimikatz exist for this. Importantly, the hashes found there are split into NT hashes and LM hashes. Here's a quick table of the most Unix-style password prefixes that you'll see.
Let's do that. So, as I was listening, I lost what I was going, when was, just when, etc shadow. Oh, I spelled wrong. No, that's not clear text, is it? But maybe they still say that. 87. Yeah. Because I was thinking, I don't think I've ever seen. Or maybe I have. No. Sometimes. Well, let's look at this one. Here. It's just me being annoying. So it's called password shed when to not even have them in. Now let's say no. Hashed password or store in the same file. 88 and 90. So this is the bit which was shown in Google. Oh, whatever. Kinda long ago. That was what it was going for. It's not like it's like 93 or something, which is very recently. So I'm thinking I just opened Twitch to check who's online. Because not now, but soon I will have to go and make some hamburgers for my kid. One of them is So recognizing password hashes. We did this with TTS already, right? So I don't know this in Windows, so I need to learn better in Windows. On Windows, password hashes are stored in the SAM. Well, I know that, I guess. Windows tries to prevent normal users from dumping them, but tools like Mimikatz exist for this. Importantly, the hashes found there are split into NT hashes and LM hashes. So, unique style, prefixes. Okay. So this is kind of notes stuff, right? So before it's mostly been like general theory, and now we have actual information for recognizing hashes and doing it manually. Though these will be recognized, I guess. So we also had this link. So, okay. Yeah, I was thinking Python then. So is there a link? It's probably here, like, yeah, because I would prefer to go here. Why did they send us to this one? That's odd. So there was a previous tool called this, and it's Python 3, and this is much code, or can we just read it? Okay, so just I just had some the problem with starting burp before you use it is that it starts popping up stuff already. You know, the browser is doing its safe browsing, Google APIs, uBlock Origin, Dark Reader, Firefox services. Let's just look at this. Now this is interesting. We fill these in. I'm curious about the use of this name tuple. And what are these used for? Yeah. I'm sorry if this is boring. It's interesting to see just quickly. So this is mostly just a long list. Minecraft. Cisco VPN client.
Ang31D says.
Rule number 1, you don't care about others during your own learning journey.
Yeah, but I'm streaming, right? I usually excuse myself for everything. Office 2003.
Don't.
Just to have an overview, then we go off. Thank you for the tips. You know, it's nice. But I'm starting to feel a bit tired again. I know I slept a little, and though, well, I have more than half of the Red Bull left. But I don't want to go to the... I don't want more bathroom breaks. Yeah, so we have arguments. We'll have to try this out. I will have to... Oh my god, the scrolling. Let's go back instead. This is what I really wanted. So this one is interesting. And let's add it to the notes. And now we are not at this one because this is done. So let's rename it. There wasn't... I really was thinking I should only put like boxes here, but it kind of ended up being one, a simple one, I guess. This was also not a box as such, but it's done too. So, thinking we have a hash, and I think I have this, right? So, I'm going to add a note for this, this is hash ID. So I know it exists and where I can find it. That's kinda all we need from this now. We can try and run it later. Should we like copy this link? I guess it's kinda stupid, you know, cause it's just .git. We don't want to close that one. This was just a pip install. If I can have something else, I won't use that. Oh, I clicked. So, Windows passwords are hashed using NTLM, which is a variant of MD4. They visually identical as MD4 and MD5. And I feel really lost with Windows things. I've seen like Alhasser do a million interesting things and learned a lot, but still we don't even have NTLM here. So let's just steal the sentence and oh well. A variant of MD4. Visually identical. So the rest is just useless. Windows password has stored. So yeah, so this is kind of contradictory that password hashing used NTLM and then they're split into NT and LM hashes. So here it's mentioned as one thing and here it's split. So I need more knowledge here. We might have to Google it. We'll see what we find. Will I have use of this? I don't think so. And there is Google. Hashcat I have used a bit. Yeah. I think I looked at this. So, this is a great list to see. Web tools. Okay, so what have we got here? Oh, this is in the wrong place. Oh no, not really, because I have, I know. So these are web tools for, I put hashes and encoding in the same one, because I was looking at what command line tools there are, and I only found base64 and MD5 some. So if you know more that are easy just to do these things with, so this is kind of empty. This is like what hash?
Will Pierce says,
Would there be a golden pot at the end of the rainbow if we stored each hash there is and then just looked up the one we needed?
Yeah, I guess so. But you'd have to have a kind of big storage space. Kind of big. And kind of big processing power to make them, right? Or you said look up. We would need a lot of time. And I'm kind of sure that you can download the correct station database, but it's crazy. It's crazy. And so this one, we have added this to our notes. Look, we haven't finished here. So, alright, we needed that page. Reopen closed. So, how many rounds does use by default? Oh my. Yeah. So, I guess this is good but kind of boring. So let's look at the hint for the, do some research. Because I was being lazy. So I googled it and found it. We can Google this again because I'm wondering. I need the refresher. It was long ago. The rounds.
Fixerbot says, new follower DDoS. Less than
Welcome
3.
in DDoS. So, this is really the question, right? 5,000 run by default. So we found this information, but it kind of felt like it was cheating because the question looked kind of similar to the question But this is, of course, the identifier, so no. Yeah, I guess I'll have to run NP soon again. We'll see. But I started at 7:30 and I had only slept like 5 hours. So I should sleep more and cheat less. No, energy drink is not good. What's the Hashcat example hash from the website for Citrix Netscale? Okay. So, well, I was kind of hoping for having to look at the names at least, but I guess.
Ang31D
How long
says.
is a NTLM
Just learn the
hash?
concept and no need to remember every hash type. You just refer to Hashcat examples, web link.
Yeah, right. But still, I'm trying to wake my brain up from. I'm not going to memorize these, you know. But if we get, it's good to remember. If you will probably start recognizing some of them after a while, right? I'm trying not to burp loudly here, but my body's not used to.
That's why I said the
carbonated
concept like the
drinks.
basic ones.
Yeah, right. So wasn't this the same question? Characters of an LM hash. I guess it kinda was, right? Wasn't it? I'm going to just try. No, it's wrong. So let's Google. Yeah, that's too short too. It was just that he said it looked the same, you know. So let's reuse, so we don't get a million Googlings again. My tabs tend to go to hundreds. So, I'll Google, I won't guess. So, NTLM hash length. So 16. So I tried 16. Did I type it wrong? Okay, let's go back. How long is a Windows in characters? And the hint is find examples. Yeah. Okay, did I close that file? It's still here. So let's look for NTLM here too. Yeah, and Windows.
Will
Oh,
Pierce
gosh.
says.
As I encountered things disappearing from the internet, like CRC32 from XZ Tools for example, I am now hoarding most of the stuff I stumble upon.
Yeah,
Not like this.
I have done that on some things too. So when I first found Siren that started streaming now, her website, I just saved all of the information because it was very useful. I'm going to go through it now though, and also check on her new page. But she could just decide, so like, oh no, that was too expensive, you know. But when it's like some bigger page like Try Hack Me, then maybe you think it will stay up. But when it's a personal page, it's especially, maybe they'll just not care about it tomorrow. You never know.
Fixerbot says. New follower X Hack the Planet X. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Hack the Planet. Everybody has so cool names. We just had DDoS, right? Now we have hacked the planet too. Cool names. And I just have fixed it. Let's see. Was I actually at the top? So let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nah, this is too hard for the mouse. We'll just copy it and go to the NTLM and make an example here. Oh my god. It's tabs and thingies. Let's make sure I got the first number.
Cacplanage says.
There was a B
The artist
there, too.
formerly known as Teg Zero Ra.
So that you're Tigora, but you changed the name? For B. So I got all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Yes.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. That was like, if I would have guessed again, you know, of course I would have guessed 32, but I wanted to know, and I'm not sure if this is what the one they mean. So let's look at the other ones too. So welcome in, formerly Tigora, hack the planet. It's not allowed to change your name, cause no. Good that you told me though. But I will probably forget it, you know. Maybe. We'll see. So it's a Windows NTLM. So before we just test typing something.
Fixit 42 like.
Yes. There was nothing else in that file. And did I Google? Didn't I Google? Yeah, we got this page. And this kind of said 16, right? Well, anyway, something said 16. So let's say Windows. And we still got 16 here. 16. $56. So it all depends. It wants us to check from its link the example length, that is 32. But I guess that was not an easy answer to come by if you didn't look in its link. So knowledgeable people, I felt that 16 was too short because I've seen them, you know. But you never really think about this sometimes. So what if we add 32 there? Wikis NTLM. And this has been almost 7 hours now already. So now we're having something here. So 16 byte. So let's do 32. Space 32. 32 space. Okay, so in the NTLM wiki about NTLM, we have 1656. So what about Windows? We're curious about Windows NTLM. No, I'm not going to read all of it, but just scanning through the text.
So, who wants to give me more information without Googling? Let's just say it's that way. So Windows and DLM hashes. What's that does? So Windows and DLM hash S32. Nice. Maybe in characters. So in characters, right. So password cracking. It's kind of fun to read about these things. Didn't I do this too? I'm not sure if I've done this twice. Like reset it, because I didn't. I thought it was so long ago, and then I didn't finish it again. That would be embarrassing. We've already mentioned rainbow tables as a method to crack hashes that don't have a salt. But what if there's a salt involved? You can't decrypt password hashes. They're not encrypted. You have to crack the hashes by hashing a large number of different inputs of a ROCU. These are the possible passwords, potentially adding a salt if there is one, and comparing to the target hash. Once it matches, you know that the password was. Tools like Hashcat and John the Ripper are normally used for this. Why crack on GPUs? Graphic cards have 1,000, of course. Although they can't do the same sort of work as a CPU can, they're very good at some of the math involved in hash functions. This means you can use the graphic cards to crack most hash types much more quickly. Some hashing algorithms, notably bcrypt, are designed so that hashing on GPU is about the same speed as hashing on CPU, which helps them resist cracking. Okay, so we've thought a bit more. Cracking on VMs. It's worth mentioning that virtual machines normally don't have access to the host's graphic cards. You can set this up, but it's a lot of work. If you want to run Hashcat, it's best to run it on your host. Windows builds are available on the website. Run it from PowerShell. So you can get Hashcat working with OpenCL in a VM. I'm thinking, will I do this? Maybe we should. But the speed will likely be much worse than cracking on your host. John the Ripper uses CPU by default, and as such works in a VM out of the box, although you may get better speeds running on the host OS, as it will have more threads and no overhead from running in a VM. Never, I repeat, never use force for Hashcat. It'll lead to false positives, wrong passwords being given to you, and false negatives, skips over the correct hash. Well, that's worse. That's worse. Update as of Kali 2022, Hashcat 6 will run on the CPU without force. I still recommend cracking on your host OS if you don't have a if you have a GPU. It will be much faster. Time to get cracking. I'll provide the hashes. Crack them. You can choose how. You will need to use online. You'll need to use online tools. Hashcat and or John the Ripper. Remember the restrictions on online rainbow tables. Don't be afraid to use the hints. ROCU and online tools should be enough to find all of these. Okay. ROCU or online tools. So it said, remember the restrictions on online rainbow tables. And I'm thinking like, what? I don't remember that. So,
What does it mean? Maybe it's nothing? So what's the restrictions? I think they meant it the other way around. Possibly. So, well, should I add another one up here? I'm thinking I'll change this to be a folder too, probably. I'm also thinking that, let's see here, I do need to go to the bathroom. There my tummy told you too. So here we have the information at the start. So let's start by just looking up here. Was it this one? No, the top one? This is kind of annoying for these. Yeah. So this too. So popular for web, and bcrypt was the same speed also on GPUs and CPUs. So, and this one has a 6. So let's start with what we can see with our eyes. And 6 is, well, maybe we should save this information anyway. I didn't do it, so I have an empty notepad here for just bugs, so I don't get the lines thingies into Obsidian. And this is what hash. So just to see what we actually have, maybe this is good anyway. So this is a tab. No, it can't do it. So spaces. I know we could have had better things. Thingy dingy my dudes. So we can make that better looking some other day. But I don't like having tables because they're kind of annoying. I need that bathroom break, sorry. Är du hungrig, Linus?
So I did actually take the opportunity to put a few hamburgers in the frying pan and some hamburger bread in the air fryer. So, or I would have had to stop streaming, and I feel like I would still just continue after having made the food. So maybe just quick break instead. And I didn't see anyone I could raid with, but I don't want to raid when I do more stuff. So my door is open right now, so I can hear beeps, and I put a 5-minute timer so that I don't get like, oh, this is fun, I'm talking to you guys, losing track of time and kind of burning those hamburgers, which we don't want to do. So I can also hear the frying pan downstairs. So let's see. I have burp up on my other screen here, so since we restarted it, because this one was not that kind of thing. Yeah, we had one number 2, which we know is bcrypt. So it's actually called bcrypt, I assume. And then we have SHA-512 crypt. So, do they call everything crypt when you say what to use? Because I don't think I've seen that. Oh, we actually had 2 stream duration messages after each other. But are they not supposed to be right? They're every 50 minutes when I'm not IRLing too, because I haven't set it up. Because I was thinking 30 minutes is enough. But when I'm like walking in the woods or something, time really flies. And I want like 15 minutes to know that the TTS is still working in case no one says anything too, which happened I think once. I'm thinking it should be more. But since I added it, probably. Yeah. Once I didn't know because no one was talking. I've had good luck with that, people actually popping into streams. Let's go back to TryHackMe page. We have copied this file, and that's just air fryer saying the breads have been 3 minutes, and they'll just continue getting done from me not doing anything. So they're still in that heat. It's still just 195 degrees in there, hopefully. But off. This is the best mini oven I've ever had. Good thing I bought that for my hubby. I didn't use it more myself. No way. But it's actually intended for him. This is useful. It's not my fault. He uses it a lot too. It's worth mentioning later. Okay, this. Yeah, we read that. So this is 2A. Now we can just tab to see, was this 2A2? Yeah, it was 2A2. 2A2. Then it says 06, another $sign. And this is just... So all of these $, slash... I guess they all have different keys. Characters, accepted characters. Or do these mean something special? So let's just search for this in this thing that we hopefully didn't close again because we have reopened it a million times. Of course we had closed it again. So if you search for this now, this one has no... Yeah, there's one at the end there. And they compared in length to this one. Should we assume it's just one of the characters? No, there. Wrong. I think you can go to the last one you were at. No, not that. Anyway, so that's 5 minutes. So I'll just
turn the hamburgers over.
Will Pierce says.
It's muted, isn't it?
Okay, recently, like the last week, I've had to unplug and plug in my USB mic a few times. It might be that I've just got too many USB devices. Also, I'm using a different HDMI to USB converter for my microscope. So that might be the culprit. And it's also it's on a different USB port. I have two 7-port USB hubs here in front of me, and they're kind of full, but it's just like the ring light up here. I can turn that off when we're not using the camera. Phone hot. There was a lockpicking redeem, so that's why I turned it on. And right, I should turn off the lockpicking because my hands are very tired. So I'm going to do that. So I'm disabling that one just because my hands are tired. 3 locks and I've got get training aids. And that I'm not pushing hard. I promise. Just a tiny woman here. So let's do best way. And we get kind of the same results. Then we also have a command line for Hashcat. We have over this suggestion that I might already have. And the hamburgers were hardly... They were not... They were still a bit frozen, so I put on low heat. No hurry. So hashing manual is slow, which we knew kind of from the information we had, because bcrypt was made not to work on GPU or not to be faster. So what do we know about this one? Not much. And this one we knew it's I did look at the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber. In the beginning I had time, but then I didn't have time anymore after like some days. So I started to look at this. Thing. I had some file that I used with Hashcat and stuff, and I don't remember what I did. I probably I don't even know if I have notes. Yeah, I probably have notes. But it's time flies. It's April. It's not December anymore. And someone's Googled with Hashcat. And I'm thinking maybe this is kind of hard to... we could, of course, just to look... Yeah... Yeah, technically I'm not really looking for cracking it. Do you have any suggestions except for just putting them in the crack station? What else could I try, you know? But we can just try first. And I guess it's someone that is easy to actually crack might... we'll see. We can try this first. Let's move it closer to TryHackMe. Or maybe I should move TryHackMe closer to it. So...
There was keyword at the bottom, I think, starting with online. Yes, here it is.
Online? Yeah, so it suggests online tool and RockU. So I'm thinking that I want to know all the ways. I don't want to just know one way. And this is also, if this would be like you're actually doing a pen test on the company, you know, you wouldn't do this. These are so annoying. Oh, I can't see any motorcycles on this. So how much would you really say is the traffic light of this? Is it all of it? So unrecognized hash format. Do we have to... I'm not a robot every time. Oh god, thank you. Thank you. So let's try this one. So we got unrecognized format on the first one. And I would kind of assume that since they say RockU,
it's like the first one, you know. So they're making it easy for us. And this is Halloween, which sounds very familiar. I have a feeling I've done this before. We could copy. Oh my. So I'm suspecting a hint is, oh, you're allowed to use online tools. And this one we're supposed to do ourselves. Uses. So this is not supposed to be hard to see what format, meaning it doesn't know.
Actually, I mean at the beginning of line that keyword, not in the middle, but it seems as always there is more than just one way of doing things in CS, haha.
I mean at the beginning of line that so right, we could also I could have messed up. I have to go check the food. It's my nose is better than the alarm. made one for me too. Perfect. You should trust your nose, not the timers. Just keep a little tiny crack on the door so you can smell. Right. So did we paste the new one? Yeah. Verify. Oh, okay, so we didn't actually click, I think. Yeah, we can see the old one. The old one was not this. So I would accept, yeah. Accept that one to work. And again here. So we have these two. This one. I'm thinking, is this something special? Or is just part of it? And that's why it's good to have examples, right? So if we look at, let's close that. Let's open it. And let's just go back to whatever, the first page. And let's save this as something here. And I'm just going to quickly delete this from the bookmark. So we have it here. So my only problem is why does it have a D when it's called Crack Station? Because of this. Diffuse security. So it's some company's logo. I guess I should eat this, but the bread is so much tinier than the hamburger. I need 2 hands, I think. I have ketchup, it didn't work. I tried here. So, ketchup on my shirt. I don't know what popped up on my phone. So, let's see if I can manage to eat this without spilling. So I was going to search for this here, and look, this one has 0.5 after.
Bon appetit.
I had so much too much ketchup. It's just all over the place. I almost never eat this. I just usually make for my kids. I don't eat much meat at all, really. Not that I'm a vegetarian. I just don't like it as much anymore.
So we have more of these. 0505. So now I'm kind of sure that's not part of the hash, right? Now this one is 12. Let's look at the notes. Oh, wrong. There. This doesn't tell us anything. But these did. So, can I just click something to do that? Or do I need to use my hamburgerified hand?
SysML error says.
Having
Note
fun
to
with
self.
Hashcat.
Buy bigger. Buy bigger. Yeah. Yeah. I am Zach. Or I mean SSML error. Only I think I had like 1,000,000 times more ketchup than I needed on this hamburger. So I'm sorry, people. I can turn off my camera. I'm almost done though. So, knowledgeable people, we see this bit of this. We got the information that this $2A is Bcrypt, but we also see here that this one has 12, the other 3 hits here, they all have 5. This one said SHA-1 pass, Bcrypt SHA-1, and this is Bcrypt MD5. And then if we go to this one says Bcrypt 512, and that has 12 there. So this one, it just says Bcrypt something Bluefish unit, and this is, yeah, maybe we should Google it more, or can you give me more information? I need to win over this hamburger.
The second number is the cost factor.
Because ours has 6. So it's not the type, it's a cost. Cool. Because we haven't had any information
Input
about
cost,
that.
212 i.e. 4,096 rounds.
Oh, I didn't get that. I mean, rounds of what?
2 to the power of 12
I get
i.e.
now. I get it now.
4,096 rounds.
Okay, because it mentioned in some other place there, we were supposed to check how many rounds. And this was the only mention of rounds. So I googled this before. It's probably deleted by now. Yeah. I don't even get it into my mouth before I ketchup all over. Why do people eat hamburgers with their hands like this? It's a mess.
Nom 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 lol.
It's good. It's good. And I have cheese and salad and ketchup. I think that was a too big bite, but the hamburger, it was like this, and the bread was like this. So, you know, you want a bit of the bread when you eat it, and also the salad just went like up and everywhere. So now it's at least it's this thing left. Oh, that was a piece of salad. Hmm. $7:35. You know, it was time for some energy boost, right? And I better finish this one too. Oh my god, I'm so full. Bread, pieces of bread all over the place. Oh my god, he ate 2 and I 1, my 13-year-old. Though he's like this much bigger than me too, at least. And he has like 46, 47 shoe size. And I have like 38, 39. So, like a year ago, he was the same, maybe a bit shorter than me. It's funny. So, and he's not thin, yeah. Well, he moves a lot, but he also eats a lot. And he's not like my 16-year-old, he's kind of thin. Oh my. So. Tell me if I have big stuff in my teeth.
Fixerbot says. New follower Elite Bader 1337. Less than 3.
Welcome in. Elite Bader, welcome in. So, let's continue. I think that it's time to right, it was the rounds. I was thinking about the rounds. And we have 2 of these, and I assume the other ones yeah. It mentions Hashcat in the Yonder River and online and Rock You. So these are our things to use. So these were available to do online. So let's
log in again to the VM because it's kind of fell asleep. And let's close burp. And so okay, this was kind of similar. Is it the same one? No, it's not. So right, we can do like will this not work? It's the same. I can't type anymore. Did I click somewhere else? It's failing. So let's get out of that and let's do my classical one. Why didn't... Because I spelled wrong. Why did I spell it right now? I spelled wrong before. Okay. Anyway, we can see it all now. This could be better. Yeah, so I have used a... So let's do help. Of course. But also... let's look at my notes. And do I have... I think I do somewhere, but let's make a new one. Now that we can search, let's do it. Here. Okay, so when I looked for this, I didn't find it, so I made a new one. So this is supposed to, the cracking bit of this, I think I'll move. So let's go here, and because I made a new one, you know, this was kind of recent, but I already had stuff here. I like this stuff too. Yeah, this is, I remember this. Hash type, yeah. Isn't this in my history too? Yeah, it is there in my history. It's just not colored as nicely. Right, this was the this was a web page, right, for this cap too, and you could put it here and download it. There. So, do I have the help saved? Why not? So, I usually do like commands, and then we do those 3. So 1, 2, 3 help, and then I paste the help here so it's easier to see.
So I'm just going to do hashcat help. And this is kind of much. Lots of help. And this is kind of why I don't see the reason to use man. Google and help is good enough. Okay. This is the nice list. I like this list better than the one on the web page. So I'm going to paste this here. And now we'll get a bit of a nicer look on this, hopefully. Though it's all... Yeah, so somewhere here we have a character we need to replace. This is nice to have in the notes. Let's read it. Yeah, I think it's nice list, and Obsidian makes it better. So let's no. I can't escape characters in here too. So the formatting just dies here. We'll fix it another way. Let's just split it up. So that's... We can see the rest too. There's a wiki, effect, ramblings. So basic examples. But let's start at the top. Do you think my camera is too big? Should I make it tinier? Maybe I should. I'm almost 8 hours. How did that happen? No lunch or breaks? I have a lunch. I just went over the lunch break.
Will Pierce says.
Okay, thanks.
It's okay, I think.
Because I don't want it to be... I can move it too, like this. So if it's in the way, we can just move it out of the way. But just tell me. Maybe I should make commands for those, so you can just like... You are upper right. Exclamation you are. What do you think about that? We'll see. It's like LL, lower left. Because it's kind of frustrating when something is just what you want to watch, you know. Someone has a camera on top. Also the font size, is it okay? The font size in here? And font size, and I guess font size. So just tell me. I can fix stuff. So we have lots of options. M is hash type or hash type. Maybe easier to use the long version since M. Why is M hash type? So force that they said you shouldn't use was ignore warnings. I don't think this is very complicated. The thing that I looked at before was this. The modes. And let's get the history here again. Hash type 22,000. But I have used A. What is A? A is attack mode. So A and attack mode is the same thing. And I've just assumed that it would know. And there we have M. M was the same as hash type. So here we have M0. And M0, I'm scrolling down, is MD5. So I know numbers might, I don't know, be good for something, but why not just type MD5 instead? Wouldn't that be easier? I guess it would be formatting there too. So we have this list at least, and now it's easier to read because of the cute Obsidian formatting. And purple, it's purple. So let's actually look for the ones we're interested in. Even if it will auto-detect, let's take the opportunity to learn. So now we can easily search in this. So here we did look and see what this was, and it's not open, so it's a what hash one here. So this is a bcrypt. So if we search in this one, let's just move them around so the newest one is to the right. So if we do bcrypt here, alright, so we have more. So in case, these are the same 4 that we had in the browser, right? We have 4 hits here, and it's these 4. So this is just easier to read. I think. So this was the first one. And this one is the one that had 12 in the example. So these are 25, 25, 28, and this one is 200. So let's give it, you know, it's there, it will probably find it anyway. So if we go to the page again, and this is the thing, the thingy. So if we copy this and go hashcat, oh my god, I'm trying to type in the browser still. Yeah, I didn't look at the attack modes. And what does show mean? Let's look at the help more. So I think there's information about it further down. See references below. Yeah. So using page down now instead, because this is long. So here we have features, format mode. So straight, combination, brute force, hybrid wordless mask. Is there a default or is this required? I would assume 0 would be the default. So, well, let's look at the examples. They all have A and M. And I know that you don't always have to have both, at least. And is there the usage options? And they're optional. The hash and dictionary is optional. So if we just start with the most basic one, which is just hashcat file or hash, and we have the hash. So let's just do that. So meaning I just paste this. We have no special characters around this. So let's just do this to make sure that it actually read it. And we get the same output. Now we get, it detects these there. Okay, so should we do this instead? Look, different. We got the list of the 4 ones we already knew. So we need to use single quotes. That's nice to know. I'm a bit tired now, actually. So let's set them, I guess. What do you think, people? Should we do, like, apparently is the normal one to do this, and then it was M. I'm quite very sure of M, but let's just look. So M here, everybody has M, then the hash, and also the file. So right, we didn't add a file, so maybe we should add a file first. So if we don't do anything, is it telling us to something? There are 4 modes, we know this, but what if we just, it's not doing anything, you know? What if we give it a file? So I guess I have to try, is it OPT? No, it's not. It is. I'm trying to teach myself the path to the word list. It's USR, right? Share. Word lists. And there's RACU. Oops, I didn't mean to press tab again. Oh, backspace just fixed it. Good. So, I would assume this doesn't work because it still doesn't know which of the 4, but why couldn't it just test all? because that's not how it works, or because I need, no, it's just, we don't need an option. We could also add rules. Let's do the options right now. Let's remove this first, and then do A0 -A0 -M 3200. Will this do anything? Because we don't have the word list, so I'm curious. What's the difference? Does it have a default? It's just initializing something. Will it just say, oh, sorry, you didn't put a word list. Initializing backend runtime for device 1. Yes, I'm being patient, but I want to know if I did type the right thing. Or let's just abort this, because it's doing something, but we want it to use RockU, you know. So the easiest way is to use this one and change. So A0 M3200. So now we should have what we actually want to do. Though we have no idea if 3200. There are, well, like, I guess 3 other alternatives, or maybe 2, 3. So there. As it suggested, we shouldn't do this on the virtual machine. We could also, if we go to my left screen, and I think I might have actually done this. So we're getting output. So we don't miss anything. Host memory required for this attack 0. Is that good? So session status cracked, and we kind of knew this already, you know, since these are example things. That it would be easy. And here's the previous example that I have done apparently. Okay. And this was just an example. Okay, let it have it. Why do I have this here? Okay. Let's add this here. I'll just copy the command that we run, and let's paste it here. Always good to have the examples, especially if they would disappear from your history. I realized stuff was not in my history that I wanted and expected to be there, and realized that there was a limit to the history. I don't want there to be too, so you know, you want your old commands to be available, even if it wasn't what you did last. And then you just, by mistake, paste something into the command line, and it goes 100 lines, and all your history is gone. That's not what I want. So, I'm getting kind of used to making notes of all of these. So let's instead make an example in here. So example. And I'm going to copy all of it. Since I'm on my right screen, I'll just show you. Let's scroll up, and we copied already the help from there. We had all the old commands, and it's not like it's something special here. I think I have this in my notes. And this is also Rock You. Oh, oh. Then we added different characters around. Which one is the latest? This. So let's copy this full thing, because apparently I don't remember this very well, though I've used it a few times and probably more in the history. So always good to have examples. And here we have the hash mode, hash target, for the file, speed, recovered. And we just had one, so we could have had several, I guess. So what's not clear to me, it says candidates here. But it doesn't say like this was it, which is not clear. Am I blind? Or am I too tired now? No, that's Kali. And we can close this one again for now at least. And we can see that we only have the 2 words there. Well, let's try these then. And it's not them, which was kind of logical. But am I blind, people? It says it's cracked. Where's the answer? Is this it? At the end? No, that's the end of it. Maybe I'm just blind. But I realized I also had this
Zon 0 says.
85,208,520.
I'm blind, in other words. Hello there.
Written above session.
Oh, here. Alright, yeah, I looked at this because of the colon, but I didn't try it. Why don't they have this? I was kind of like, this is the information, right? So I kind of thought that this, if this was important, it would be in here too. But I guess it's because it's numbers that I don't. Thank you very much. This is experience, or my lack of experience with this, and I've used it several times, but it wasn't yesterday apparently. But it definitely wasn't December. Oh well. Which screen are we're on the wrong screen? So this here after the colon. And we go here again. Oh, I was just thinking the candidates was just like a part there, you know. So thank you. What, didn't it click? Yeah, it clicked. And it was right. So now we have this one. Xanware. Is it right? You might, if you want to have your correct name, you can just tell me. I'm getting a bit tired actually, so I guess it's not strange. It's been 8 hours and 11 minutes without a break. So I probably should be a bit tired. So let's do the same thing again. The first thing we did was just this. And see if it can find what we already did find. Which is... Oh, right. I'm trying to tab in there when I'm actually meaning to tab here. This. That is supposed to be this. Schaffer until crypt. And let's add this as another example here. And also, just cause I might not. So the result is this, cause I may just be as blind another day, you know. Maybe I should have these two scenes as keys on my keyboard. Like, if I press F11 and 12, they pop to the scene, so I don't have to lift my hand to the phone. Is that too lazy? And also, I'm leaning back so much now. I'm disappearing out of frame. So, we can see how much longer this one is. So this one, it actually didn't need our help. It's doing something at once, which we might not want since we want to rock you there too. But we didn't have to tell it. Hash mode was not specified with M. Attempting to auto search. It found it. We don't have to tell it. So maybe we should just give it the file before it spends all day. So I'm going to remove the rest too here, but we can do this first. So let it auto find again. Maybe we should tell it the mode too. Alright, I paste it afterwards. So I'm going back to the Try Hack Me page. I'm just copying it again. Control C and Control Shift V. And we could one thing that I'm not sure of is the default options. Should we assume that the first is the default option? Well, this wordless couldn't have a default option, but I'm thinking the mode here. Because not that it tells me much though. Attack mode. See references below. And this is an example, but there's no default information. But it's nice that you have examples. Tell me if I'm too boring because I'm falling asleep. You stop dreaming. Dude, go to sleep. Though I guess I will go to my kids. So features. Format. Format. Okay, so that's okay. Brain client features. Output. Rule debugging. Attack mode. Why didn't I start the command before I looked at the help? Isn't that stupid when you know that this will probably take some time? Let's see what it does with automatic. I think, yeah, I'm in. Oh, well. There it is. I like that it saves what you edited. Otherwise I would have had to do it again. So it auto-detected the right thing, which was kinda obvious because it was in there. There was only one alternative for this one. So last one would have done if it had been not 4 different options. We just tested the first one. It could have done that. But I'm thinking maybe it's because of the time they take, so it's easier to have more input before. So we have one hash. And it's not done yet. Last time I was like, I just switched to the other screen and it was done. So it's just starting. Actually, I think I'm going to get some of that Easter candy. Maybe I had some even here. So these were the non-chocolate we did. I want chocolate. I want chocolate. Chocolate. Chocolate sold everything. Spaceman. So, you know, I bought candy for the kids for Easter, and I kinda bought a few different sorts, and I didn't give them very much, so now I have lots of candy left. And I usually never eat candy. But when I'm 8 hours streaming, okay, then it's okay, don't you think? So let's copy. So we have the second example here. Now let's paste it. And now I know where to look. Which is kind of... I know that there could have been several. So that's probably why it does that. And this is more general information. Now there's also... Why do I even put those in my mouth when I don't like them? So then we have on the page there. Now let's look at the hints too. Okay. Let's look at the information. No, that's wrong. So. Right, I didn't copy the auto detect bit. We just have the selected one. So let's look at that bit too. Let's scroll up. Chocolate candy. Oh, sorry. You can do exclamation mark right to watch this screen, exclamation mark left for this screen, okay? And please talk. I can hear everything with the TTS, so I don't have to read. I can just relax, hang out. It's just me being tired. So this before this one, this is what I want to the notes. So we try to make it detect what it is. Though also we wanted to do it with this word list. I'm conflicted. Yeah, we wanted to use this, so this is a logical one. Did I type my comment to the wrong place? No, it was right. It's there. No. Let me just add this on the top here. So first we detected that it was one of these. Then we told it to try the first of them. So I would assume that A is default 0. Is that true? Being the attack mode. I should look into these, I guess. It's making this purple. Oh, it's because it's only numbers. Yeah. So, our examples. So we can now minimize examples and minimize help. And we have only common commands. So we can add the last of the ones in the help. We have to scroll on that again. So let me be lazy and actually copy them again here. I just forgot shift. So, okay, word list. And here we have a bit of explanation. So brute force is this one. Oh, I recognize this. I've done this sometime. And that's why I have hashcat here on the hashing cracking brute force, right? Because you can also brute force things. Cars, they're good. But not for the tummy. If I eat too much of this, I'll just feel sick. So now it was mostly to get some more energy. Yeah, right, it mentioned Jean. We don't have John's help file either. Or help. So if there are several ways to do something, I want both. Or all. Let's do capitals. And oh no, I forgot to click, so I made a new tab in Obsidian instead. Right, yeah, opening new tab. So, John and help, but let's read this. Okay, that's a room, learning room. When I start clicking Ctrl+C instead of Shift Ctrl+C, then it might be time to stop streaming. For your sake, not for mine. So, Mm. So, its homepage? I don't think I've been there. Do anyone say homepage anymore? It's just webpage, right? In the cloud. So this is mostly about installation and building. Because otherwise you have the help, right? Alright. I was looking up that, if I could see that in the notes, and then I totally derailed. Let's do tiny H here. Looks better. And when I did that, it opened up, right? No, the problem is that... Okay. Okay. So it wasn't open. It was just me. This was odd. Alright. Let's continue. I'm finding all the tiny chocolate pieces. Oh, some of them fall on the floor apparently. So I'm actually not looking for the help. I'm looking for the example output and what it says here. That it finds. Because this is not specifically... It doesn't say SHA-2 256, you know? But if we look in the... It doesn't say SHA-2 256 anywhere. Oh, it's melting in my hands. Will it say here? So if we search in the help here for SHA-2, this is SHA-2 256. So let's actually try this one. See if it works too. So instead of 3,200, let's do 1,400. And if this doesn't work, I guess... What? I read wrong? Before we do this, let's see that I didn't read wrong, because It's... No, okay. So, this is the wrong line. So I'm just too tired. Let's continue here. Oh, we have more questions. Usually it's like nothing really fun in the last bit. So... Yeah, you're welcome to join my Discord. We can talk and fun when I'm not streaming. You can help me with stuff. So, hashing can be used to check that files haven't been changed. If you put the same data in, you will get the same data out. Even if a single bit changes, the hash will change a lot. This means you can use it to check that files haven't been modified or to make sure that they have downloaded correctly. You can also use hashing to find duplicate files. If two pictures have the same hash, they are the same picture. Well, probably. HMACs is a method of using a cryptographic hashing function to verify the authenticity and integrity of data. The TreeHackMe VPN uses okay, so should I say HMAC SHA-512 for message authentication, which you can see in the terminal output. Okay, let's go there. A HMAC can be used to ensure that the person who created the HMAC, so they say they are authenticity, and that a message hasn't been modified or corrupted integrity. They use a secret key and a hashing algorithm in order to produce a hash. Okay, so maybe they mean the actual key, which I'm not going to show. Taking the opportunity to look. SHA-512, HMAC SHA-512. And this is what I see all over the place. So I guess that is for authenticity. Or it's changed. Well, I took one of these by mistake. This is sweet. They're called jelly raspberries, and they're just so sweet. At least I didn't buy any Easter eggs, tiny ones. They're even sweeter. I'm going with the chocolate with rice in. More balanced sweetness. Rice puffs. So this was just me not reading. All right. So, what is the Shawansam? Yeah, I read that. This was kind of click. And Shawansam. What will it open it in? Oh, that is annoying. Is there one that's text? Is this one text? Yeah. Also, the number 4 is... Okay. So let's just... We could open Notepad and open it there too. Or rename the file. That would have been quicker if I had been more awake. So let's just... Maybe I can zoom in this, because it's kind of tiny, you know. I don't think there's a size. Or I can just try to read this, but I want you to see everything too. They're actually not repeating. So that would be kind of the same, right? What is Explorer Preview? Oh, that's cool. I like Total Commander. But I want bigger font. And this is anti-ANSI, not size. I don't think it has it. So let's stop being stupid and actually rename the file. Instead, I'm clicking desktop and documents when I'm aiming for so aiming for just renaming a file to .txt. So now we have it bigger. Which file was it? ISO 2019-4. AMD 64, of course. Well, I'm saying of course. There's a reason for that to be of course. I'm eating one of these again. I should just throw it away and remove this bag, so I don't eat anything by mistake. Didn't I copy this already? So what was the hint? Okay. What's the hashcat mode number? Okay. Let's guess that this is the exact string. And let's close this. And let's Control F. There, it's 1750. There. So let's go to the next room. And we have, I was thinking of doing this with John too. Trying John on this. But we have John as the next room, so let's just go. Go do it. So, start machines and answer
Will
questions.
Pierce says, as for hashcat defaults, in 625, line it sets to attack mode equals attack mode straight, so yes, in this version attack mode default happened to be set to 0. Web link.
Okay, thank you. It worked to click the link. But as always, they may change. Yeah, they may change. So. Oh, nice. I didn't know you could do links with line numbers. Thank you for the knowledge. Well, that's a good. Thank you for digging. Thank you for digging for me. It also says auto detect false.
Yes, that is under 3 dots next to the line noon. Permalink.
Okay, so you click here. I've never thought of linking a line from GitHub. Now I know that it's possible, and it's a new option for the future. I think Blame is such a great name. Nice. Yeah, let's user options default. But I'm thinking maybe I should have like the hashcat in the link there to this too, right? And that's the same, right? So let's add it to our hashcat notes. We can have that at the top. I usually like add the link. Now we don't have to use this to get it because it's already pre-installed, but oh, I don't know what I clicked by mistake there, but it hopped down as I intended, so maybe I've pressed the right key. So we can close this one and let's open the John one. We just added the help here, and then I had some old things. All right, the rules, I remember this. Oh yeah, because I was thinking when I've been using it, there was more you could do, but I don't remember. There was a conf file. So let's go back to page. Here. Do we have lots of things open now? Yes, I do. But not several hundred. We need to join the room. Meaning I have not done this before. I think maybe you can exit them too, but what is the options is, yeah, that's where you set it. And you can leave, right. Yeah. So, Yon Ho. Oh, this is long text and my throat is starting to feel tired. Should we TTS it? Let's TTS a bit.
Welcome. John the Ripper is one of the most well-known, well-loved and versatile hash cracking tools out there. It combines a fast cracking speed, with an extraordinary range of compatible hash types. This room will assume no previous knowledge, so we must first cover some basic terms and concepts before we move into practical hash cracking. What are hashes? A hash is a way of taking a piece of data of any length and representing it in another form that is a fixed length. This masks the original value of the data. This is done by running the original data through a hashing algorithm. There are many popular hashing algorithms, such as MD4, MD5, SHA-1, and NTLM. Let's try and show this with an example. If we take Polo, a string of 4 characters, and run it through an MD5 hashing algorithm, we end up with an output of B53759F3CE692-7F1B5779D3964, a standard 32-character MD5 hash. Likewise, if we take Polo Mints, a string of 9 characters, and run it through the same MD5 hashing algorithm, we end up with an output of 584B6E4F4586E136BC280F27F9C64F3B, another standard 32-character MD5 hash.
You didn't have to hear at least. Sorry. Yeah. I'm starting to have a bit of a pain in my throat, so I'm not reading it all.
What makes hashes secure? Hashing functions are designed as one-way functions. In other words, it is easy to calculate the hash value of a given input. However, it is a difficult problem to find the original input given the hash value. By difficult, we mean that it is computationally infeasible. This has its roots in mathematics and NP vs NP. In computer science, P and NP are two classes of problems that help us understand the efficiency of algorithms. P, polynomial time class P, covers the problems whose solution can be found in polynomial time. Consider sorting a list in increasing order. The longer the list, the longer it would take to sort. Nonetheless, the increase in time is not exponential. NP, non-deterministic polynomial time problems in the class NP are those for which a given solution can be checked quickly, even though finding the solution itself might be hard. In fact, we don't know if there is a fast algorithm to find the solution in the first place. While this is an extremely interesting mathematical concept that proves fundamental to computing and cryptography, it is completely outside the scope of this room. But abstractly it means that the algorithm to hash the value will be P and can therefore be calculated reasonably. However, an unhashing algorithm would be NP and intractable to solve, meaning that it cannot be computed in a reasonable time using standard computers.
And every time they say this, all right, interesting, and they say, and this is not in this room, though I recognize it.
Where John comes in. Even though the algorithm itself is not feasibly reversible, that doesn't mean that cracking the hashes is impossible. If you have the hashed version of a password, for example, and you know the hashing algorithm, you can use that hashing algorithm to hash a large number of words, called a dictionary. You can then compare these hashes to the one you're trying to crack, to see if any of them match. If they do, you now know what word corresponds to that hash, you've cracked it. This process is called a dictionary attack, and John the Ripper, or John as it's commonly shortened to, is a tool to allow you to conduct fast brute force attacks on a large array of different hash types.
Okay, so 1 room. So let's also look at here. What was the name of this one? Yeah, so we don't have to save this because it's the next room. Which is kinda annoying that it's mentioned then. But why do these look different? Because it's already in my path and this I have to join. Look. So if I update this one, we get this. If we update this one, well, then we didn't join it, but we clicked it from the path. Then we don't have to join it. That was kind of interesting, right? So using this link, if we open it again, yeah, now we have joined it because we clicked it from the path. It's auto-joined it. So when I use this link, it's not visible. That's no changes there. But when I use this link, I joined it automatically. So let's do John and let's do this one, and then we have more stuff. Well, this annoys me that it keeps scrolling down, you know, if it's a long text. Like the Advent of Cyber ones. What do you think? Am I starting to totally fall asleep? I don't think my kids really would want to do anything right now, you know. So if I stop streaming, I would probably just still look at this, but not be as motivated and more tired, possibly. Let's drink a lot of water while I listen to this. Cause my throat, you know.
Setting up John the Ripper. John the Ripper is supported on many different operating systems, not just Linux distributions. As a note before we go through this, there are multiple versions of John, the standard core distribution, as well as multiple community editions which extend the feature set of the original John distribution. The most popular of these distributions is the Jumbo John, which we will be using specific features of later. Parrot, Kali, and AttackBox. If you're using Parrot OS, Kali Linux, or TreeHackM's own AttackBox, you should already have Jumbo John installed. You can double check this by typing John into the terminal. You should be met with a usage guide for John,
so it's
with the first
John.
line reading, John the Ripper 1.9.0 Jumbo 1 or similar with a different version number. If not, you can use sudo apt install John to install it.
Well, yeah, it says Jumbo Air. I just never noticed. So that's the John we already have. So it's the normal John. That's the John they're talking about. Okay, let's read this too, or rather,
BlackCark. If you're using BlackCark, or the BlackCark repositories, you may or may not have Jumbo John installed. To check if you do, use the command pacman qe grep John. You should be met with an output similar to John 1.9.0.jumbo 1-5 or similar with a different version number. If you do not have it installed, you can simply use pacman s John to install it.
We're in 1.9. Okay, should we even read this? Well, I'm not actually reading it, so.
Building from source for Linux. If you wish to build the package from source to meet your system requirements, you can do this in 5 fairly straightforward steps. Further advice on the installation process and how to configure your build from source can be found here. Use git clone http URL. B bleeding Jumbo John to clone the Jumbo John repository to your current working. Then cd john/src/ to change your current directory to where the source code is. Once you are in this directory, use /configure to check the required dependencies and options that have been configured. If you're happy with this output, and have installed any required dependencies that are needed, use make sclean and make sj4 to build a binary of John. This binary will be in the above run directory, which you can change to with cd/run. You can test this binary using /john test. Installing on Windows. To install Jumbo John the Ripper on Windows, you just need to download and install the zip binary for either 64-bit systems here or for 32-bit systems here.
But let's just
word lists.
Make sure
as we explained in the first task,
in
order to dictionary attack hashes, you need a list of words that you can hash and compare. Unsurprisingly, this is called a word list. There are many different word lists out there. A good collection to use can be found in the SEC lists repository. There are a few places you can look for word lists on your attacking system of choice. We will quickly run through where you can find them. Parrot, Kali, and Attackbox. On Parrot, Kali, and TreeHackM's Attackbox you can find a series of amazing word lists in the /usr/share/word lists directory. RockU. For all of the tasks in this room, we will be using the infamous RockU.txt word list, which is a very large common password word list, obtained from a data breach on a website called rockyu.com in 2009. If you are not using any of the above distributions, you can get the RockU.txt word list from the SEC lists repository under the /password/leak databases subsection. You may need to extract it from .tar.gz format, using tar xvzf rockyou.txt.tar.gz. Now that we have our hash cracker and word lists all set up, let's move on to some hash cracking.
So, will these be automatically updated by Kali? They were automatically installed by Kali, so I guess so, right? Maybe I should just look at the dates. Whatever. I think we're good. I didn't know that actually. That it was from a website called RockU. Talk about being infamous. Talk about, yeah, you know. Oh, so this is. All of these are so familiar, but I don't think I've done this. It's just similar things. So we don't have to download it on Kali. We can just look here. This is not so much text. I'll read it. We can pause when we need to, but I'm starting to feel there are multiple ways to use John the Ripper to crack simple hashes. We're going to walk through a few before moving on to cracking some ourselves. John basic syntax. The basic syntax of John the Ripper command is as follows, and we will cover the specific options and modifiers used as we use them. Well, yeah. The hopping up and down in level on the path. I mean, what doesn't use this syntax? The file containing the hash you're trying to crack. Okay, so it actually explained these two. What do you think about this line? Is this necessary? John invokes the John the Ripper program.
So I don't like when it's text more than you need, you know. But I want thorough explanations too. So I guess rather this than assuming knowledge, even if it's this. Automatic cracking. John has a built-in feature to detect what type of hash has been given, and to select appropriate rules and formats to crack it for you. And this isn't always the best idea, as it can be unreliable. But if you can't identify what hash type you're working with and just want to try cracking it, it can be a good option. To use this, we use the following syntax. Now we're starting to get to something. So wordless will probably have a W, right? So since we still have the help up from doing help and putting it in our notes, we can see what the help says. So there are no short word commands, short options. We can just start by typing John again. If we do, let's do the Control R thing and do John. I'm not sure I like this. I don't like this. I prefer this because I want to see all of them, right? And apparently it's not very long. Apparently we're using full word parameters. And there we used a rock U. So if we wanted to run that one now, then we would do R John. And then we can just up to it. Why didn't I do John? There's no John in this. Oh, well, that was funny, but that was indeed the line I wanted to edit. Because I'm assuming word list. Let's just run this one with nothing. We'll of course get an error, but then we have it in the history. Alright, it was word list that we're using here. So yeah, and they did that, and then they had the text. So apparently, as I had before, we can also switch the order of these. Identifying hashes. Sometimes John won't play nicely with automatically recognizing and loading hashes. That's okay. We're able to use other tools to identify the hash and then set John to use a specific format. There are multiple ways to do this, such as using an online hash identifier like this one. And it's not the same one we used, is it? Or had in the other room. Oh look, this is nice. Web tools. I mean, for some things, web tools are better. For some things, they're not. So we need to put this in our notes, definitely. There. So, since we have now two, we have encoding here too. This one is encoding and hashes, and this is hashing, cracking, and brute force. So it's messy. So I'll have to order this somehow. But we're at John.
I can't spell web. I couldn't spell tools either. So, what should I call it? Hash identifier. Maybe that's more useful, because when I'm scanning this, you know. Oh, I wanted to identify hash. I can see it there quickly. But we also have the link that we had just now. It's hash ID and it's up here, so this is annoying. Maybe I'll just add, or I'll drag the stuff that is not encoding. Though the Cyber Chef does all of those things. So hash ID should probably go down here, right? And then we have so this is like commands, and this is actually tools. This is more, it's also tools, but it's also information. But I guess MD5 should be down here. And what was actually in the MD5 one? It's a hash generator, and then we also have this. And the LM we just created. And this is web tools. That was a different link. That was nice. And this has both base64 and hashes. So, where to start this one? Can't it make it easy for us? I could just put it in here too, but how much do we want? We also have images here. What is this? These may be in a note, and it's from before it started adding them in directories, because this is just messy. Name that hash, another one. Yeah, this is the one I used recently. It's all connected, which is nice. So I assume we will need this. Called hash identifier, a Python tool. Okay, so it's Python. It's super easy to use. Oh, right. So this is a web. And then it says, I like to use hash identifier. And this is the one that hash ID said was old. Four years ago, 1 year ago. So we don't need to add this to the notes, because if we go to hash ID and look at this one, it will say hash identifier replaces hash identifier. So good that I knew that, because it wasn't updated. And I'm too tired to send a message to them saying to update the room, am I? Whatever. A Python tool that is super easy to use and will tell you that different types of hashes, the one you enter is likely to be giving you more options if the first one fails. To use hash identifier, you can just pull the Python file from GitLab using, then simply launch it using. So, do they want us to actually do this? I don't want it, of course, but I can do the hash ID one then. Format-specific cracking. Once you have identified the hash that you're dealing with, you can tell John. And I'm thinking I should send a message to the Discord. 'Cause this room is 1170 days old. And of course I don't think about, oh, that tool maybe it's replaced, you know. So maybe I'll just do it. I'm tired anyway. Also, let's see. Today is Wednesday. Yeah, and I didn't miss anything there. Sorry for not showing you everything, but I can always do that. So let's just go here and just to remember this, cause we wanna help people, right? Cause if we had not just read that before, I wouldn't have known that, and then I would have thought that was a new tool, and that was 4 years old, and that was a better one. Well, I did this with the burp room, and then they updated it for the new version after a bit, and I did it for something else recently, I don't remember. So I better do it to, you know, help other people. So room. Oh, yeah, I know what I was going to do. Update suggestion. Two. I'm tired. Let me be slow. The room. Suggest using. And then I think I have it in the paste. Hash identifier. But it says it's the it replaces sets it says that's enough. We're tired. Let's get rid of the image. Remove the annoyance of them thingies. Alright, I have messages. Oh, Johannes sent me a link at 7:44 and I haven't looked at it. And what? Oh well, that's still to the ready. And then there are servers, so. And Johannes went to do his work, so I'm just going to. There. Now we have OBS back up there on the right. If I call this right. Well, this is the right screen for OBS, but it's not the right screen. It's the leftmost screen, so. Maybe I'm tired. Let's. Boing. We don't need to remember that because I don't have it in my head. This I'm going to do later. This, I just liked the layout when I googled for this. But it didn't have the information I was looking for. But it was beautiful. And that's old. That we're going to look at. This is maybe still useful in this one. We'll see. This we've already done. Let's move it over. And this tool is from this room. This is the old tool. So we're updated. Once you've identified the hash, you can tell John to use it while cracking the provided hash using the following syntax. John, format word list. And let's check the format here. Yeah, and this
Johanna
uses
says,
letters.
You are right when you say right, there is nothing left, and if you need you can write it down, but then down is right, and that's left.
Thank you, Johannes. I have only been streaming for 5 minutes, not 9 hours and 21 minutes. So I don't know why I would be tired, you know? Maybe I should stop. But it is fun, I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. Why stop? And the right is right, yeah. I almost have to copy that. We should have like quotes.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I know you've been there. But you're working now, right? Or no? Yeah, you're working still. Right? Are you working still? I know you have young kids. So maybe you don't work all day. No more work. Ah, great. So let's learn some John together. You'll know everything about everything if you just watch this stream.
But now they arrive and it's time to make some food.
Yeah. And I made hamburgers a bit ago. I guess that was possibly. Was it late lunch? Early dinner? Whatever
Bumpin
it
says.
was.
Hello,
Hi,
Fixit.
Bumpin. Hi. Welcome back. So, I have something in my copy paste. Oh, I know what it is. It is the quote from Johannes. So, let's actually put it in the notes, but in the Twitch bit. And say where is it? Not ideas. Let's do to do. To do. And we need to add a command. We need to do a command. Quote. And should we have person? Or rather, Winroth Music's wisdom. And then we have the quote, which is the rest of it. Yeah. Now, we must add this. We must have all the fun things. Yes? And I'm not tired at all. We'll see.
Johanna says.
This is not my longest
Love it.
stream. This is not my longest stream so far, at least. So maybe I should turn this into taking a walk out in the snow. We have snow again, Johannes. I know you have snow, but we have snow again. It was a snowstorm yesterday, and lots of people had switched from the winter tires. Lots of people. I don't know how much snow you have though.
So if you're still here and not making food, you can tell me.
I know. We got 40 centimeters more.
40 centimeters. We have like spots of snow. But it's snow anyway. And cold. Because, let's see, what does my phone say? So weather. We have minus. You can't see a thing, right? So it's like -2, and tonight it will
Vampin
be
says.
will be
You're still
minus
having
6
snow.
degrees.
Here in the UK, the temperature is around 12 C. It feels very
Yeah.
spring.
Johanna
Yes, so we've
says.
had warm
I put
weather.
a picture on my Discord from the cabin.
Oh, cool. I'll have to see that. But we've had warm weather, and it's suddenly just yesterday. Everybody had switched their tires to summer tires. Not everybody. Some people who didn't, think, because we're still Sweden and weather goes crazy. So, it's supposed to be. Well, Friday we have warmer weather again. We'll see. And Friday it's, let's see, rain and snow mixed. So we'll see what happens. It doesn't. I'm not tempted tomorrow to go outside to go to work. Nah, it won't be fine. I'll have to look at the image. Should we look at once? Yeah, I'm tired. We need a break from. You need breaks, right? So let's look.
Can I post a link from the
Is
cabin?
it on photography? Yeah, post a link. I'm trying to find it. You have so much stuff. Oh,
Web
there's
link.
an image from the last stream. So oh my goodness. Is this recent? Is this recent? Okay, 3 days
Yes, 3
ago.
days ago.
Oh my god. I almost have to take a picture
Vampin
outside
says.
and show you.
Wow, that's a lot of snow.
I don't think I've ever seen that much snow. I've seen images, but I've never been with that much snow. But I know, yeah, we used to have like this sometimes when I was a kid, something like this, maybe a bit more. And we had a few years ago, we had like this, but it wasn't for very long. But this looks like it's been there for months, right? I'm kind of glad I don't live in the north of Sweden. Because I can feel the work it takes to keep that snow out of the way and to just go outside. Say, oh, sorry, I can't go to work today. It snowed. It was snowing all night, and now we'll just spend all day trying to get out of the house. Maybe it's not so bad then. So do you go to the office to work, Johannes? Or do you work like from home? Let's do this at the same time now. So format. Okay, so we're supposed to look at the file we have that I opened here. There, so let's do this one. And to use the tool they gave us.
Johanna says. Ha, it's normal. It appears to be more than it is because we have shoveled ourselves forward lol. I'm working from home.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you don't have to go outside. That's kind of nice, though, right? So it just says MD5, and if we selected the expert opinion, we get much more. So let's just say MD5 here, and let's do it. Or let's open the other ones too.
Anyway, food making time.
Yeah, go make food. And I get the thing with you shoveling to the sides and it looks more, but still, you know, still. Shaw 1. This is nice. We have a few examples to do. I didn't submit that one. Then we have number 3. And they go longer and longer. So SHA 256, that's long enough that I copy. No, it's here. Hash type. Then we have 4. Number 4 too. And then we can just close this one. Oh my, that's longer. I almost pasted it without searching. So this was kind of relaxed. Let's try the hashes from the other one. Oh, whirlpool. That sounds interesting. Whirlpool. And there's a hint for that one. Let's not look at the hints if we can't avoid it. If we can avoid it, we won't look at them. So this, the last room, if you duplicate this tab and we go back to well, I guess the dashboard is okay, because we will have hashing there. And we will have the ones here. So if we take this one for the tool that we had now, would this have helped us to identify this? So now we got a reply for which of the 4 it was. We knew it was one of the 4 from these leading A2. Hi, Christy. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here.
Dog just now.
Oh, nice. How was the weather? Is it warm outside?
Less than 3.
Yeah, so we have, from the last room, we had some hashes that we just had these numbers to identify with. And now in the next room, we got this tool. So I'm going back and trying it. Oh my god, let's see.
I didn't get the last part.
And I don't know last part of what.
Fixerbot says. Time to move it, move it. 5 table push-ups redeemed. Time to move it, move it.
Thanks, Christy. I need to move a bit. You know, I'm starting to get it.
Time to move it, move it. 10 squats redeemed.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Christy says.
:D.
Do you know what this means? This means we need a bathroom break before I do all of this. And also thank you, because my butt is starting to feel like I've been sitting all day. I do have a desk where I can stand, so why don't I stand?
Yes, 'cause I moved a lot during your stream.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I do need. So, I'll
Sure.
be right back.
My butt on so many hours would feel like a cube.
So. Right, I moved my chair all the way over there for a reason, right? So. I'm trying to scroll up. There. It managed. So first we have table push-ups. So trying to be slow. There. And then we had high jumps. And then squats. Okay, so high jumps and squats. And then my pants fall off.
XT.
Translated from Spanish.
I should always stop with those, you know, at the end, but I did them in the right order. So.
Fixerbot says. Time to move it. Move.
Nori!
Wake up. All them
When I
movements you
was
know.
just
10 squats, 5 table push-ups, 5 high jumps and 5 chair sit-ups redeemed. Christy says.
You can do M in any order you want, Sophia.
Yeah. So Nori's... you're right, that wasn't enough. Let's do it all again and add the sit-ups. So... well, I guess I'll turn around. So, do it from the other side. Though there's a computer in the way. Oh my god, this feels... my thighs. My thighs are starting to burn. 5 table push-ups. I'm glad I didn't do 10 this time. I did last time, I think, when I got 5. High jumps again. No use to pull my pants up, right? I'll just fall down again. Oh, and my ear thing's still there. Amazing. So sit-ups, chairs aside. Thank you, I needed this, I needed to move a bit. I feel how the chair moves. I should have something for like shoulder or something like that too, right? This is just a space. If you think of something they can do in a tight space, you know.
Free breakfast, Banana says.
Hello.
Hello, fix it.
I just got some Move It redeemed, so I'm out of breath from jumping around.
How are you cracking the hashes?
We're just about to do that. We're just about to do that. And we've got information on what hashes here. So we're just going to look at these two to see what they could be. So the second one is SHA-256. I think we knew that. And there's also the information there. SHA-256. All right, let's do the search again with all possibilities. Now we've got more information. But it doesn't say SHA-2. Oh, wait. This also has decrypt. So, identify and decrypt. So, I have not added this here, but I'm starting to feel we're going to use all the space. So, let's do like add folder more, cause more are coming here.
Can you run this locally? I wouldn't want to put anything important in that form low.
Yeah, exactly. So we're about to run John 2 on my Kali VM on the other screen. So if you stay around, you will see. I'm just going to check these two from the old. You could do these two. I don't know though. I pay for it, so I don't know which ones are free and which ones are paid. But we need to do these two. Let's see, can this find what type of hash this is? And I better put the hash in there. But I'm much more alert now. It doesn't feel like 9 hours 45 minutes streaming anymore. It feels more like 3 hours. So, jumping around like crazy, it's the thing to do. That's why I added the wake up one, right? Because you need movement. So we added that redeem a few hours ago.
I need to learn those exercises.
Oh, this was just high jumps. I touch the floor, jump up as high as I can with the arms out, and then with the, oh my god, what do I call them? Squats. I just pull up my arms straight while I bend, as low as I can without bending my back. So back straight. And then, push-ups are push-ups and sit-ups are sit-ups. So, but I'll have to add something for the arms too, because, when you sit by the computer with the mouse, I have pain here. But just a little bit, because I've been mostly typing. So, we got the information here that this is a SHA 512 crypt, and we got this. Yeah. It's exactly what we knew it would be. From our previous information that we have. Let me go back to this right place in the notes. So, it's not this one, because this is the old one. So we should really remove this one, right? No, this is the identifier webpage. Yeah. And we should also add the newest link here. But where did I put... We also have name that hash that does this. And it's pre-installed, I think. NTH in Kali. And... Am I blind? Maybe it's up here. I don't think so. Yeah, it's up here. So let's move it down. That's why I didn't find it. So what hash? This information was in this task here. So the 6 is SHA-512 crypt. And that's what we found here. So it's correct. This bit. Then let's do the last one. And oh, look, I covered it all. Maybe I'm not tired as I was thinking. So MD5, and if we look here at the hint, I think it will say okay. That's the hint. Go online. Yeah, and we have already done these. So that was just to have more things to try this on. This tool. That's from this room. Bug John. And that's really basic information, like that you type John to invoke the John program. Oh, whatever. Let's continue. Yeah, join my Discord, people. Chat is telling you to. If the bot says it, you have to do it. Yeah, so let's actually get these files into Kali. But since I have them here, 1, 2, 3, 4, we can just copy them. Let's
I can't spell make, dear. Do I have one called that? No, I don't, because it's the wrong place. So, hashes. And this is nothing. Oh, it's nano 1.txt. Just one, right? #1. And then we paste number 1. Hopefully, if I don't mess up and press too many keys. This is actually number 4. So let's. Oh, sorry. That's the only thing I don't. I should probably learn more. I just do Ctrl S, you know. So now let's do actual first one, and then we do #2, and I'm closing that notepad window. There. And #3, closing the other notepad window, and we have that. Let's do the 4th one, and the longest one. We have identified these, so I'm just going to remember how to save, because I never did that before, not just 3 times quickly before, and then you start thinking of what you're doing. So let's get back to this and scroll down. We have one is MD5, 2 is SHA-1, number 3 is SHA-256, and then we have Whirlpool. That's kind of funny name, right? Whirlpool. I wonder how that has
Fixerbot says. New follower Leopold LJ. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Leopold. Welcome in. So, now we're going to crack this one with John, and we have hints up here, or help, exactly what to do. So, we do format, word list, file name, right? So this should be easy, as long as we remember that we have the formats here and don't have to find them again. But first, let's try to see if we can find it itself, because maybe it can. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it works, right? So if we go up a bit here, we will have our John command that I started making. So maybe we shouldn't add the type then, the format. Let's just have the word list and add the file name. So let's do #1 and see what happens. So that was kind of quick, and we didn't have to tell it what it was. So let's look at the output.
Zalapanda says.
Hi, coding skills help you to study hacking? Or start with
yeah,
coding
of course,
skills is okay
of course.
too?
Hey, you can start with whatever you want, whatever you think is fun. And everything is connected. We just realized, and even more, that everything is connected. You know, you use one thing when you look at another thing. So, to find the default options in here, in Hashcat, someone sent me a link to, this is telling me to charge the batteries. So someone sent me a link to the GitHub with where the code and the default option was. So if they had not known coding, they couldn't have seen the default options.
It's anyway will be okay.
Yeah, you will learn. So you'll probably start with getting some simple PHP shell, web shell, and then you look at that and see, oh, it looks like this. How does that work? And you'll understand it, and then you know a lot of coding already. So even if it's just 2 lines, you know? Because if you understand variables and all these things, you will learn wherever you start. You will learn it all if you just continue. So, and if you're curious and want to learn more. So, but if you want to learn, start learning this, you can just start with the first pause here. Yeah, can I do that? No, it doesn't. There, we could probably click.
I know C# a little, just interested in hacking, but not sure where to start.
Yeah, I started like looking at random YouTube videos, but it's kind of, you know, sometimes you don't understand, sometimes you understand. So just start with these introduction to cybersecurity, pre-security. These are simple learning things. If I click this, this is it's not much either. It's just introduction. This is like terms like there's something called the red team and there's something called the blue teams, and they talk about hats. What is a black hat and what is a white hat? Just what is security operations? That kind of thing, I think. And then you can look at, so you just understand concepts. And you can also listen to podcasts, news podcasts. Just go to your pod app and search for cybersecurity or something. And then this one has a bit more Linux and Windows fundamentals, how the web works, networking fundamentals. So it's really, really basic. And then after that, the one I'm on,
it's for free.
So part of it is free. So it might say when you're in this, some of these might not work. So some of them are free, and that's where actually when I started paying, because it's $5 a month, I think. So it's not very expensive, and you don't have to pay for more than a month if you don't wanna, you know. If you don't like it, you just stop paying. So that's why I do. And right, there's a link down in mine. If you wanna pay, you can click on that when you create your account, and you get some. I think it's just $5 off, so maybe it's not worth it even. Anyway, so I think TryHackMe is good, but also look at streams like Al Hasred. Let's shout him out.
Free breakfast, Banana says.
Use your powers for good.
Yeah, always, of course. That's actually why I didn't look into this when I was really young, you know, because I have ethics. I don't want to be. You couldn't learn these kind of things without doing something bad before. So let's shout out, and I don't know the spelling, so I'm going to cheat and look at the spelling. And now I have sweat on my back. It's raining down. What do you call it? It's down my back anyway. So I'm just going to here shout out. Watch his streams, and even if you don't understand everything, you get a feeling of how it works, and he explains everything. He shouts a bit, just ignore that. If you don't love it, of course, to be shouted at.
Zalapanda says.
So, follow him.
Why do you learn cybersec if you are many years in coding? Or in coding fields all not so good nowadays?
I've actually mostly been in like IT specialists and things like that. But right now I'm home with my kids too, so I can't. I've gotten offers for like taking care of the IT of some company at Arlanda station and stuff, and I'm like, okay, so is it remote job? Because that's what I asked for. Oh no, you have to be here 8 hours every day.
Free breakfast,
okay,
Banana
I can't
says.
do that, you know.
It would be good to know to help you keep things safe.
It would be good to know how to help. Or what? Yeah. So anyway, that's my tip to, and also you can Google, you know, Google stuff. There's lots of nice sites. So I'm on this new tab.
If you code, then knowing the hacks should help you avoid mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just looking
for what did I... Oh, right, I haven't tried this yet, but the Portswigger one is too. But I'm looking for something. Don't I have the hack tricks? Yeah, I do. So this site you could just read a bit on too. If you start here, it's like...
Kitty says.
Fix-It works for the FBI, CIA, ATF, Secret Service, and 007 Secret Agent. Don't let her fool you.
All of them, of course. Yeah, and always trust everything Nori says. Anyway, so there are pen testing methodologies. You can. I was actually going to look at this, but I thought it was a bit like confusing. More like I want to click all the links. I would prefer to have them just in a line, but I guess you could just do it this way and click and read everything. And there's videos. I just don't like how slow the videos are. And you can read at your own pace. So let's do this now. If we go back to this machine, and we did this one, the hash one, without telling it what it was. So let's just see what it says. It says warning, but it's also recognized as warning. It's also recognized as. So we have a lot of these warnings because we didn't say the type. Using default target encoding, loading 2 password hashes. Okay. 2 threads. Was it because I had a new line at the end? It is 2, or is it always 2? Anyway, it quickly decided that this was it. So let's see if we copy this thing and paste it there. I have to remember press Ctrl-Shift-T and 10-hour streaming. So this seems a bit
Pre-breakfast
long.
Banana says.
I would never have guessed
so
that.
this is not right. Nah, I'm just testing stuff. So the biggest problem for me right now is to know if there's a reply and what it is. So let's do this with actually telling it what type it is that we were supposed to do. We're supposed to do
it's probably
format.
football.
What if it is for football? Then you okay, where am I typing now? Because it's not where I thought it was typing. So format equals, and I think it's MD5, yeah. Oh, look, there's another note. Let's just type MD5 here. And again, I'm not at the right screen. MD5, and see what happens if we do this. It didn't know, so I'll have to read what actually the test says, but I'm just trying this first. So let's look and read what it says. So raw MD5 is probably what we need here. That's the first example. When you're telling John to use formats, you're dealing with standard hash type like MD5 in the example above. You need the prefixes with raw. Okay, to tell John you're just dealing with a standard hash type. Though it doesn't always apply. To check if you need to apply prefix or not, you can list all of John's formats using John list formats. This is very
I'm not sure
useful.
if they is safe or if it's picked because there's an exploit and it would make it easier for the government to get into things.
Okay. I had to read because it sounds like this is safe. It was this. So, yeah. We can have our theories. So let's go to the notes and add this. So let's go to John and minimize help. And it would have been fun if this would have been on top of this.
Oh great,
already.
I guess I got a tinfoil hat. Probably not a hacking hat.
Maybe it's a hacking hat. Why did I... Oh, this is annoying. That's not the character. There. Now we just have one on each side. So this is obvious, right? What this means. But we have to run this. I'm so curious to see all the formats. And now we know where to... We need to add a role before. But let's still paste this and list all the formats. And it's kind of quite a list of formats. So 416. So let's copy this to the notes, because that could be helpful. So let's do how many? 3. I had 3 here. So let's do formats, and let's add this in here. So we have all the formats in a list, so we can just, if we're thinking, oh, what on earth is MD5, we can MD5 here. And this is
VR Mechatronics says.
MD5.
Arch got a new installer, easier than Windows. I take this.
Okay. Go with it. I'm going to try more distributions of Linux too, and non-Linux ones too. So it was long ago since I installed something else. I'm kind of very used to Kali now, and the Debian server that I have is kind of the same thing, you know. So I'm looking for the raw ones here, because we knew this is what we were supposed to do. And it seems to be case insensitive, right? He said raw with the lowercase r, and this is with the uppercase. And it seems to be all mixed. So I'm sure it's not case sensitive. And we have crypt long, also MD5, DMD5, and, well, lots of MD5s. But we want the raw MD5 here. So we can keep this up, because it might be useful when we I'm just checking that my comment was correct, or my note. So let's go back to the right screen. Now we know what to use. We can go back to this and add raw, and I assume it's case insensitive.
The password is MD5.
There, so let's do raw-MD5 on this file. And we have quite quickly a biscuit. So it's time to get some biscuit and eat
VR Mechatronics says.
Dinner, maybe?
I have a HP laptop without RTX. I bought a new one Lenovo with RTX today, so Arch will install on the old ProBook.
Free breakfast banana says.
Okay.
That's awesome.
So, let's see here. So we got the format from the website, and then we use this to get the actual. So the format was from the website here in the search, and that's also Python tool, so we could download it and run it too. But we should do that. Maybe it's already installed. So let's paste. Oh my god, not all of it. That's for the notes. So for the notes, let's add an example.
The Ripper strikes again.
Examples. So we have a few examples if we think like, oh my god, I don't remember how this looks. And we have an example here. We can look, oh, it was just this simple. Not just a line, but actually the results too.
So now let's just take the biscuit and get it to Firefox. There. So let's take the second one now. And we know that the format now is SHA-1. We have learned that we're supposed to add raw before. So let's search in this for, and I'm tired, so SHA-1. I actually almost, I didn't remember what it was, though I just read it. So let's mark all the SHA-1s, and we have lots of SHA-1s too. And we're doing the raw SHA-1. Look, we have a LinkedIn version, and there are different versions. Salted SHA-1. HMAC SHA-1. I think this is the one it mentioned before. No, it was HMAC SHA-512 that used itself. THM's VPN. So let's do the raw for SHA-1 now, and we'll get another example here. Though, we have to use files with Jan, right? We can't use just typing it, because I would like to try all the things, you know. So if we just do this, but we change it to 2 and change MD5 to SHA-1 and run that, and we have a kangaroo. So let's get the kangaroo over first. There. I'm not tired. I shouldn't keep giving excuses. There. Kangaroo, and then we have to add it to our notes still. All of the output, so I'm just selecting it. And let's... What? I thought I made a new one. I didn't. I just moved there. And let's make a new one at once this time. So we can add it there.
10 hours is a good excuse. That's quite the run.
Yeah. But my brain woke up from me getting double redeems of the move it thingies and the wake up. So I moved, so I have sweat running on my back, and that made me wake up actually. So let's go back to this, and
Christy says,
next one, number 3.
D.
Thank you, Christy. You
Double
woke me up. Double wake up. So now let's see what this one is. What are we going to use for the third one? So we have checked that it's SHA-256. So let's copy this.
You need black or green tea. Get rid of that Red Bull.
Yeah, well, the Red Bull, I don't have any more Red Bull in the house, so that's gone, long gone. So now let's select all of these, because I want to see how many versions there are. We have the raw, we have, well, it's not as many versions as of the other ones. So raw SHA-256 there.
Ooh, thank God.
For which thing is my thought there. So SHA-256, and we have all of the things filled in, and it's a microfile. Not burping at all here, definitely. So let's also get all of the text as an example. So we have these 4 simple examples. Let's also do this one without doing the raw format, just to have 2 of those. We don't have to save those because it's much more, but we can let this do something while we just paste this. So I'm removing the format.
And I'm assuming we'll get about the same output, but let's go paste this first. So now we have 3. So let's add the 4th one here too, so we have them all. It's always good if you forget, you can look at it, you can see, and it's not images or anything, it's just text, so it doesn't take much space either. I'm kind of worried about that. It's my nose just growing from all the images. What we got here when we didn't set the format, we remove the format bit. It doesn't know what to do. It's just done, and it says something oddly here. Is this supposed to be a try at getting something? Because we had something similar here. This looks like it could be a password, but it's just like random letters, right? So it seems like it's confirmed we need to add that format. John doesn't know what it's doing otherwise. It's confused. Very confused. So let's just go up 2, switch to 4, and you're on the right screen. And let's get that last one. It's a whirlpool. This is actually the most interesting to search for. Will there only be one whirlpool, or will there be several in our saved formats list here? So if we Control F this and select all, there are several. It's TC Whirlpool, Whirlpool 0, and Whirlpool 01. So there's no raw here. So I'm assuming just Whirlpool. We don't have to add raw to this one. I don't know what Whirlpool is. I guess we have to Google that later. So let's first just do this. So actually, let's do Whirlpool, which is a very funny name. Yeah, so we didn't know what Whirlpool was. Could it be cane sensitive, this one? No, I didn't remove the raw, because I was used to not. So that's why. So the last one was Colossal. Let's copy all of this. And we go to the other screen, paste the last example, which is kind of interesting because it's more different to me. And let's also get this into the web page. There. So, oh, we had a hint. It's, you don't need raw. Yeah. Then we have lots more to do on this page, but first let's just Google, not Colossal but Whirlpool. So, termed message is. Of course, this will not be easy to read, I guess. Cryptographic hash function. I've never heard of it before. Adopted by International Organization of Standardization. IEC, IEC, hash design, square block cipher. There was a casting modifier. It takes a message of a length less than 256, returns parental with message digest. Whirlpool is not and will never be patented. Free of use for any purpose. Original Whirlpool will be called Whirlpool 0, the first revision 1. Okay, whatever. So, 2001. 2000 actually there. Okay, didn't say very much about it, more than how it was made and who has approved it, and, well, I guess more information. So, now we're cracking Windows hashes, and we have task files for this. So, yeah, so this is just one file. Because I was thinking, well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 again, and we will have problems with the directory and having more hash files. So let's just copy this one first, and let's NTLM, and then it has some kind of number there, but whatever. I'm just pasting this. So we have it in our hashes for experimentation. So why didn't you just type the numbers? People can add it into files by themselves, right? Crashing Windows hashes.
Arduku says.
Whirlpool is also a brand on washing machines and refrigerators.
And that's what I assume it means. You know, it's mixing it all around like a washing machine, so you can't... It's just a scramble of letters coming out. I don't think ours is a Whirlpool. Let's continue. But thank you, Arctic. Now that we understand the basic syntax and usage of John the Ripper, let's move on to cracking something a little bit more difficult. Something that you might even want to attempt if you're on a real penetration test or red team engagement. Authentication hashes are the hashed versions of passwords that are stored by operating systems. It is sometimes possible to crack them using the brute force methods that we're using. To get your hands on these hashes, you must often already be a privileged user, so we will explain some of the hashes that we plan on cracking as we attempt them. So, NT-hash, NTLM, and you can click this and get Windows New Technology Manager, LOL Manager. Maybe we should actually add this, right?
Free Breakfast Banana says.
Is it legal to smoke hash where you live?
I don't want any kind of talk about drugs in here, thank you. But it's not. And I would never use any drugs. Haha. No, too low joke. It's not fun. So let's go to the notes and look at our...
The hashes, I mean.
NTLM. Yeah, I get it. It's kind of fun, but I don't like drug references, so that's why I don't like it, okay? So I would approve like them not allowing people smoking normal cigarettes because it smells horrible, you know? That would be nice for them, for me. So that's just what it's. A suite of products offered by Microsoft Authentication user and protect the integrity. Let's just yeah, whatever. This is what Windows NT was also. It's so funny, bad naming. Calling something new technology as if it would be new the next year. It's always odd. Microsoft doing Microsoft things. Oh, let's see now.
Ooh, new technology.
Yeah. So, Windows NT.
Arduku says.
Windows
I always
NT.
thought NT in Windows was network technology, not new technology.
Windows new technology. Yeah, it's new technology. And the naming is so horrible. Well, we saw it there in the short thing. I don't know. Let's Control F new.
Free breakfast, Banana says.
New
Is
technology.
it more advanced than Linux?
Windows NT. It's just before the current Windows version. It's an old version of Windows. And it's from 1998. No, it's not from 1998. It's from 1993. There. So it's just old Windows. It's not new anymore, I promise you. Anyway. Yeah. It's in the text here. And I told you and Googled it. Okay, let's continue reading. NT-hash is a hash format that modern Windows operating system machines will store user and service passwords in. It's also commonly referred to as NTLM. So NT-hash is another name for NTLM then, which references the previous version of Windows format for hashing passwords known as LM. Thus NTLM. So NT and LM are the two versions, and NT is the newer and LM is the older. So NT-hash is the same as NTLM, which is just shortly put NTL/NM. Oh, okay. A little bit of history. The NT designation for Windows products already meant new technology, and was used starting with Windows NT. And then we have a link to the wiki we just googled ourselves to denote products that were not built from the MS-DOS operating system. Eventually, the NT line became standard operating system type to be released by Microsoft, and the name was dropped. But it still lives on in the names of some Microsoft technologies. You can acquire NT-hash, NTLM hashes by dumping the SUM database on a Windows machine by using a tool like Mimikatz. And this is interesting for me because I know about SUM database, but I didn't know that. And I have heard of Mimikatz and seen people use it, but I didn't know that that was what Mimikatz did. So now this is good knowledge for me. And also, let's see if we have a Mimikatz note, because we need to remember with the data not in the head, because this will fall out the other ear, you know. So Mimikatz, I don't think I have one for that, and I'm thinking, should I put it on Windows? I guess, yeah, it must be Windows then. Do we have it somewhere? And I always stop reading at the bottom. Why? When I look at this list like this, so we don't have it. So just lazily copy it and make a new note here. So we have Mimikatz there now. Or from the Active Directory database, NTDS-DIT. You may not have to crack the hash to continue privilege escalation, as you can often conduct a hash attack instead. But sometimes hash cracking is a viable option if there's a weak password policy. So this sentence I'm going to steal from them here. Let's just put it in two places actually, because for Mimikatz this part is interesting. There. And then we have the NTLM bit where it's all interesting. Then we should probably add NT/.
Christy says.
NM there.
Arduku same for NTFS.
Yeah, it's also NT. It's very new. It's just how many years old? Though it was kind of nice to get NTFS actually, because the file system was a bit of a mess before that. So let's go up and finish the Mimikatz one. So can get acquire. I don't want acquire in my nose, that's too official. We want stuff in here, not other words. Can get from
NTFS Yay is still the best and stable one
for Windows. And you do a lot of binary stuff. How do you compare NTFS to like X stuff? So, well,
I'd love to have some time to explain.
So, the Mimikatz can get
Extant
hashes
NTFS.
from some database.
They are similar.
Okay, yeah. I guess the permissions are a bit more complicated on NTFS, right? So, but you can have more advanced permissions in Linux too. And you could use NTFS disks with Linux now. Nah. I'm just thinking it can read them, but permissions are so different. Whatever. Let's continue this. So, you may not have to crack. Yeah, we can pass a hash too. Practical. Now you know the
You
theory
can use
behind
NTFS
it.
disks with an NTFS driver.
Yeah. I'm thinking, how will the permissions look? Because, you have owner, but you don't have, like, files
Is
don't
really
have
flexible.
an owner group in Windows. You just have one owner, but you can have, like, permissions like crazy. And inheritance and non-inheritance and everything. So much stuff. Now that you know the theory behind it, if you can use the techniques we practiced in the last task, and the knowledge of what type of hash it is. So the knowledge of what type of hash it is. I don't think we got that knowledge in this room, though.
I meant, for example, reading the file system at byte level.
Okay, yeah, of course they're similar. I'd like to do that sometime, but I have a hard time imagining me prioritizing that over learning more like networking related things, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's always fun to do low-level things too. I just have to see what... I got some messages. So... yeah, I will need to call my mom in a bit too. She's lonely. And I missed a call. That was long ago. I wonder who that could have been. So, 6 hours ago. Well, I guess if it's important.
Cool, Mom.
I don't know
you
the
can
number.
mute the stream.
Yeah, but we'll do a video call and things. So she likes to see people when she talks to them. So let's see. I'm also thinking that 10.5 hours Maybe I should not be in here sitting on the chair all day, though. We could try. I don't know how my cables are. We can try and just for the last bit. Careful here. Let's see if we pull the network cable out, right? I think we're almost up to the height. I see nothing stretching. I have to feel the cables. So we're actually almost up to normal level here. I haven't done this in a bit. There's
Yay, pull the
cables are
network
starting.
cable that always works well.
Also, this light is on the floor, so it doesn't go up. Okay, so now my computer started moving, which it doesn't matter because I could move the computer, but let's see. Yeah. So everything seems to have survived this, except for that light that's rotating. Oh well. I wonder if you can see me spilling on my software. Yeah, because when I was eating the hamburger, I got ketchup on my shirt. I didn't even switch shirts. I'm just continuing this. So, and that light is covering part of the screen here. So let's see if I just put it behind. Oh, that's okay. So, I'm standing. I can't do those.
Healthy hamburger?
Oh, well, I guess. It had cheese. I can't really move the camera, so I'm thinking maybe a bit up more. Just for the camera. Though my keyboard is a bit high now.
Tongue.
Well, I fried it myself, and it was kind of like this big, and then the bread was this big. So now we can stand and move around, and we can get the treadmill and connect everything. And these lights are on the desk. All these things are on the desk. Only that light, because the table is so short that if I would put the light here, it would be in front of the monitor first off, because it's not on the table. It's just hanging on the edge. Let's continue. So what do we need to set the format flag to in order to correct this? 2 letters. And so we kind of guess then. Should we guess? Should you guess NT? Because they kind of said, right? NT is a modern one. But let's try and just paste it here. Do I still have it in memory? I don't think so, because there were other things there, and I have not even actually copied it, I think. So let's open this. Do I have it twice open? Yeah. Nah, I don't. It's other stuff. Good, because I was thinking like then I better stop streaming anyway. And also my kids, so. But I asked the one who's not sleeping just a bit ago if he wanted to do anything, and he was like, no, I don't want to do anything with my mom, 30-year-old. So no, I wasn't like that. He was no. What was I going to do with this? I was going to paste it here. Then I'm going to go submit. And it says NTLM. So this wouldn't have helped, So if you search again, paste the same, do include all possibilities, and then we get more information. I'm just thinking, will it say just NT? Or is that not one of the things it means? No, because it says NTLM, and that's okay. Oh, it's unchecked automatically. I was thinking I don't want to leave it there. We haven't tried this one. So do we need to do this, or can we just search? Invalid captcha. Yeah. So ADB. Now you know I'm not a computer, right? So this could do it. And also my screens are really messed up now, because the one most further away is pushed into this screen by the light. So maybe I could move the light right. Just a few centimeters. It's on the edge of. I've got a shelf, so I can push it further away. I could angle it. I could do that if I want to, but I guess this is okay. Okay, we have a mushroom, but let's do this with Jan too, of course. Meaning, let's search types for. Let's lace this, meaning going back here that way, and doing NT, and searching all, and this is a common name, but it's NT. So we have NT, because I was thinking, should I do LM, but I will start with NT. So NTLM exists, but NT. And this is just plain text. Yeah, we didn't do all, that's why. I'm like, what? Why does it select that one too? So this NT, I assume there's no row or anything. It's just NT. And go back to this one. Now this one. So we already know this is mushroom, but let's try it with Jan too. So if we do this, and let's do NT here, and I'm going to the notepad and copying the NT file, NTLM file, and we can just we won't need this one anyway, so let's we're not in the same directory, so cd thm cd. Oh, I was in the wrong place. So cd hashes, and here we have them, right? Oh, I made the NTLM one. Okay, maybe I should go to stop streaming anyway. So then we don't need that. We just need to add NTLM. And you were like, you did that. You did that. You did do that. So we got the mushroom this way too. Mushroom, not mushroom. I guess it's not a big difference. I just felt I was saying it oddly. So, not for there, for here. And let's do this as another example. No, not this one, this one. So, and also SH, so it's colored nicely. Then we'll copy mushroom. There. And I'm actually thinking that it's time for me to find someone to raid. Because, you know, I should have a life outside of streaming too, right? So we're going to look at his live. And I think I see a clear winner here. Whoa. Let's see if we have... Let's check the list. No one disappearing before me reading, right? Do you have any last things you wanna say, you know? What do you want to say? What? Did I miss something? Should I add something to my notes? Anything? So, I think that... let's see what these people are doing. Yeah, right. We could also look at this.
I think you're good for today lessons, D.
You mean you think I won't do anything more today? So I'm kind of thinking that 8 handles only have 1 viewer. And he's not been on. It's been 50 minutes. I don't know what he's doing. PowerShell. So who else have we got? We got Security Live, and he's doing some. He's doing the kernel. We have Cybermentor and me there. So if we just move these in here instead. So I'm thinking someone with 13 viewers or someone with... I've rated both of these recently, you know. And Security Live is Security Live always. But he has a lot of viewers compared. So what do you think, guys? Who should we go for? And this is more like what we've been doing. I try to, you know, rate the same thing. So if I were doing an IRL thing and like, or doing streamer but things, then I would rate like someone who does streaming things. And, you know, try to be a bit rating the same thing. And I think this is more the same thing. It's OneLab though, not Try Hack Me. So if you rather go to the kernel or go to them both, let's do 8 handles this time, cause maybe that's how I will continue studying too.
You decide, of course.
Yeah, but just say what you would like, cause I can do whichever one. I could do Nutty even, but if I had been doing streaming things, I would have been doing Nutty. I don't know why, but not feeling it there. So maybe though, cause who's it? It's doing... What's Cybermentor doing? I don't think I've rated. Yeah, this is good. We could do this one too. So it's Alex Blue's been 19 minutes. I don't think I've rated them. So let's rate this one then. Let's do variation. So, I rated, I think, both Security Live and 8 handles this week, you know? And I don't think I've ever rated the Cybermentor, so let's do it.
He is doing web and answering questions on PNPT.
Yeah, I like Alex. So, but sometimes they have other stuff.
Which I need to take this life.
Okay. Yeah. So we have the raid started.
I need to find 5 days to be free.
I wish I could raid everybody at the same time, because I want to raid security and it else too.
Alex is really nice.
Yeah, he's nice. So, I should probably unmute this before the radio. So, but thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, you know, for being here, for helping me, for, you know, questions and information and everything. And redeeming exercises so I don't fall asleep. So thank you. And see you next time, which will be tomorrow. Probably at 30
see ya,
my
you're
time.
around, smile, smile.
See ya. Yeah. And I'm getting a phone call right now.
You don't want that person to be your boss, unfortunately. For sure.